If he invokes the Insurrection Act, you should all be ready to hunker down for a bit because it's going to get real fucking bad.
guys and gals. Welcome to today's stream. Good morning, everybody. Hello. It is Thursday, January 15th here in sunny Los Angeles. Beautiful, beautiful day outside. Welcome to the stream, guys. Devoff Vishy. Want to talk in like 25 to 30 minutes? Yeah, definitely. I'll be in the Discord. Let me know when you're good to go. Little Boots, Kirkjet, Canuck, Outcast, 6 Pink, 1 Blue, Kieran, Mira, Sham, Limey, Streams, Copite, General, Martok, JS23, Outcast. YouTube, what's up, guys? Captain Ginyu, Squeaky Duck, Quack, Dixon Puck, Swannybird, Mike, Mad Feral Attack, Gallstone Dixon, Beanie, Funky, Pheasant Starship, JMO. Good morning, guys. Good morning. What did Majority Report do this time? I decided to change the title of the stream. I don't know if we're going to get to the Majority Report video that I'm thinking of now, because there's a lot going on. I don't even know where to begin. I think we should probably start with the Insurrection Act stuff. Things are escalating pretty seriously in Minnesota. There was another protester that was shot last night. I don't know the details of that one. Hell's Advocate with 500 bits. If he invokes the Insurrection Act, you should all be ready to hunker down for a bit because it's going to get real fucking bad. All right, let's dive into that first. We also have some crazy polling out of Texas, guys. Friends, lovers, former acquaintances. Talarico stock is way the fuck up, guys. Talarico stands are fucking feasting this morning with this Emerson poll, which shows a surge for Talarico. Look at those numbers with Latinos. My goodness. What did he say? Is it because he's religious? I don't know. I don't know. Polls don't mean shit. Crockett number 1. Ooh, I don't know though. I don't know. I mean, I told you this guy had the juice. Been telling you since day one. I've been Talarico stan day one, friends. Same poll shows a hyper competitive race with Paxton. Did she say something about Latinos recently? Someone alluded to as much on my timeline on Twitter, but I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Paxius in YouTube says he's got the Jews. Okay. What did she say about Latinos? I don't want religious Dobby. Whoa. What the fuck? That's kind of funny, but fuck you. He's not Dobby. He's a man. He's a grown man. That's kind of funny, though. That's kind of funny. He kind of does look like Dobby. I didn't even think of that. Now I can't unsee it. And I'm going to think about it every time I look at him. Did you see the recent Vance versus Newsom poll? I think so. Was it neck and neck, or Vance had like a slight edge on him, or? Listen, I've been telling you guys pretty consistently, I don't love Newsom as a candidate for the Democratic Party. I did see that Talarico was on Ezra Klein. We are gonna watch it today. We will not get sidetracked. We're gonna watch it today. I've got the dad lobbies in Arc Raiders, so I'll fire that game up, and we're gonna watch that interview. We're gonna do it today. I got some maintenance. I'm farming screws. I'm getting a lot of like steel screws, so I can make a bunch of advanced mechanical components. I got the dad lobbies. Wuda asked a question. I don't know what he asked. If you were a porn star, would you bleach your asshole? I don't know. Is that normal? Does everybody do that? I'll just do what everybody else does. What did she say about Hispanic people? What did she say? Was there something she said? Someone on my feed was just like, oh, the thing she said about Hispanics broke through. I was like, what did she say? Does anybody know? Is Bondi currently getting fined over the Epstein files missing deadlines? I have no idea. Hutch, I actually got misty-eyed when I heard your voice on Destiny's stream. I felt so gay. I'm going to say something. I'm going to say it one time and one time only. And this is going to be the last time I say this, okay? Foggy with $10. Experienced my second police raid on a house I deliver mail to. Gang related. Stay safe out there, people. Much love, Hutch. Damn, Jesus. IRI went on Destiny's stream last night. They were talking about the live and learn chat that we had. IRI, rather maliciously, if you ask me. No, I don't think it was. But somebody messaged me that they were like talking about the live and learn stuff. And so I tuned in, and they were having a discussion about how they were framing it like I opposed the shutdown. And I was like, okay, you know what? We don't need to do the fucking 3-hour reaction to a 1-hour reaction, and then a 7-hour reaction to the 3-hour reaction, and then a 10-hour reaction to the 7-hour reaction. We didn't need to do that. So I was like, all right, you know what? Let me just get in there and say my piece. And I did have the thought of like, oh God, this is going to be fucking annoying. I'm going to get like ogre boy tweets, you know, like that popped into my head. And then do you know what I did? Do you know what I did? Like I stopped and I asked myself a question. And I reached a kind of Zen state when I asked myself this question. Do you know what question I asked myself? Just guess. Guess what question I asked myself. Close. There you go. Donnie, you nailed it. Donnie, you fucking nailed it, buddy. I asked myself the question, why the fuck do I give a flying fuck? Why do I care? And I really thought about that question. Did you say it, Lopsided Pixel? I'm not kidding. I really thought about that question. I was like, is it insecurity? Is it ego? Is it self-doubt? Like what is it? Like why does it affect me? And I thought about that question for like 10 to 20 minutes and I couldn't come up with an answer. I was like, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, I don't know these people. I don't like, why would I care about their opinion? I know nothing about these people. Like the anti-fan obsessed people, you know, these kinds of things. I don't know these people. What if they're fucking pedophiles? What if they're like secret pedophiles? What if I'm worried about like what a pedophile thinks about me? I don't know. And then I kind of reached this like Zen state where I was like, you know what? I don't care. Doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? The other part of this equation too is like, I started asking myself, like, what is my job? Like, what do I do for a living? Like, if I had to sum it up, like, what do I do? And I can tell you, like, what I don't do is only have conversations with people who I think are like completely morally pure of heart and totally without shortcomings. And so that's not a part of the job either. Like me having conversations with people does not mean that I am their babysitter or that I am accountable for their behavior. Now, if I had to go back a year, would I make the same decision? Yeah, I would. I have no regrets about that. This is a business. This is a job. This is serious. And when something pops off and is super radioactive and it could negatively affect you or your business, you're going to take whatever steps necessary to protect your interests. So anyways, I figured that would come up today. So I just wanted to like throw that out there. But I'm kind of glad I went to this like Zen place last night. I was like, I don't know if I ever asked myself, why do I give a fuck? Like, why have I spent any amount of energy or time indulging accusations from strangers that don't know me, that don't know anything about me? I just couldn't come up with any kind of answer. None of it made sense. That'll be, maybe I have that conversation with the therapist. We can dig deep and try to peel back the onion layers and figure out where that comes from. It's probably dad stuff. It's always dad stuff, right? Let's be honest. It's probably dad stuff. It always goes back to that, doesn't it? And so it was just like, I don't care. And it was kind of liberating. Like, I don't care. It's free. Cool. That's fine. All right, there are a few videos to unpack today. I'm really excited about this. I don't understand what happened. Also, this is just one poll. Emerson is a B-rated pollster. So, not great, not terrible. But this is pretty remarkable. That's a massive swing. Throw it in the averages, go about your day. Wait for the next poll to come along, but this makes me happy. This makes me happy. Swanee Bird with $5. Hutch IRI just wants you to talk about his ass the way that you talk about Soy Pill's ass. So I have seen IRI's ass in person. I'm just saying, not like his bare ass, but it does not even come close to what Soy Pill is packing. Soy Pill has the most insane ass I've ever seen on a man. It is fucking insane. That guy is the most apple-bottomed man besides Nanners that I've ever seen. Nanners has a fat ass. People don't know this about Nanners, but he has a fat ass. That little guy is fucking packing heat. Okay. You guys didn't see it. I saw it every day. It was a plump ass, Nanners. What is Nanners up to, by the way? I don't even know. He has such an interesting life, man. Nanners has such an interesting life. He's such an interesting guy. He got really obsessed with 3D printing for like a few years. He has like a what do you call it? Like a particular kind of like RV. I don't know how much of this is public either, so I don't know. But he's just an interesting guy, man. He's a dad now, which is cool, really cool. Ivan with $5. You're my favorite bald streamer. I feel like you should have push harder on Destiny. Why didn't you attack him over his gameplay? Well, he definitely has a better shot than me, but it was just his skill tree in Arc Raiders was not optimal. Da Earney with $5 would have loved if you debated Sitch and Adam on one battle after another. They said it was terrible and leftist propaganda. I think a lot of people missed, the point of that movie. The point of the movie was not like, yay, leftist good. In fact, they made caricatures out of the leftist activists in that movie. Like the backdrop of the film is like insane polarization in the country. That's like the backdrop. And then the heart of the movie is this like father-daughter story. But they don't romanticize the lefties in that movie. So I feel like a lot of people missed the point. Now, like the filmmaker, I think, is for sure liberal, and I would say that the movie is like friendlier to the left-wing people, but they kind of made the lefties in that movie look fucking ridiculous. Like, what do you think Leo's character was all about? I don't like father-daughter movies. Hang on a minute. There's a lot of good father-daughter movies. Hang on just a goddamn minute. Hutch, take on the latest shooting by ICE officer in Minnesota. Also, have you seen the cringe photo op Bovino did LARPing as an SS officer? They're throwing away the dog whistle and just saying that. I think I know what you're talking about, but is it a new picture? I don't know much about the shooting last night. I thought the early reports were that somebody had like attacked an ICE agent with a shovel. Let me see if I can find a video about that. Was there anything on CNN covering the shooting last night? Person shot inlet here.
We are following the breaking news out of Minneapolis tonight. Another shooting involving federal officers. DHS says it was in self-defense during a targeted stop of an undocumented immigrant. CNN's Whitney Wild is on the scene right now, where there have been some explosions, it seems. There are crowds gathering. Whitney, can you tell us what's happening where you are? I think we're having trouble with Whitney's connection. We're going to try to reconnect with her. This is an active situation that's unfolding on the ground in Minneapolis. And like the scenes of ICE operations across the city over the last couple of days, it gets chaotic, and it gets chaotic very, very fast. Look, we don't know all the details. We were saying in the previous segment,
Hippie was 62 months, sucking on my titties like you wanted me, calling me all the time like Blondie. Check out my Chrissy behind. I'm fine all the time, like sex on the beaches. What else is in the teaches of peaches? Huh? What?
As we're coming back to the table while we wait for Whitney, the DHS says that this was a targeted enforcement operation and that the ICE officer was attacked. And I do think that that is exactly the type of situation.
Oh, I see what you did there. That was a reference to Nanners. He loved that song. I don't know what it is about that song, but he fucking loved that song.
That we want as few of those situations as possible to transpire. And yet it seems like all the time there are all kinds of interactions happening where ICE officers are put in danger. And I'm not sure if it's all just because of, you know, violent people attacking them. Sometimes it's also the tactics that I think are putting them at risk. With vehicle stops, which have been some reporting about how these vehicle stops are so dangerous.
Oh no, guys. The internet sleuths. They did their sleuthing. Oh no. I mean, we already knew, but like, oh no, you guys. Fucking collar's back on there. You just put the same fucking collar on. Oh no, guys. Enhance. Get AI to clean it up. Get some Adobe filters in there. I mean, it could just be a regular collar, right? But like, we obviously, I mean, it's whatever. I don't know. It's his fans gaslight like nobody else. Like, his fans gaslight more than like MAGA people, I swear to God.
And more of them are happening.
Tim Walz and Jacob Frost should make an offer to DHS. They should offer to repeal their ordinances of separation that in their sanctuary policies that prohibit local police and state troopers and state prosecutors from helping ICE in exchange for a prioritization that ICE is going to only go after people who have felony.
Yeah, let's negotiate with terrorists. That surely would not set a horrible precedent. If that happened, you guys, Donald Trump would immediately announce a surge of ICE agents in every city and state with sanctuary policies across the country. He would announce it like 5 minutes after they reached a deal like this.
Problems who have violent criminal past, who have other serious charges pending or have in their past. They ought to make them that offer. That's the way, if you want to make this work a lot better in the community, then the Democratic community leaders should offer to help. They should make this a collaborative effort.
I think they would take that deal, but I'm not sure the administration would take that deal.
So are you admitting then that ICE is not handling this appropriately?
I've just said I think they need to be learning. They need to be learning from their tactics, from mistakes as we go along.
Okay, but learning on the job does not mean shooting a woman point blank 3 times in the face and then calling her an effing B, which I can't say on TV, and having her bleed out.
I mean, sure you can. You know, Jake Tapper said fucking bitch when he was interviewing Kristi Noem on Sunday. And you can see she actually is like, whoa. You can see she was a little like taken aback by it.
With teddy bears in the car. How does that build trust? How does that make any of us safer? And how does that build the goodwill to do what Donald Trump would like to say that?
Sorry to interrupt you, but I'm going to try to go back to Whitney Wild, who's on the ground now. Whitney, can you hear me? Whitney, what's happening around you?
Yep. Okay, we are near 23rd and Lindale. It's not an exact location, but we're a couple blocks away. Sorry, it's a little hard to breathe because they just let off several flashbangs, multiple tear gas canisters that were coming off all around us. And at one point, it became so foggy that producer Meredith Edwards and I got separated from our photographer Jonathan Shearer. Things have calmed down a little bit now, but you'll see. Can you walk with me, John? Are you okay to walk or no? You want to stay here? Okay. You can't see just over my side here. There's still multiple.
You get popped in the leg or something? What happened to that guy?
Multiple federal agents and a growing crowd, very angry here, following them all around the neighborhood from what we've seen. This is all because what we know, according to the Department of Homeland Security, around 6:50 Central Time, law enforcement was conducting an operation where they say that they were going.
Gosvidani with $2. Articles of impeachment were filed for Noem. Doesn't mean much when we don't have the majority, but I mean, I definitely want to see multiple impeachments when we take back the majority in November. I will join you guys in like relentlessly criticizing Democrats. I will use the fucking stupid words like feckless. If I hear the word feckless one more time, I'm gonna lose it. We need to crack open a fucking thesaurus, okay? We can't just keep using that word, all right? We need different words. Jesus. Just 1,000 times a week I see the word feckless. It's like, God damn it. What's wrong with feckless? It's just overused. There's a lot of other words that you can use, but people get stuck on that one because they want to sound fancy. That's what it is. Let's be honest. Bezin with 11 months. 02.15. Already, this has been one hell of a year. Wait, what? No, 115. It's not February, bro. Are you okay?
Going after a specific target. And when they tried to approach that target, he ran, he jumped into a car, he fled in a vehicle and then crashed. Again, this is according to the Department of Homeland Security. Again, they're saying that in an attempt to evade arrest, the subject fled the scene in his vehicle and then crashed. And once law enforcement was able to catch up with that subject, they attempted to arrest that subject. He was fighting back while that officer and the subject were on the ground, apparently fighting, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Other people began attacking law enforcement. That's when the subject got loose and began striking the officer with a shovel or a broomstick. And that's when DHS says that the officer fired what they are calling defensive shots. They're now saying that that officer and the subject are in the hospital. The other two people.
Did we get more reporting on this? They were initially claiming that the officer was assaulted with a shovel. Do you like Talarico or Crockett more, and why? I like Talarico more for a couple of reasons. Number one, he's a man. No. Number one, he's I think his kind of nonpartisan populism could really resonate with Texas voters. I like that he's not super partisan because I think that can win in Texas. Texas is just a really tough state. And but there's an opening here because the primary voters in Texas, I think there's a decent chance they're going to nominate Paxton, and that guy is not the strongest candidate, and he's probably the weakest candidate for Republicans, and so there's an opportunity there. I like his sort of like we've talked about Talarico a lot, but like so I'm not religious. I don't practice Catholicism anymore. I don't believe in like the core tenets of Christianity, but I just feel like, but there's like a lot of people in the country that do practice some kind of denomination of Christianity. And I think it's like the majority of Americans. Isn't it like 60%? Yeah, it's about 62%. So, and I would imagine that it's actually a higher number in Texas. I wonder if we have data on that. They have a pretty enormous Black and Hispanic population, and they have as a percentage, like higher percentages of Hispanic and Black Americans are Christian compared with white Americans. People in Texas, religious landscape. What year is this? It's a Pew Research thing. 2023 to 2024. Christians, 67%. A little bit higher than the national average. So even though it doesn't appeal to me specifically, a kind of like scripture-based political messaging strategy, I think it will resonate with a lot of voters. And I like I just feel like for decades, the right has had a monopoly on Christianity. And it just shouldn't be like it should not be that way, by the way. It should not be that way. There are a lot of Democrats, normie liberals, who are Catholic, Protestant, Baptist, and so I think he delivers a really confident and coherent kind of pitch for like Christ's teachings. And it's just, it feels kind of novel to me, you know, like you see him up there and he's talking about like, you know, he's directly referencing scripture and the teachings of Christ to tie it to like liberal policies or progressive policies. And I'm like, fuck yeah. Like, yes, that is like, we need that. We need way more of that because there are so many Christians in this country. Like we need lib and lefty Christians setting good examples, like living the teachings and setting good examples, you know? We don't need any frauds, but we do need people that are earnestly, you know, practicing the principles that Christ like spoke about. Captain Ginyu with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Bezin with 5 gifted memberships. Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. Maple Cobra with 82 months. Regina with 2 Canadian. Don't be so feckless. Oh my god. Fucking. Do you guys agree with me? I mean, don't sugarcoat it. Do you guys agree with me though? Do you guys see what I'm saying? It's like the right has had such a monopoly on Christianity. Maybe I'm projecting here, but I feel like when we think about religious people in this country, I immediately think of the Republican Party because they're weaving scripture and biblical references and religion. They're weaving it into all of their messaging like really explicitly. And I don't think we need to do that, by the way. Like, I don't think Democrats need to do that, by the way. Because I do think there needs to be a separation of church and state. There needs to be some, you know, I don't want Democrats going up there and, for example, proposing legislation because it's in line with scripture. Like, that's not what I'm asking for. But we do need to start, like, chipping away at their advantage because, and to me, it's a slam dunk because, like, when I think of Christ, I'm thinking of stories of him breaking bread with prostitutes and tax collectors and talking about loving your enemy. And, you know, when I think about Christ, it does not align with where the right is at right now because their whole thing is just like cruelty. Like being as cruel as possible to people that they perceive to be enemies or super marginalized and vulnerable people like trans people. That is not at all what I was taught about Jesus fucking Christ. Okay? That is not at all. He was never cruel. You cannot find a single Bible passage of Jesus Christ being cruel to anyone. That was the whole thing. It was like radical kindness. Jesus had one rule and they break it all the time. Technically, he had 2 golden rules. Technically. Love your God and love your neighbor. So guys, I have a few staffers that work in DC, and one of them is Vishy, awesome part of our community in Twitch, and he is super opposed to a second shutdown. And so we're going to talk really briefly about why that is, because I am pro shutdown right now. Vishy, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. What's up, man?
How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Tired.
Yeah. Late nights?
No, I just have the worst sleep schedule ever, where I'm always tired.
Yeah.
I think it's okay. Shut down.
Yeah.
Here is my take. I don't think that ICE is weighed as heavily as ACA at a shutdown level or with the median voter. I think even though the popularity of abolishing it is going up, I think that is just on its face and not tied into a shutdown, right? I think, in my opinion, this is, if you start taking away people's wages again, ICE is still going to go on. They're going to classify all of them as essential. So now these people who are already getting $50,000, like $50,000 signing bonuses, all that stuff, they're still going to be getting that after. They're still good for right now. So now everyone's not getting paid. Services are getting delayed or just stopped, and they're still going to be doing their thing. They're still going to be going on. It's not like they're going to be like, oh, not essential anymore, right? So I don't think I think all it's going to do is hurt people, and it's still going to go on. ACA credits was so much more because it affects almost everyone. You can tie it into Obamacare, prices going up that they will affect right before midterms. But with ICE, they're still going to go on no matter what.
That's like a separate conversation, though. You're still against the shutdown, even if it's tied to ACA stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah. What's your thinking there?
I think right now just going to another shutdown when ACA, I think it's a lost cause. I think if you bring it up, it's not really as high as I think people. Open enrollment's already over. People are still gonna get hit. It's not like you can retroactively do it. So their prices are always gonna go up.
So hang on.
Yeah.
If I'm understanding you correctly, let's say let's give the optimistic hypothetical and say Democrats shut down, the politics are different this time around, and there's enough Republicans in the House and the Senate to reestablish the tax credits. You're saying the prices are already set for the entire year, or they couldn't.
In your optimistic hypothetical, if you could guarantee they get extended, do it.
Right, but you're saying that the prices of people's premiums for this year are already priced in for the rest of the year?
Yeah, they're already going up. I know people that have like $25,000 more, or they have to go, or they have to go out, or they have to go outside, or people are going to like stop doing it and they're going to private and having like their deductibles go up like 20,000 because the price compared to ACA is like they say fuck ACA. We're like, damn, our prices are already up. So people are already getting screwed over.
Wait, Chad, is this real? So you're saying that, like, so let's say like the government shuts down, and then 3 weeks from now, the Republicans, we pass something to reestablish the tax credits for fiscal year 2026. You're saying that the premiums would not go down?
I'm pretty sure it won't go down if it's already locked in. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. So I'm not going to say for sure, but I'm pretty sure we're just hoping. I don't know if it retroactively does it unless somehow ACA is like, or like these companies are like, yeah, sure, premiums are going down. But people are already leaving it or already changing their deductible or already going in. So unless they like try to force an open enrollment period, I think. I don't know. But yeah, that's why it's too late.
You know what? Honestly, yeah, I had no idea that was the case. And if that's the case, then yeah, I think I'm with you. Because what the fuck is the point of the shutdown?
Yeah, there's no you can't do ACA credits. You have to. What you want to do is probably campaign on passing it when you have the midterm.
Yeah.
You pass it when you have the majority, and then you say, "Oh, look, Senate's not doing it. We literally have it right here. It passed." Kind of, you can do it now, but when Dems have the majority, they can do a lot more and say, "Look, Senate, the onus is on them." Republicans are deliberately saying, "Hey, we don't want to give you health care." And let's say,
wait, hold on, real quick though. Like, wouldn't the premium prices be locked in by the time the next Congress is sworn in, or could they pass something right after they get sworn in?
Actually, yeah, you're right. It would be after they're sworn because it's January 20th.
Yeah, so this shutdown fight would be about extending it for next fiscal year, right?
For next fiscal year, but I don't think that's doable because, like you said about the indication of folding, they never, even though we got minor concessions, the reason we got that is because of the 10 people that went in to negotiate. Otherwise, they weren't going to fold. The only reason we got those concessions was because Maggie Hassan and co. were like, I'm just going to go, hey, we got to do something. Let's negotiate. But they have all of the high ground. And let's be honest here. Look what the Senate did like last night. They didn't pass the War Powers Act or the Venezuela Act or whatever because two people folded. Do we really expect people not to fold? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
The Republicans haven't been folding unless it's like Massey. He's not folding. He's just standing strong, right?
Yeah.
So but going back to the ICE thing, I think I still am going back and forth over tying it. I don't think it's weighed high enough. I still think but again, I think a lot of people are wanting to shut it down over ICE for primary focuses. Because I don't think it's still going to affect the general at all. It's just going to focus on who is voting yes to shut down the government. Do I want them to win their primary?
Yeah.
I don't think this has anything to do with like effects. I think it has to do with primaries.
Yeah.
Because again, if you do it 2-3 months, ICE is still going to be operating, right? Because they're going to be held essential. With ACA shutting it down and saying, no, you're extending the credits, that is a thing that could have worked. Or not could have worked, but like that's a thing that is feasible.
More plausible. Yeah.
Yes. But with ICE, they're still going to be wreaking havoc. And then you're still going to wreak havoc, and people are still going to get paid. We're still going to have all the same thing again with ICE still wreaking havoc, even easier, right? So I'm like, no, screw. I don't want to shut it down. I think with DeLauro, who is on appropriations, she's signaled that she likes the minibus right now because it takes away. Like I'm not sure. I can't say anything exactly, but there are some cuts that they got away. Like they said, we make sure that there's not major cuts to social services, and it funds the things we need of like the 3 agencies. Like I think it's agriculture, something else. I don't know. Unless there's like a major funding to like to ICE, I don't know. I like maybe if they have like a major like ICE funding bill, maybe because you got to fund DHS anyway, because ICE is just a pillar of DHS, but. I don't know.
Do you know what? There's also a political consideration here because, like, well, I mean, I guess it's all political, but like, in terms of intra-party politics in the Democratic Party, if you start a shutdown and then end it again without like big concessions, then you could really piss off. Like the Democratic voter base right now are definitely clamoring for another shutdown fight. And it's if you're gonna like evaluate like what would be worse politically for Democrats, not doing a fight in the first place or doing another fight without meaningful concessions, I'm not sure that the latter isn't worse. Like that might be worse.
That might be worse. Yeah, because the thing is, I think the base, if you don't shut it down here, are still going to vote in March or like November, depending on when your primary is, and are going to be out in arms to vote and try to flip the House and Senate.
Yeah,
I think what they're saying is who's going to be their quote unquote fighter. And I don't think not fighting for a shutdown means you're not a fighter. I think it just shows that you want to fight for November, like you want to fight next year and still pass stuff that would help, like reversing one big beautiful bill. That's still things people need to do. Maybe like, and you control the budget, right? Next year, if you have the Senate, if you have the House, then you could gut ICE funding. You can gut it in your budget.
Right.
So I
think people want results right now, but
and they're not going to be results. I'm like with ICE. I think it's. I'm not going to like say it's delusional or anything. I think it's just wishful thinking that you think you're going to get concessions again, especially with ICE, which is I think Republicans care more about ICE and immigration right now than they do healthcare. Like this is one thing where like have you seen a single Republican official condemn the shooting of Renee Good, or at least say like what's happening here? Not like a Republican elected official. I don't think I heard one. But you have seen people with ACA be like, hey, we got to do something with healthcare.
Yeah. They
are standing 10 toes down on ICE. I don't see a way that they'd be budging on that. And also, we already saw that during the shutdown, the Republicans like literally probably broke Hatch Act and changed all of the Republican the agencies to say Democrats shut down the thing to protect illegal immigrants. Imagine you do that with ICE.
Yeah, I think
Like,
I think the pushback there would be that there's so much momentum right now in this moment against ICE that you could argue that like you're just sort of looking to where the wind is blowing, and yeah, I think the argument would be if there was ever a time to do a shutdown fight tied to ICE reforms.
It would have to be now.
It would have to be now, you know, like because they have to make a
Yeah.
decision here in the next couple of weeks if they're gonna do another shutdown fight. I mean, I don't think they will. Are they going to?
And
It doesn't seem like they're signaling.
No,
that they're
right now it doesn't seem. I think it's
Yeah.
going to be a minority of the current minority. Like Van Hollen is going to vote now, I think, but I don't know if like the Senate Democrats want to go about it again. Republican, like if you want to talk about politically, I don't mind if the entire House votes no, because fuck it, what do you have to lose? You're going to lose anyway, right? Just vote no, and then you can signal to your voters you're fighters, and then let the Senate deal with it.
yeah.
Because
Yeah.
that's if you want to talk about politically. But I still don't think we should. And if you do shut it down, I actually don't know. I feel like I should know. I think if you do shut it down on the 30th, I don't know if you get paid for January. Because then if you do get paid for January, shut it down until the next pay period. Why not? See what happens, right? But I don't know. I think with Social Security, their casework got backed up so much that right now people are still waiting to hear back from Social Security because they're still catching up from the last shutdown.
Oh,
So
wow. Okay.
I think people
Yeah.
are still like forgetting how much a shutdown affects like everyday people, like, and not this whole thing Pisco got mad at about what, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like he got mad about the how are people going to get affected thing. I mean, like just at the grassroots level about how government works, that shutdown slows down a lot of stuff. And ICE, I'm sorry, I don't know if that is the right time to shut the government over. I hate ICE. I want it abolished. Let's make that clear. I think it has to be a fight into when you have the majority and you can just start gutting the hell out of the budgets and doing hearings, et cetera, et cetera. But right now we don't have the majority, and I want to make sure we can just fucking roll them on in November. And I think we kind of hurt our chances if we shut it down.
Well, you've given me something to think about here. I don't know if you've fully persuaded me, but those are certainly a few angles that I hadn't thought of before. Yeah.
I know I am in the minority, like on the shutdown thing. However, I don't know. Like, I just feel this is just like I don't think we've seen a lot of polling directly on Like, have we seen? Do you want the government to shut down over ICE polling rather than abolish ICE polling? Because maybe if I see the polling and I see like even like Republicans want the government to shut down until ICE is there, I'd say it's a different story. But right now, I think it's just a bunch of Democrats who are going to vote anyway because of how bad the Trump admin is. Want to shut it down. Because
I mean, abolishing ICE is, you would expect that the polling would be similar, because the polling for abolishing ICE, even though there was a massive surge, it's still like 42 support, 50 oppose. So it's still technically an unpopular position to abolish ICE. Now you don't need to tie abolishing ICE to a budget. You can do massive reforms. You can mandate longer training periods. You know, maybe cut the salary, cut the bonus. You know, that kind of stuff. But
because also I think again for November you need Republicans to flip places, right? That's the only way we can do it. And I don't know if the entire Republican electorate are going to want to shut down over ICE, even though they may hate what's happening. You see a lot of people like, I really don't like what's happening. I think ICE is going too far, but they're like staunch Republicans that are going to vote Republican no matter what. Right. Yeah. So like, it could be one of those things like you see a lot of Republicans like, I don't like this, and that, but I'm never voting Democrat in my life kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
So it could be fuck ICE, but I'm never voting Democrat. So I'm just getting all of this stuff in mind. I'm like, the way I weigh everything, I see it as a net negative for us in the long run if we shut the government down over like just ICE training or something like that.
Yeah, maybe you're right now, but I wonder if that's different in 2 weeks. You know, like let's say 2 more people get shot, 3 more people get shot, 4 more people. Then you know.
That would probably go into my calculus and be like, hey, never mind, this is going way too far. Shut this shit down. We can't exactly. I think if 2 weeks from now things change, I'll change my opinion. I am not like right now I'm vehemently against it, but that doesn't mean I'm like 10 toes down no matter what.
Right. Yeah. All right, man. I appreciate that.
All
That's
right.
good. You gave me some stuff to think about.
Bet. All right, good talk. If you want to talk again, let me know.
Hey, take it easy, buddy. Get some sleep.
Take it easy. Will do.
Some people in YouTube chat were saying some stuff that like, I don't know, I get a little triggered. Cheesy, I know you're not being crazy here. You triggered me a little bit when you said it's the only way we can fight. If you don't fight the only way you can, how can you still be a fighter? I don't agree with that at all. That's the only way we can fight? I don't agree with that at all. I think the best way that Democrats can fight right now is to position themselves as strongly as possible to win big majority in the House in November and potentially even take the Senate, which is a very, very tall order, to be clear, but not impossible. Not impossible, man. Definitely not. I get triggered because it's like people are like, well, you got to fight. You're just afraid to fight. And it's like, well, have you ever thought about like not running straight at a thing? There's different ways to fight. And one of the ways that you fight is through political wins, through winning public persuasion, winning that contest, setting yourself up for future success. We are not that far removed from the midterms. Like it's going to fly by, you know, November's going to come along. We're going to be like, what the fuck? That's why I'm a big, like, fuck the voters guy. Not the most popular position online. Online, it's like, it's just nothing but populist brain rot online. And in my mind, it's like, it's the opposite. It's like, fucking voters. Fucking voters are so fucking stupid. Like the Democratic voter base right now are not in a healthy place, I think. And the politicians are in a really tricky spot because the base is demanding things that are not in step with where the rest of the country's at. Spoken like a true liberal elite. Yep. I am literally that guy, you know. A fucking middle-aged white podcaster from Los Angeles saying fuck the voters. Like, I'm that guy, you know. It's just, it is what it is. I didn't choose my lot in life. It just kind of turned out this way. I think we should be patient and strategic. And I think, unfortunately, it's the case that, excuse me, I think that the Democratic voter base are having a hard time accepting that the voters gave Republicans control of government for 2 years, and we've just started year 2. We still have another year to go. And our options are really quite limited. We do not have the ability to force compliance from the Republican Party, especially one this intransigent. Especially one this intransigent. It's just, we have another year, guys, and they're going to do bad stuff. I think the Congress is quite limited right now. I mean, they're still going to like nominate judges and confirm judges, and that's not great. But they're not going to do another big legislation. It's very unlikely they're going to do another big reconciliation bill. There have been like 24 Republican politicians that have come out and said that they don't think that they have the votes to do another like bill along that line. and Trump is going to do bad stuff for the next 3 years, you know, and so we're right now, like, the Democratic Party and Democratic Party aligned groups are using the tools at their disposal to check the president through lawsuits and court cases, and it's like mainly the judiciary that's checking Trump right now, not on everything. I mean, and the Supreme Court, I think, is handed down friendly rulings to the administration 90% of the time. So, but there have certainly been a lot of lower courts that have checked the administration in meaningful ways, and so that's really those are the tools at our disposal. And this idea that a prolonged shutdown fight. Somebody else in YouTube chat mentioned we got to make it hurt for MAGA voters, and it's like, okay, what you're proposing though, a 2-month shutdown, a 3-month shutdown, a 4-month shutdown, that is not just going to hit MAGA voters, okay? That's not going to be a surgically targeted strike. Do people realize that if you do, say, for example, a 6-month shutdown, do people realize that that could literally lead to a recession? Do you guys know how many people are contracted by the federal government every year? It's fucking millions, bro. I think, right? How many people work for companies that are contracted to do work for the federal government? $3.7 million people. And then that has a run-on effect, you know, that has a run-on effect. So you all of a sudden 3.7 million people, their income is threatened. They're spending less money in their communities, which means revenues for local businesses, those go down. They cut jobs. We're talking potentially like millions of job losses. For a prolonged shutdown. Which is worse, recession or falling into authoritarianism? If you could articulate to me a coherent argument for the recession leading to us avoiding a sort of backslide into authoritarianism, then of course I would, like, it would just be another trolley problem situation there. But so far, nobody has done that to satisfy me. Because the value that the only kind of value that is, well, there's two things here. Like, the first thing is there are some people that are suggesting, this is what IRI said, there are some people suggesting that the Republican Party will be forced to fold. So again, that there's no indication that this is the case. People accuse me of being vibes based, but like there's no indication that they would fold on big concessions. And number two, the argument that they give is, well, the longer a shutdown goes on, the more people will just blame Republicans. And I don't think people are really quite considering the actual consequences of a prolonged multi-month shutdown. We are talking about potentially millions of job losses. We are talking about, for sure, we're talking about shrinking the GDP. And we are potentially talking about a full-on recession, which will impact literally everybody. That is, now we're just like, it's just chaos. And I don't know. There's another part of me too that's like, why are we even spending a lot of time talking about this? This is not going to happen, guys. Let me just put this out there right now, okay? All right? We can do all the debates in the world about this. Like, would it be a good idea? Would it not? This is not going to happen. The Senate are not going to keep the government shut down for 6 months. It isn't going to happen. Not in a million years, okay? They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. It is not going to happen. Not going to happen. They're not going to do it. They're never going to do that. Ever, 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 ever. This reminds me of a conversation of like, maybe we should prosecute Joe Manchin's daughter for tax crimes to try to get Manchin to, it's like one of those conversations because it's not going to happen. These senators do care about their constituents and they don't want to do something that could potentially make a bunch of their constituents destitute, unemployed, and starving. They're not going to do it. It isn't going to happen. Stop, please. Please stop. Short-term shutdown, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think I'm still with you. Even after talking to Vishy, I think I'm still with you. There's like political considerations, and I think I'm still with you there. A 3-month shutdown, a 4-month shutdown, a 6-month shutdown. Stop it. Stop, stop, stop. Be serious. Be grown-ups. It's not going to happen. Please stop. This is like the general strike or the revolution LARP. Please stop. Not going to happen. They're not going to do it. Why short-term? You would never do a short-term strike. Well, I don't know if you were in the chat, but there's definitely potentially political benefits to a short-term shutdown. You raise awareness of issues. You define your party by that action. In doing that action, people then see the Democratic Party as the party that is fighting to reform ICE or bring healthcare costs down. Dazvidania with $2. Staffer versus staffer. Dazvidania says, so you're saying I won. Yeah, I don't know if Vishy convinced me that we shouldn't do a shutdown fight, but I didn't know, for example, that you can't change the healthcare premiums for 2026. I didn't know that those are locked in. Yeah. I think IRI is right on this one. The longer the shutdown, the more pain, obviously, but most non-engaged normies will blame who's in charge, not ambivalently blame both sides. But what did you get for that? Would they already blame Republicans? They already do. If they were to do another short-term fight about ICE and then the numbers like swing me even more in our favor, they already blame them in a short shutdown fight. So what have you actually gotten by doing a 6-month fight instead of a 2-month fight? But like IRI's position, just to be clear, he didn't even have a strong opinion on a prolonged, potentially hypothetical like 6 months fight because he thinks that these are must-pass bills and we have enough leverage to force compliance from them. That's his position. I don't think that that's accurate. You get a bigger midterm victory. I find that to be just so dubious. I find that to be so fucking dubious. If we were to go into a recession and the Republican Party was refusing to budge, you can't see millions of Americans being like, dude, I don't have a job. I don't know how I'm going to pay rent next month. I cannot feed my family. I actually don't even care about the political fight anymore. This has to end. You can't see millions of people coming to this conclusion where it's no longer about like, yeah, I want Dems to really stick. Do you really think most of the country is gonna support the Here's the question. Okay? If the GDP shrinks and unemployment skyrockets and a recession occurs, do you think that the American public is going to support the Democrats digging their heels in, or do you think they're going to want the Democrats to fold? That's your language, not mine. Fold or whatever. Just to vote to pass a budget to open the government again. Do you really think the broad American electorate are going to be like, well, I don't know how I'm going to feed my fucking kids, but let's keep this one going? That is fucking delusional to me. That is fantastically delusional. Hutch, you can't see millions of people getting mad at the party currently in power. They're not even gonna, my point is, Cheesy, they're not even gonna look at the politics of a situation beyond a certain point and beyond a certain amount of pain. They're not even gonna think about the politics at that point. It's gonna be millions of people in survival mode that are desperate. All they're going to be thinking about is, this needs to stop. I think you guys have, sorry, I'm generalizing. I think some of you guys have this fantasy that the country is primed to I'm not very articulate. I don't know how to say what I'm thinking right now. I think the country is like definitely pissed off right now at the Republican Party. But I don't think the country, if you gave them the choice right now, if you told them, would you support the government shutting down for 6 months with Democrats making demands of this, this, and this? What do you think the numbers would be for that polling? I'm just so curious. What percentage of the country do you think, if you ask them right now, would you support a 6-month shutdown? What percentage of them do you think would say yes? I'm so curious what you guys think. Okay. All right, guys. That shit is maybe like 5%. And you guys are like 70%. Like, that shit is not even going to be double digits. You guys are delusional. I love you. You're my boys. You're my boys. I love you. You guys are my boys. You are delusional if you think the public would support that. She just
the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today or he wanted to hear in the meeting, to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't.
Lawson with $20. Hey, Hutch, super chat is to soy and won't send me this? Huh? You want me to send $20 to soy? Is that what it is?
In Venezuela. That's all.
Subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations?
You are fucking delusional if you think even 20% of the country would support a 6-month shutdown, you guys. You've lost your mind.
The two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE, and I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country, and there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year, and that's their intention, and that is their goal.
Elizabeth. Thank you, Caroline. One follow-up on Greenland. You reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question. Yesterday, in a Senate help hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe.
Bro, this Greenland shit is fucking crazy.
His goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all very much.
Because I am a woman who is pregnant. A trans man can get pregnant. This is not fucking rocket science. That's how people need to answer that question. They think it's like this big gotcha. We'll go back because apparently she got really grilled on Renee Good. But when conservatives are like, what is a woman? You say an adult human female. Can women get pregnant? Cisgendered women, or can men get pregnant? Cisgendered men cannot get pregnant. Transgender men can get pregnant. That's it. That's all you got to do. It's not fucking complicated. Or you could just say something like, you know, anyone with what would you say, like functional female sex organs in a womb? I don't know how you could phrase it, but like just answer the question plainly. I think like what they're doing when they do that is like they're trying to set this trap because I don't know if I can articulate why, like, what the trap is, but they're trying to set this trap, and all you got to do is just get particular with it. Like, no, obviously, cisgendered men cannot get pregnant. Obviously, trans men can get pregnant. You know, not all trans men, right? Because if you wait, hang on, I don't even know if you transition female to male and you do hormone therapy, does that eliminate your ability to become pregnant? I actually don't even know. All you got to do really is ask whether by man they're referring to gender identity or sex. Oh, that's another good way to do it. Yeah. There's ways to navigate this question, and I feel like so many liberal people and left-wing people, when they're like put on the spot, they don't want to say anything that's going to like upset anybody, but like you can just speak very plainly about this, you know. Polls here showing support for shutdowns from the last shutdown sat at 40 to 50% support for non-compromising shutdowns. What does that even mean? Wait, what? The first part of this poll says a majority of Americans are at least somewhat concerned about the shutdown and its impact on services. For the statement, I worry changes in the federal government could cause delays in services I rely on, such as Social Security payments or student aid. 49% say they totally agree. 33% say they totally disagree. Between the people that are very concerned about the impact on essential services, between very concerned and somewhat concerned, it's 63% of Americans. There's a good deal. I mean, this feels super relevant. It's true that like a higher share of Americans place either a great deal or a fair amount of blame on the Republicans, but also similarly high number of Americans place the blame on Democrats. I mean, this is, I don't know if this poll you were linking me was supposed to strengthen the argument for a 6-month shutdown, but this is not great. This means, well, this implies that there's a lot of people in the country that would blame both parties equally. Americans less likely to blame President Trump, more likely to blame Democrats in Congress compared to 2018. These are definitely higher shares of people that would blame Republicans or Trump. But also, compared to relative to 2018, a higher share of people that would blame Democrats. I don't know. I don't think we should spend a lot of time talking about this anymore. It's not going to happen. It isn't going to happen. It's not going to happen. This is like the general strike, guys. This is like the general strike. That's what this is. People call for the general strike. That's not going to happen. There's no appetite for that. It isn't going to happen. Never say never. I mean, listen. If the Trump administration mows down 24 people in Minneapolis tonight, maybe you could get an appetite for a general strike. Maybe. I'm not even so sure then. So this gets really spicy apparently. I do have to use the restroom. I'm going to play the video that has not been uploaded yet, so you guys are getting a sneak peek. But many of you guys probably already saw this, but this is highlights from my conversation with from Sitch and Adam about the Minneapolis shooting. Let me play this. I will use the restroom. I will come back and we'll watch the spicy exchange in today's press briefing.
I think her actions far more responsible for creating the situation than him simply walking around the car, which he has every right to do.
I mean, you bring up a good point. I mean, he clearly did not assess her to be some kind of terroristic threat if he stepped in front of her car. The responsibility is way more on him, bro.
That is 100% not true.
For somebody that receives training, extensive training for these exact situations, you don't think that he has a higher burden of standard in this spot?
When you get behind the wheel of a car and you're going in a direction, it is always your responsibility to make sure no one is going to possibly get hit by you.
We're talking about law enforcement protocol. You will not find a single protocol anywhere in this country.
Don't stand in front of a vehicle you think is going to take off.
Yes, because why would they do that? It's obvious why you would not step in front of it.
They don't want to get hit, obviously.
Exactly.
Yes.
So he literally created the dangerous situation that he will use as a justification to use that weapon.
Okay, so what are your general argument or thoughts about the whole situation?
So I actually watched some of your coverage from Sunday night. I watched the first hour, and so I don't know if you guys, how long did you guys end up covering it? It was like a 6-hour stream. Did you move on to a different topic?
The full 6 hours, yeah.
Oh, you talked about the full 6. Okay, so you might, I'm sure you said a lot of stuff that I missed, but I actually don't think I disagree with you guys a ton. There's like some disagreements, and I assume we'll just focus on that stuff, but I don't disagree with the assertion right now that I'm skeptical that there's like a legal avenue to pursue like consequences for this police officer. We've seen just.
So you think legally he's not going to get charged, or if he does get charged, he'll be found innocent?
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to finish watching a Legal Eagle video where he was making a different kind of argument there. So I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not familiar with the law. I'm just basing it off of the fact that in America, we've seen juries give like really wide leeway to police officers to assert that they felt like a threat to their life. And I think there's like enough in the videos to create just as much kind of wiggle room that he needs to make that argument.
Damn it. So apparently from the last video,
I think that like what I've focused on
was
in the last couple of days
microphone like
is
because it makes me look a little so like a man.
What I described as a cascading series of just
Hutch.
really bad decisions that the police officer made.
This guy's a 16-year-old.
She certainly made
and one of the best snipers on YouTube, in my opinion.
Very bad decision by
and I got something else on my mind,
after they had
I see you throwing down all these challenges. Well, I got one for you. You and me. One-on-one.
Made a really bad decision in encouraging her to drive off.
And guess what? There's your YouTube channel. So if anybody wants to post a message on his profile saying, hey, you and Hutch accept the
shooting would not have happened had that officer not made about like 5
not look like
different
a pedophile, Chuck
mistakes.
Norris, Vietnam veteran.
So I do put most of the responsibility on him as the one with training in terms of who could have prevented this from happening. Obviously, she could have prevented it by not driving when she did, but I think his decisions, I think our standards for him should be much higher, given that we give these people firearms and trust them to use lethal force when necessary. I think the threshold for that should be extremely high. So I don't know if that's where you guys want to start, or if you guys want to.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so I watched the Legal Eagle video. It's not very good, so you're not really missing much. I mean, Legal Eagle is very biased, so I don't really trust him in really in any situation, because I don't think he can put his biases aside to actually talk about the law correctly or objectively. In terms of like the bad decisions, I would say there's been bad decisions all around in this situation. I think most of these situations where you have a cop shooting that is kind of, whether people argue whether it's justified or not, usually seems to me that you have the person who gets shot is doing something stupid, and then the cop is probably also doing something stupid. And I said this on Sunday, that you should never get in a stupid off with a police officer, because you're almost always going to lose that. Very often you're going to lose it with your life, and then even if you don't, you're probably going to lose it in court, because as you said, courts generally in the law generally gives a pretty large amount of leeway for law enforcement to engage people in this fashion. So the number one thing I think people need to take away from this is don't get into stupid offs with police officers. Don't be stupid. Just comply, do whatever they're saying, fight the police officers in the courts, do not fight or in law enforcement. Do not fight law enforcement on the street. It's like the worst possible thing you could ever say. I don't know if you saw Hassan arguing with Asman about this, and Asman asked Hassan, what would you have done if you were in Renee Good's situation? And he said, I would have driven away too, which is like, you're telling your chat to just like be in this very dangerous situation.
I mean, I don't think he would have. I really doubt.
No, it's completely, he's lying too. He would have been like, oh yes, officer, let me get out of my expensive sports car and like give you my information, of course.
Yeah, I don't think he would drive away. Adam, what were your thoughts?
What'd you say?
I said, Adam, what were your thoughts? Is Adam there? Am I crazy?
Adam leave.
Wait, did he leave?
I don't know.
Oh,
but
okay.
Here, let me finish. In terms of like the responsibility angle of it. So I think she made a lot of bad decisions. First of all, she shouldn't have been blocking a lane of traffic, which you're not supposed to do. It's illegal. Then once she's doing that, and the guy tells her, to get out of the car, she doesn't do that. So that's a second, huge mistake. And I don't agree with people who think that her intention was to like run this guy over. We're all doing kind of mind reading because we don't really know. I think that she just kind of went into like panic blinders mode and didn't really pay attention to what she was doing and was just like, I'm just going to get out of here. And she was just driving. And that's super dangerous, because when you're behind a car, it's your responsibility to make sure you don't hit anyone. And when you have 3 people around your car, including your wife, and it's like, kind of a tense law enforcement situation, you should, be very aware, you should be very cognizant of the people around you. If he was behind her when that happened, I think she would have just backed up right into him, because I don't think she looked when she backed up either. So I think she just kind of went in full panic mode and started to drive without really any consideration of the people around her, which is insanely dangerous if you're behind the wheel of a car, and you as a driver always have responsibility to do that. So I think her responsibility and her actions were insanely reckless and very stupid. And then for the officer, he obviously
presenting the cold, refreshing mountains of
hindsight. He should either not have walked in front of the car,
symbol of all the good natural ingredients that go into bush, symbol of all the good natural taste that pours out. Always smooth and natural and refreshing. Bush after bush after bush. So don't just reach for a beer. Head for the mountains.
Hours later.
Look, you know what I think we need to do? I think we need to democratically reform Tangia. I'm willing to shut down the stream for as long as it takes to force concessions. We need to take a vote. Again, listen. It's not that I don't appreciate the, you know, like $35 a month that I get from Tangia, okay? It's not that I don't appreciate it. But let's be honest, it's more for you guys than it is for me. Be honest. Okay? You know, Sham pointed out that the $35 was a lie, right? How much do I make from Tangia every month? Can you even tell? All I know is like every few days I get an email. It's like $3.25 was deposited to your account from Tangia. At least 1K? Shut the stop. Hang on. How do you even...
It looks like...
Okay, so... all time... it's less than $35, you fucking idiots. Oh wait, no, hold on. The bits. Is it even counting the bits? All-time Tangia earnings, it's about $689. And this is for like a year and a half. That's what it says, right? I'm looking at it right here, okay? All time is 568,000 bits. Which translates to, well, using their math, is $689. But wait, that doesn't seem right. Hang on. Because 1,000 bits is $10. So 500,000, quick math, would be more like $1,000, plus Twitch takes their cut, plus Tangia takes their cut. So no, this is about right. No, that isn't right at all. I'm telling you, I'm looking right at, it says all time, 568,000 bits, $689. No, that's not this year. It's all time. The last 7 days has been 1,712 bits. Show us your screen. I can't because it shows the last 4 digits of my routing number. And I don't want to do that. Well, this is a little confusing because it says the last seven days are 1,700 bits, but it only says it translates to... Okay, hang on. Wait. Hang on.
I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
Hang on. Maybe I am reading this wrong. Because it says for the last 7 days, it says 1,712 bits / 60 cents. Multi-platform. I don't know what that means. 560,000 bits is 5,600, Hudge. No. That ain't true. 1,000 bits is $10. $560 times 10 would be... Oh, what the fuck? Okay. That makes more sense. That would be $5,600. But then also, so again, Tangia takes a portion of it, and then Twitch takes a portion of it. Right? How much? Hold on. What percentage of bits do Twitch take as their cut? Or is that already priced in by the time you guys give me, like if you guys give me 1,000 bits, is it already priced in at that point, or do they take a cut on top of that?
Holy shit, I'm gonna come.
So if you guys give me 1,000 bits, that's just $10 for me. Is that what it is? Okay. Well then, yeah. So for all time, it would be 5,600 bits. But how long have we been doing Tangia, guys? So if you do, I'm gonna say 2 years. Would you say 2 years? 2.5 years? I'm gonna say 2.5 years, which would be 30 months. So 30 divided by. No, sorry. It would be 5,600 divided by 30 translates to. Okay, I was wrong. It's about $186 a month. All right, you know what? It's not. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. That's not nothing. It's not nothing. What percentage of that is the Joe Biden, we finally beat Medicare? I'm going to say that's like 20% of my Tangia revenue is you guys playing the most painful political clip ever. Remember when you weren't going to get sidetracked today? Yes, I do remember. Yes. All right. So she took a tough question, apparently.
Or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are.
Did you see that?
The president said yesterday that Delcy
is gravel over that basic gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and with common sense. And I think, frankly, but we are certainly. Sure.
What can...
Isn't there always a lot to talk about?
What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway?
I forward to this remark. As for with Ms. Rodriguez and other...
He's not a target of the investigation yesterday.
This week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation.
Mira said this guy gambled his life away. And he complains about free money. What is going on here? It's not free. I do pay a price. I do pay a price. Oh, Mira didn't say that? What did Mira say? How many times have you turned Tangia off, Hutch? Meaning... Oh, you mean like... You know what? But like 99% of the time there, I do it. It's not intentional. That's true. Technically, some of you guys have spent money and no Tangia was sent. I do apologize for that.
Oh no. Anyway.
To continue.
And regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the 1970s?
Okay.
Did track home as a support employee, Jackie?
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified?
Yeah, I don't know much about that story. There was a Washington Post journalist who had her home raided by the FBI. That is pretty fucking insane, but I don't know much about that story.
Should be illegal of this
an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president. Executions remain on the table for the details about their conversation
to leave Venezuela.
This stated timetable for
Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look,
what would it take for Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act in Minneapolis or Minnesota? Pretty relevant question.
That's only a question, frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers who are
just the worst time for that, Tangia, because that shit is crazy. I'm not gonna Fed post here. I will say that you guys know me. Like I'm that guy that's gonna tell you guys to make good decisions. I do not. I would never encourage anyone to like do acts of violence against like law enforcement. And I'm gonna leave it at that. I will leave it there.
Encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level.
It's kind of similar logic to like 2020, where I think back then I was saying something like, I don't co-sign rioting or would never encourage rioting or burning down police departments or anything like that. And also, what does the administration expect is going to happen when they were doing what they were doing back then at the time? You do get to a point where it's like, well, you know, how much of this are you responsible for? Like, how much violence are you yourself responsible for by provoking public? Which that's what it obviously looks like. It obviously looks. Why are we even saying looks? It's obviously the case that the current Trump administration are provoking violence intentionally in Minneapolis. So if shit pops off in Minnesota, there, you do get to ask the question, like, well, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen when you did all this, you know?
And it's truly shameful that now for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them, you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats...
Who does she think elects these politicians who implement sanctuary policies? She's like, oh, they're taking the local public, the local population hostage. If the local population really felt like sanctuary policies were making their neighborhoods less safe, don't you think those politicians would have been voted out? That's not what we see. What we see with communities, in communities where sanctuary policies are in effect, is that they support these policies. That's what we see. If they really thought that they was like turning their cities into war zones, those Democrats would be voted the fuck out, and you would have Republicans sitting in mayor seats and governorships all over the country.
Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Yesterday, Caroline.
Go ahead, John.
Thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one more.
Sure.
On the labor secretary. She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary.
In Minneapolis, Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken? If there's a desire from Walz, they're saying to de-escalate what's happening there.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago, and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic...
Reportedly, guys, I don't know if you guys saw the reporting for this, but Mamdani and Trump have been privately texting since their Oval Office visit. That's a good thing, by the way. That's a good thing, by the way. I'm not complaining about that. That's a good thing, by the way. We want, like, listen, we stand handsome, charming politicians who can manipulate people at the highest levers of power. Mamdani is a fucking human cheat code, bro. This guy, at basically every step of the way, impressed me more and more. I was definitely skeptical of him in the beginning. I saw the potential there. I liked the production value in his videos, and I thought that the Democrats could do well, or would do well, to copy paste some of his tactics and messaging. But I was definitely skeptical in the beginning. There's a lot of old clips that are like, I don't know about some of those older clips of him like seizing the means of production, stuff like that is like, well, I don't know about that. But like every step of the way, this guy has just demonstrated himself to be so capable. It just blows my mind that, to me, in my mind, the proposal to do universal childcare, like subsidized childcare for New York City dwellers, that was always, to me, the most aspirational goal. That was always like the biggest. I said it on the podcast like 5 times. I'm like, I don't know if he's going to be able to do everything on his agenda. The childcare thing seems like it has no chance. Governor Hochul strongly indicated that she's not willing to raise taxes because she doesn't want like capital flight to states like Florida. And then within the first 2 weeks, he's doing a joint press conference with Hochul where they unveil a plan to pursue that agenda. He convinced her to use existing revenues to pursue this proposal. What? That guy tackled the fucking most ambitious thing on his agenda in the first 2 weeks, got Hochul to get on board, and now Hochul's pursuing it for the entire fucking state. That was the one thing the governor and he agreed 100% on. Wait, no, not initially. She said she was not going to raise taxes. Which she isn't, by the way, but like when people asked her about, maybe I'm missing some context here. Because my understanding was like, he was talking about the childcare proposal. He was talking about doing like a 1-2% tax on billionaires to fund the childcare proposal. She was asked about that. She said unequivocally, we are not interested in raising taxes for corporations and billionaires. And so instead of doing that, I don't know where she's getting these other revenues from. I don't really know where that money's coming from. But
hours later.
There's some context, but you are correct. Her not wanting to raise taxes. What when the conversation shifted to using existing money, they were on the same page. But I'm saying she was not proposing this thing until he made it a thing. And so even though she was the one,
disengage is not possible. You want to employ the principle of gun.
What the? Even though technically it's her proposal, it was his efforts that brought that policy to the forefront, into the discussion. I mean, that's just crazy. I know there's probably some people in the YouTube chat that don't like Mamdani, maybe, but like, surely you guys would agree that's really fucking impressive. All right, guys, Jesus, that's really fucking impressive. He's making other Democrats look bad is what's happening here. If you're like a super lefty person, you got to be super happy with him. Because how many times do politicians make promises and run on a bold agenda and then they get elected and then they run into the system and, you know, they're constrained. This guy in the first fucking 2 weeks tackled the most bold thing on his agenda. That's kind of, I mean, listen, you have way more, I think you have way more space to pursue your agenda, or you have more opportunity to execute on your agenda if you're the mayor of a deep blue city in a deep blue state. That's a totally different set of, that's a totally different political structure and positioning within said structure. And so it's easier for someone like him to get his stuff done than it is for like a senator who runs on Medicare for all. It's like a totally different dynamic, but nonetheless, it's like crazy impressive. And then now this guy, we find out that this guy is like, he has like a secret like text message relationship with Donald Trump. That relationship that they have could enormously benefit New York City people. So I'm convinced that this guy is like a fucking savant. I'm convinced that this guy is a fucking savant, like a political savant. All right, sorry. Anyways.
Shooting many months ago, and Governor Walz with the
There's EA saying today that he's trying to get
on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken? If there's a desire from Walz, they're saying to de-escalate what's happening there.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago, and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis.
This shit is not going to work, man. This is like, put this in the column of making the argument for social media being a net positive. We've seen too many videos at this point. Everybody has phones. They all pull out their phones when they see ICE in these neighborhoods now. These are really tight-knit communities. These ICE officers are being monitored everywhere they go. And we've seen too many examples of them like tackling a fucking 17-year-old and like from Target, like in a Target uniform. And so they're just, I don't think they're going to get away with, I don't think that this shit is going to work. When they say like, oh, you don't want us to pick up pedophiles, like that I don't think is going to fly anymore. I think they're just flailing at that point. If that was the case, again, I said this yesterday, but like if that was the case, if the public felt confident that ICE was targeting pedophiles, gang members, rapists, violent criminals, nobody would have an issue. But we've all seen the fucking videos, clear as day. They dropped that kid off, bro. They tackled the kid at Target who was talking shit, which is legal, but not making any effort to assault ICE. This one fucking thug ass, punk ass bully who looked like he was 7'2", was pursuing this like 5' nothing 17-year-old kid at Target, tackled him to the ground, They roughed his ass up and they didn't even arrest him. They dropped him off 8 miles away from Target. How the fuck was he supposed to get to where he needed to go? There's too many videos of this shit happening. So the administration, they can try this shit where it's like, this is who we're going after. This guy fucked a 12-year-old, and this guy killed a grandma, and this guy killed a white woman, and you know. Wait, is everybody on this paper a minority? Is that what I'm looking at? There's no white people on this picture. Jesus Christ. I don't even think there's a white woman. Where? She looks vaguely Filipino, maybe? The people are, you know, that's again, put this in the, like, add this to the list of like arguments that you could make to suggest that social media is a net positive. Is just the people monitoring ICE and just uploading the video that they record, and everybody can see what's happening. These people are terrorizing communities, and the public is turned on ICE.
And of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all...
God bless America, bro. We don't live in Iran where they can just shut the internet off. God bless this fucking country.
Illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of...
They can't do shit. They can't do shit to stop people from monitoring ICE agents. They can't do shit about it. They can terrorize neighborhoods. Maybe they fucking arrest you for like 3 days and don't let you talk to a lawyer and take your phone away and shit. Like, that's bad. But like, you just know deep down these fucking ghouls wish that they had the kind of power that Iran wields over its own citizenry. These people wish they could shut the internet off.
The most disturbing crimes you will ever read about, and there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are
not going to work, lady. This shit is not going to work.
Are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so yes, he should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate.
Okay, to counter that, can we not blame social media for making MAGA so crazy and conspiratorial? No. We can definitely. To be clear, I don't know if I'm saying that social media is a net positive. I actually don't know. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. I'm gonna put a poll to you guys. I have a feeling I know what the answer is going to be, but I think it's really tough to answer that question. I would lean towards maybe I should do positive. Is social media a net positive? I think I would lean towards yes, but like it's really tough. There are compelling arguments in both directions, I think. New poll. Is social media a net positive? Yes, no. Start poll. There you go, Twitch. I will vote. I will cast my vote. Oof. Damn, YouTube more black-pilled than Twitch? You don't see that every day. You don't see that every day. That well, it's starting to become very similar. Similar numbers in both polls here. To me, this is really valuable. To me, this right here, guys, is so valuable. The ability to use social media to destroy state propaganda. That's like insane value on its own. But then I guess that's a good point where it's like, well, social media was very likely the thing that propelled Donald Trump to win in the first place. So, I mean, that's a pretty big negative. Hutch, I've seen so many AI ICE videos. I haven't seen those.
With this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance. How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their health care costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's health care plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American stop insurance. Put this save.
5 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their health care costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has health care in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency. All of these proposals that are within the great health care plan are incredibly popular with the.
What is his health care plan? Is he trying to repeal Obamacare again? Trump outlines of healthcare plans he wants Congress to pass. The White House did not offer any details about how much money it envisioned being sent to consumers to shop for insurance. I just want the bullet points. Give me the bullet points here. I'm just clicking on a few different articles. He unveiled a multi-part proposal on Thursday aimed at lowering prescription drug prices and reducing health insurance premiums, as well as increasing price transparency. He also vowed to hold big insurance companies accountable. The plan, which the president is calling on Congress to pass, proposes sending money directly to consumers, not insurers, as he has advocated for in recent months amid the debate. So this would be a ACA repeal, yeah? That is not going to happen. Mr. Trump's plan calls for redirecting insurance subsidies into individual health savings accounts, which people could use to purchase healthcare services directly. Lawmakers have been discussing a few similar proposals with varying details about the magnitude of the funding and how the money would be used. The proposal would require insurance companies to provide more transparency on the prices they pay medical providers and their profit margins, though both sets of data are already required of the industry to some degree. Mr. Trump has long believed that improving and blah, 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 blah. It also calls for a requirement that would force insurance companies to prominently post the frequency with which they deny care. Proposal builds on another longstanding healthcare priority of the president's, lowering prescription. This seems unlikely to pass, yeah? I think this would repeal ACA, right? Swanee Bird with $10. Social media has exacerbated lies and poisoned the well of political discourse everywhere, and there's not enough obligation on the part of social media companies to moderate misinformation. I certainly agree with all of that, yeah.
American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop around the clock pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally not launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective 20th next week.
Trying to do price controls on credit card interest rates.
As you
very quickly take it down position.
Exactly where the administration stands.
Pre-existing conditions.
With the great
being constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians?
In August, you have these individuals who are.
Where's the question where she gets grilled?
Without or something to that effect. Federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis shooting. Agent tried to disprove.
I guess we should listen to all this. Hold on.
Was it says not of their bite.
They are causing that a one on the ICE agent, the other on the rioting. I believe last night there were protesters or rioters that rifled through an FBI car, took weapons. We had a reporter embedded with ICE who said that she saw constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians, whether they are causing violence against ICE, as well as some of the headlines we've seen, not including the full story?
Yeah, I mean, to your first point, I think I've addressed that these Democrat governors and mayors in not just Minnesota, but in states across the country are essentially, they've referred to ICE agents who, again, are brave men and women. And I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage Governor Walz and other Democrats who are demeaning law enforcement to sit down and have a cup of coffee with an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent. These are great, patriotic men and women.
That's going to be a hard pass for me, dog.
Women who have families, who put on the uniform every day and are following our nation's immigration laws at the direction of their bosses and again, at the direction of the law. They are
pondering politics with $10. Hold on, let me check your social blade. Whoops. How many views did you get last month? Come on, bro. You could drop a hundo. I'm just saying. I'm just playing. I'm sorry, I'm teasing. After reading that Cook political report showing 18 races moving in Dems' favor, we want a Hutchcock political report. How hard were you when you read it? I mean, we are going to fucking annihilate Republicans. We are going to fucking annihilate the Republican Party in November, and it's going to be glorious. You're going to fucking annihilate them. I want the Senate, man. I want it. I want the Senate. Josiah, did you see our adorable little Dobby twink? Did you see his numbers in that Emerson poll? Did you see that Wick is talking to Sitch and Adam? I did not see that, no. Our adorable little Dobby twink surged like 20 points. He can win. He can win in Texas. I understand. I know what you're thinking. It's Texas. That is where dreams go to die and businesses go to pay less taxes. I understand that argument, but he can win. I am so sure of it. What was I telling you about scripture? What was I telling you about working scripture into the pitch for left-wing policy? You're telling me that you guys can't conceive of this guy appealing to specifically conservative or moderate Christian women. You're telling me you guys can't see this guy appealing to center-right Christian women?
For the past 50 years in this country, the religious right, a political movement, convinced a lot of Christians in America that the two most important issues were abortion and homosexuality. Two issues that aren't really discussed in Scripture. Abortion is never mentioned. Consensual same-sex relationships are never mentioned. And so it's remarkable to me that you have an entire political movement using Christianity to prioritize two issues that Jesus never talked about. And so I'm not saying they're not important. I actually think both of those issues are very important. But to focus on those two things instead of feeding the hungry and healing the sick and welcoming the stranger, three things we're told to do ad nauseum in Scripture, to me is mind-blowing.
How do you
Yeah! Yes, we need, bros. We need to give this guy a bullhorn and send him all over the fucking country because he's speaking my language, man. I get so pissed when I see these goddamn religious conservatives.
Understand that because I'm Jewish, but when I read the New Testament, I always come away a little bit amazed that politicized Christianity is so worried about gender, sexuality, and so unconcerned with greed.
You're preaching to the choir. I absolutely. Concern for the poor, concern for the oppressed is everywhere. I mean, economic justice is mentioned 3,000 times in our scriptures, both the New Testament and the Hebrew scriptures. And so this is such a core part of our tradition, and it's nowhere to be seen in Christian nationalism or on the religious right. And the Bible is all over the place when it comes to marriage. Paul tells us not to get married, and you see certainly many different kinds of marriages.
Didn't Peter say, "How could you lead your own flock if you're not leading a family?"
Throughout Scripture, and the same with gender. Paul says that in Christ there is neither male nor female, which is pretty woke for the first century. And so. Yeah, again, it's because religion is being used to control people and accumulate power and wealth for those at the top. This is a tale as old as time, and it is not unique to Christianity. Powerful people will always see religion as a tool to make more money and be able to keep people in line. For the past 50 years,
liberal. Not nonpartisan, but like we'll say nonpartisan because that's how he's kind of pitching himself. Notice how like whenever you hear him talk, you really don't hear him mention the Democratic Party all that much. In the clips that I've seen, he doesn't really go out of his way to stress that he's a part of the Democratic Party. So that's why I'll say nonpartisan, but like liberal or even progressive, I would say like progressive, nonpartisan, populist, Christian. That is a powerful formula for a state like Texas. That is a powerful formula. And he's just spitting bars here. He's just saying stuff that's like correct and good. And, these are just good observations. The correct observations. They're interesting. They're compelling. They're like, yeah. Like, any of us who actually fucking read the Bible or were raised in the faith and were familiar with the things that Christ preached already know this, like stressing generosity and care for the poor and kindness even for your enemies and treating others as you'd like to be treated. Anybody, like I have just been so fucking baffled by the religious right in this country. It makes no sense to me. These like mega churches make no sense to me. Now, I don't really get to say that as like a former Catholic, given Vatican City is, what are they sitting on? Like, nobody knows how much money they have, Trillions? Do they have trillions of dollars? Like, nobody knows how much money the Catholic Church has, but they're a bit decadent. I will concede they're a bit decadent. But like these mega churches, what the fuck is that all about? You know? What's his name? That one guy that initially didn't allow his mega church to be used as a shelter. Remember that guy? That fucking guy? Now that is the perfect encapsulation of the religious right. That Joel Osteen. Where was that again? There was some natural disaster. Or I want to say a hurricane. And thousands of people were pushed from their homes. And he initially didn't use his church to allow people to take refuge. It's like, excuse me? Excuse me? Okay. Actual Facts Racing with $5. The people crave another Ryan Getty appearance on Live and Learn. Yeah, he's great. He's great. What I've loved about doing this particular podcast is that it has exposed me to a lot of like new people and afforded me the opportunity to have conversations with people that I think are like really intelligent and interesting. I think Ryan is awesome. He was a great guest. He's more than welcome to come back on. I'm bummed that I missed the one with Micah because I like him too. Swanee Bird with $5. I'm agnostic, and hearing him talk Christianity made me horny. I gotta be honest with you. I did get like semi-erect. I just want to curl him up into a little ball and put him in my butthole so I can carry him around with me. You know? I get that kind of vibes. I can't be the only one who thought that when Talarico was talking about all that stuff there. Listen, call it false hope, but I think he can win in Texas. I think he is so clearly the better candidate for Texas. I have the Jew with $5. You got to stop saying not pushing the Democrats as unique. I'm sure we'll see a single non-incumbent mention the party. I am very confused by that. I'm so sorry. I don't understand. You got to stop saying not pushing the Democrats as unique. I'm not sure we'll see a single non-incumbent mention the party. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Maybe you're right. I don't know. Are you talking about like primary challengers, non-incumbents? Like, are they going to go out of their way to not really stress? I mean, that's what they should do, by the way. That's what they should do. The Democratic Party is not popular right now. I don't know if you guys knew this. Not popular right now. And so Democratic Party candidates all over the country should go out of their way to avoid using language that identifies them as or affiliates them with the Democratic Party. They should run as more nonpartisan and hide their power levels 1,000%. And then, you know, let's say there's this like massive wave. There's like that's my sexual fantasy right now is I want to spend the night in November, like edging, as I watch a new crop of Democratic Party members welcomed into the fold. And then there's an opportunity right there to sort of forge a new identity as a party. And then we can turn some of those numbers around. But I think that's kind of necessary. Like, I think we need like 4 dozen freshman Democrats in the House. Because I think psychologically for voters, it'll help the Democrats like pitch a new kind of vision for the party. Lazy Sunday with 25 months. Let me see your gut. Love you. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to show you my gut. 5 minutes ago, you were talking about the ick of Talarico's populism. You've changed? No, I have not changed. Populism is stupid it's brain rot. But it's also necessary right now because I'm going to do my coastal liberal elite thing right now. The voters right now have brain rot. I don't think that's a controversial statement. I don't think that's a super controversial. I'll bet you like most people agree with me that the voters right now have brain rot, but for different reasons. But there's a populist brain rot that's in the electorate right now, unfortunately. And I am in favor of populism if it means like winning a seat. I'm not principally opposed to running on populist rhetoric, I should say. Okay, I'm sorry. We're getting so fucking sidetracked today.
Simply trying to enforce the law. And the Democrat Party has demeaned these individuals. They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo. And that is absolutely leading to the violence we're seeing in the streets. If you look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night, look at this vehicle.
I mean, I won't lie. Some of these videos of these ICE members and some of the shit that comes out of their mouths, some of the heinous shit that comes out of their mouths, I can't be the only one that had the thought of like, well, you know what? This kind of makes sense. Like, this helps me understand how so many people in Germany turned into monsters during the rise of the Nazi Party. Like, it definitely, I thought about that. I legit thought about that on my own. It wasn't because of like a tweet, but I saw the way that these ICE agents are, like the jokes that they make, the shit that they do, you know? Some kid got his eye shot out. Literally. Some kid got an eye shot out. He lost his eye because a ICE officer shot him at point blank range with some kind of non-lethal thing. And they were joking about it. They were cracking jokes about it. It's like textbook dehumanization. They have been indoctrinated by the state to believe that the people that they're going after are invaders, criminals, violent gang members. They've just fully been indoctrinated, at least the ones that I've seen making these dehumanizing jokes. It's not funny. I've seen clips of ICE agents saying, that's why that lesbian got shot last week. Excuse me? What? That's dehumanizing, right? Like that's, how many times throughout history have we seen the state propagandize some kind of an enforcement force or whatever, indoctrinate them, instill a sense of righteous, I don't know, instill a kind of nationalism in them, and then wield these people as weapons against the public. How many times have we seen that throughout human history? The dehumanizing language like that. Like why are ICE saying, look what happened to that lesbian last week? Didn't you learn your lesson? Lesbian? Excuse me? What fucking relevance does that have to anything?
The worst Nazis weren't the ones that were fanatics. It's the ones that succumb to the banality of evil and have no convictions.
Maybe some people want to believe, like, maybe some people are like think of themselves as warriors, you know? And they want to believe that they're warriors in service of a righteous cause. Maybe that's it. Maybe people are maybe a lot of these people are fucking deluding themselves because they have this fantasy, this warrior fantasy, and the state, the administration gave them like a target to like feel like they can satisfy that psychic need. Maybe a lot of these people were just attracted by the money. Fuck, you know, I don't have a college degree, and I can make $200,000 this year by going to ICE. I mean, shit. I'm getting paid $60K a year, like driving for Amazon right now. That sounds like a good situation. How much do Amazon drivers make? Is it regional too? Does it depend on the region? Amazon Flex drivers average 25 per hour. That's actually... Wait, what is Flex? What does that mean? I actually thought it would be higher than 25 an hour. 18 to 25 an hour. There's a range for flex delivery, which I don't know what that means. $18.50 to $39.50 per hour. It's a pretty big range. 25 per hour? What does that come out to for a year? Is that like 45K, 50K? Do a lot of them make overtime? Do they get generous like holiday pay? Flex doesn't work 8-hour shifts. Fucking roughly 52,000 per year. Before taxes. That's not a lot. For some reason, I thought Amazon drivers made a little bit more than that.
Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera. Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators. People don't do this without encouragement from people in power.
That's... Well, why would you say that? Excuse me? You've never seen organic protest movement pop up absent some kind of provocation from political leaders? It happens all the fucking time. From the ashes with $5. Also, if we sweep the midterms, I'll donate $100 simply because you kept me from diving too deep into doomerism post-election. Much love, Hutch. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. I'm still white-pilled on America. In fact, like, I don't know. It's kind of fucked up and maybe it's all backwards, but after this last week, the response to the ICE stuff, I feel even more white-pilled on America, even though it's really ugly right now and we're heading in a really fucking ugly path and it could get really gnarly and violent and not great. I feel encouraged when I see the people of Minneapolis stick together the way that they're doing, and like, I think it's brave what they're doing. I think it's brave. I'm sure there's a bunch of boneheads in there that are doing bonehead things, but on balance, I see a community, and it's like, I compared it to like an immune system. Like, people within their community are being hurt and terrorized by ICE, and they just kind of naturally go into this immune response where it's like people are leaving their homes, and that's very encouraging to me. From the ashes with $5, not indoctrination. Anonymity brought immunity and near unrestrained authority is why these guys feel they can say whatever they want without recourse. Yeah, I mean, the administration's tweeting shit like, just remember, soldiers, you have absolute immunity, and if anyone lays a finger on you, I'm sure that's not helping things. As a non-American, could you tell me what sweeping the midterms means and what it entails? Would Trump get the boot? So in America, we elect our representatives every 2 years, and our senators every 6 years, and our president every 4 years. So we have what we call presidential cycles. So 2024 was a presidential cycle because we were electing a president. And then 2 years after basically in between presidential cycles, every 4 years, you have what are called midterms. So it's presidential cycle, midterm, 2 years later, presidential cycle, midterm, 2 years later, and on and on and on. And when we say we're going to sweep the midterms, it means the Democrats are going to win a lot of seats in the Congress and hopefully take away their congressional majorities. It wouldn't mean that Donald Trump would get the boot. We're stuck with him for 3 years. Very, very, very little chance right now that enough Republicans would vote to convict and remove him were he to be impeached. So, yeah, it's another 3 years of Trump. It's probably delusional to think that there's anything that we can do to shave any time off of that. November with 500 bits. I think I already got you for that one. Dasvidania with $5. I think you said I'm a populist. I think Dems should run on good digestive health. I'll see myself out. I don't get that joke. I'm dumb. Lazy Sunday with 25 months. I think I already got you. Okay, I think we're all caught up here.
Who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car you can't.
Romani, what majority is needed for Dems to impeach without Republican support? So the way that impeachment works in America is impeachment proceedings are initiated by the House of Representatives, which is the larger chamber of Congress. That is the one that is more proportional. So big states get more representatives, small states get less representatives. And so typically it'll start in some committee or a subcommittee, and then the impeachment, there'll be a motion on the floor of the House to move forward with impeachment proceedings. Then there is there are hearings in the House. The last one lasted 1 or 2 weeks after January 6th. The one before that on Ukraine was maybe a month and a half. So all you have to do to impeach in the House is just a simple majority. And if the Democrats have a majority in Congress, it's likely to happen. And so then it gets kicked over to the Senate. They're the smaller chamber of Congress, but they have more power basically. And each state gets 2 senators. And in order to convict, because there's a trial, they call it an impeachment trial in the Senate. And each of the senators are considered jurors in that trial. And then in order to convict and remove that president from office, you would need 67 votes. You would need a supermajority. So that would mean that Democrats would need to have, 67 seat majority, which that is not going to happen. So you would need Republicans in the Senate to vote to convict, which the last time there was, I think, 6 or 7, but they didn't even come close to having the votes that they needed.
Can't see it said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect. This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing, and the media is absolutely complicit in this violence, because if you look at the headline from CNN, protests erupt after federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis, that is not the story, that is not the truth. If you actually want to know the truth, you can look at what the Department of Homeland Security released, which is that this ICE agent was executing a targeted operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country, who fled by car and then fled by foot. And when this ICE agent tried to detain the individual, 3 more of his comrades came rushing out of a house and started ambushing and attacking the ICE agent. They used a shovel or a broom to smash his face in. And so yes, that agent had to use self-defense and take up his weapon to protect his own life. That is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis. That's what's happening on the streets, unfortunately, of these Democrat-run cities and states where you have elected officials who are encouraging such violence against our brave men and women in law enforcement.
Vishy with a gifted sub to Ryan. Vishy, thank you so much. Oh, you're a populist, Dasvidanya. Oh, I see. Very good. Very good. Andrew with $5. Did they ever ask the White House to justify hiring a previously convicted felon for seditious conspiracy to be in ICE, low hiring requirement. Well, technically he is no longer a convicted felon. You're talking about Enrique Tarrio. I think there was some reporting that he was on ICE's payroll, and he was the current leader of the Proud Boys, who was arrested on the most serious charges stemming from January 6th, which is seditious conspiracy, and was sentenced to like 22 years in federal prison, and he was pardoned and released. So he is no longer a convicted felon. He's pardoned. I gotta turn my AC off. It's fucking cold. Who the fuck set that to 72 degrees?
Thank you, Caroline.
But if you're pardoned, you're still guilty, are you not? No. That conviction is erased.
Questions. First, a follow-up on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with Reuters. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question that.
Oh my God. Non-responsive. Hello.
Thank you, Caroline. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the president called her earlier this week to discuss caps on credit card interest rates. I'm curious, would
Reuters reporting a Trump quote, Trump on the midterms, when you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election. What the fuck? Oh, is that the joke? The quote unquote joke? Is this on video? Is this on video? You said it several times in the past couple of weeks. Managing midterm expectations. The president expressed frustration that his Republican Party could lose control of the U.S. House of Representatives or the Senate in this year's midterm elections, citing historical trends that have seen the party in power lose seats in the second year of a presidency. Quote, it's some deep psychological thing, but when you win the presidency, you don't win the midterms. Trump said. He boasted that he accomplished so much that, quote, when you think of it, we shouldn't even have an election. Pretty shocking rhetoric. That doesn't sound like a joke to me, by the way.
the president work with her and other Democrats in Congress on a legislative fix to this issue?
I think the president would work in good faith with anyone in Congress for a good legislative fix that would benefit the American people. And that's precisely why he called Senator Warren earlier this week on that matter.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally. And earlier on, Secretary Noem spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE, and Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent. How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Because the ICE officer stepped in front of her car and stopped in front of her car. I think that is the number one reason that he pulled his gun out and shot her in the head. There's a few different reasons that it happened, but if you had to assign like one thing that contributed the most to that happening, it was his decision to step in front of her car and stop in front of her car and then plant his feet, make an effort to stay in the path of that vehicle initially.
Are you asking me my opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed it unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question. And you and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist. Kelly.
Two quick questions on Iran. I wanted to ask for...
Okay. Pretty unprofessional if you ask me, but okay. It's your job to take questions.
President Trump
it's your
is
job
now
to take
making
fucking questions from the media without breaking down like a little baby, like a little tiny little baby. That is your fucking job, to take those questions and not have a fucking meltdown. Just answer the question. Answer the fucking question.
President Trump is now making a new and serious threat after protests in Minneapolis grew even more chaotic overnight. And there was another shooting involving a federal agent. This agent allegedly ambushed. The president posting this, we'll put it up for you, saying that if Minnesota's politicians don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, I will institute the Insurrection Act. So that could lead to him deploying U.S. troops on U.S. soil in...
I don't even know what would happen at that point. I could not predict. I could not tell you what would happen at that point. We would be so far into uncharted waters. I have no idea how that would play out. All elite memes with $5. Trump campaign on giving law enforcement absolute immunity. People voted for it. We still need to reckon with that, but the protests are encouraging. Well, I think obviously there's a lot of buyer's remorse happening in America right now. I don't think that immigration is something that American voters broadly and consciously think about in their day to day. I do think the primary motivating factor for the election in 2024 was the economy and inflation. I don't know. It's a bit confusing to me, like the Joe Rogan shit and this like Brett Weiss, this fucking guy, or Brett Weinstein. This shit is confusing to me. By confusing, I mean, fuck off. He said, I have been vocal about my concerns with respect to illegal immigration, and my sympathy has, rightly or wrongly, been limited for people who broke the law to enter. We can't give illegal immigrants an advantage over those who chose to abide by the law. Needless to say, I have zero tolerance for any illegal alien who has broken important laws within the country. But a person who was brought here as a minor, especially as a baby, is a different matter entirely. Such people didn't break the law, and deporting such a person once they have grown within our country and our culture is inhumane. I did not vote for that, and it should obviously stop. Along with the harassment of citizens who don't happen to be carrying their papers, this is out of control. Excuse me? You didn't vote for that? They handed out mass deportation signs at the RNC. Donald Trump would get up there every time he spoke in those campaign speeches. Literally, every single campaign rally. We're going to deport everybody that's in here illegally. I don't care. They all got to go. I don't even think you have a good argument for like, oh, maybe, you know, people who are disconnected from politics, maybe they didn't know that. It's like he said it every time he spoke. Did people not think he was being serious? Every time he fucking opened his mouth, he was saying he was going to deport everyone. And these ghouls, like Brett Weinstein, they can see that the public is turning on the administration. They can see that the public is becoming more sympathetic to immigrants, even illegal immigrants. They can see that the public is turning on ICE, turning on the administration, and now they're trying to save their own ass. Completely unprincipled nonsense, and I don't think we should grant a lot of these people grace. It's cowardly, you know, in my opinion.
In that state.
Yeah, you're right about that, Corey. Ghouls is like feckless. Yeah, you're right about that. Literally, I thought the same thing when I said it. I'm like, you know, everybody says ghouls. I think you're right about that. We need a new word besides ghouls. What if I said feckless ghouls? JPB? With 34 months, can you talk me down from the doomerous ledge? I can try. Just a matter of perspective. I can try. But where I'm at, how I feel about everything that's going on right now, I think that we are in a moment that it can be defined by a kind of like a mass rejection of this administration and Trump's politics. That's what I see happening in the country right now. When I look at Minneapolis and I see so many community members literally taking to the streets to try to protect their neighbors and to try to voice their extreme disgust and anger with the administration, that makes me feel better. If none of that was happening, I would be dooming right alongside you. If I didn't see this kind of reaction, then if Americans were just tolerating it and not doing anything, then I would be like, okay, we're fucked. And that's what I was afraid of when he was inaugurated the second time, because I was afraid that was going to happen. I was afraid he was going to do exactly what he said he was going to do. And at worst, people wouldn't have really done anything about it. And, or at best, people wouldn't have really done anything about it. And at worst, they would have liked it. Like those were my big fears when he got elected the second time. It's like, fuck, man, maybe this is who we are. And I think it's really obvious at this point that the reason he got elected is because most people are disconnected from politics. Most people are not paying attention strictly. They're not really super engaged. They had superficial, ill-conceived reasons for supporting him in a close election. He barely won that election again in a close election. And it's like a combination of things. Like seeing the No Kings protest, being at the No Kings protest in Los Angeles. That was the biggest protest I've ever been to. I looked around, I was like, holy fucking shit. Because I've been to protests in San Francisco, I've been to protests in Los Angeles. I've been to like a dozen. And there were like 30,000 people at the one that I went to in No Kings this year. So just seeing that, and then like seeing public opinion turn on Trump, and then seeing so many people take to the streets to try to protect their own neighborhoods and protect their neighbors, reminded me that undercurrent, I think, is larger than the fascist undercurrent. I think the resistance to fascism in sheer numbers in this country is significantly larger, in my opinion. And I think we're seeing the country right now really turn on Trump. And these are not just my vibes. We have election results that we can look at. We have public opinion polls. We have other sort of benchmarks that we can use to sort of gauge what's happening right now. And Donald Trump is losing his grip. He is losing his political influence. This is it, right? This is it. He's dying like a political heat death, where it's just like a slow and steady decline. He's not going to come back from this. Like, he's not going to turn these numbers around. Do they plateau at about 40? Do they keep going low? Maybe he plateaus at 35. Maybe it's 30. You know, it depends on how crazy he gets. If he, for example, sent in the fucking National Guard into Minneapolis and invoked the Insurrection Act, that number's going to continue to drop. And like at that point, we have bigger fish to fry than like opinion polls, obviously. But the more unhinged he gets, the larger the resistance and protest movement will be. He will provoke a larger and larger and larger protest movement in this country. And that actually does matter quite a bit. Reddit. Does anyone else enjoy Hutch? While I often don't agree with his views, I really do enjoy that he participates in the conversations and even brings up his own topics at times. A fair bit of episodes I forget there is even a guest because they will just say a one-word response every 30 to 50 minutes. Nice. Yeah, I know, like the PKA Reddit, they're much more sympathetic to me on Reddit, but it's the YouTube comments they don't love me there. So that's my white pill. That's my white pill. Just look at the immune response happening in Minneapolis right now. They shot a woman in the face. Fucking serious. They shot a woman in the face and she's fucking dead. And people saw that and took to the streets anyways. You know, to me, that's bravery. I don't think it quite measures up to the people in Iran. That's a different level of bravery. I think we should deeply admire those people too, but I think it's brave. I think it's brave for people to take the streets in Minneapolis and step up their efforts after ICE murdered a woman. I mean, that makes me feel good about things. So I don't know. I can't tell you 1,000% that Trump is not going to like end democracy and do a fascist takeover. But what I do know for sure, without any question, is that the American people, they are not going to take that lying down. They are not going to make that easy. And so I feel good about I feel good about our chances. I definitely feel way better about our chances than I did right after he was inaugurated again. If he does that, we will issue more opinion polls. I cite opinion polls to give you a sense of where the public is at. They're pretty useful. Opinion polls are pretty useful. Okay.
Elena, let me start with you. This has now been taken to a whole new level by the president with this threat. What are you hearing about this?
Yeah, this is a very big deal, and I should know that this is something we've heard President Trump, of course, threaten in the past. He did so during his first term, particularly around the George Floyd protests that had erupted in 2020. But he also recently did it as well when talking about, wanting to
George Floyd, is that what she said?
Crack down on, different types of protests, but even more specifically, maybe having the military help with law enforcement and trying to crack down on crime and deportations in cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago. But part of the reason this is such a big deal, let me just break down what the Insurrection Act actually is. It is a 19th century law. It's normally considered a last resort for presidents, but it gives presidents
Here's another thing I think we need to think about. And I don't remember where I got it from, but just know that this is not an original thought. I'm borrowing this from somebody else, but it nonetheless remains relevant. The United States, guys, for a really long time, we have enjoyed a kind of, you could say bourgeois, or you could say privileged. We have been very privileged in the US for quite some time to live in a country that is not standing on the precipice for like decades. You know, like some people live in countries where there's so much political instability. I'm thinking of countries like Somalia, Yemen, El Salvador, Brazil, Ukraine, you know, dozens and dozens, and it's like kind of the norm for most of human history. And for a lot of people that are on the planet currently to live in a system that is not being challenged and stress tested. And so we're having a bit of a moment right now, obviously.
Hands. Are we the baddies?
No. Don't misunderstand me. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that, well, other countries have it worse. That's not the point of what I'm saying. The point of what I'm saying is it's kind of normal. In fact, it is very normal when you look at like the span of human history for a nation or a country to be challenged in the way that we're being challenged right now. And how we react to that challenge will define us in the history books. And right now, what I'm seeing makes me feel very good about what the history books are going to say about like the American people in this moment. You know, when I was taught about the upheaval of the 60s and the anti-war movement stuff in the 70s, that to me came across like the best of America, you know, like that was the best of us, like people that were literally risking their lives, driving through, what do you call them? Sundown towns? What are they called? You know, literally risking being lynched and tortured and murdered to do nonviolent protests. And I always thought that was like one of the things that defined us as a country. And I think like we're having a moment right now. And I think, you know, I think if we stick together, guys, it might get really rough. It might get really rough. But I think if we stick together, I think we're going to come out the other side of this thing. But you kind of have to fight the doomer pill a little bit, you know. You kind of have to be rooted in optimism. If you give in too much to the doomer pill, then I think that actually helps people like Trump. You lower their chances of successfully like ending American liberal democracy. You increase their chances of doing that by just going full doomer. Like you have to have some kind of sense of like, fuck this guy. We just got to stick together. We'll be okay. But it's okay to have like a moment. It's okay to have moments where you're like, fuck, man, I don't know if we're going to get through this. I mean, like everybody's going to have those kind of moments, but like you got to find a way to not dwell on those moments. And a lot of that, guys, a lot of that is not forgetting to do shit in your own life that gives you joy, you know? A lot of that is like making a conscious decision to feed your soul with things that give you joy. If you don't have things that give you joy, then I think it's harder to fight the doomer pill stuff. It could be anything. It could be anything. It could be the most mundane things. If taking walks in the park give you joy, do that. If playing Arc Raiders for 5 hours at a time brings you joy, do that. Like, do that shit. Read books or whatever makes you happy, but do those things. Bad Company with $5, but the fact that we are being challenged by a group of morons is just embarrassing as fuck. I mean, listen, this is America, okay? As somebody who came of age in the era of George W. Bush, I'm like that meme, like first time? Is this your first time being thoroughly embarrassed to be an American? Won't be the last, okay? Won't be the last. I'm sure we're going to elect another embarrassing president at some point. Bald Phoenix with 5 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. C Mayo K Way. I don't know how to say it. C Mayo K. Is this a Spanish thing? C Mayo K Way. With $20. Thank you so much for that. What do you think about the treatment of Renee Good's car after the shooting? It feels like they're doing everything to impede the investigation. I saw some footage of her car being transported, and people were saying normally you would like wrap the car to preserve evidence, and it was just like, but I don't know much about that, and so I don't know what the standard protocol is. I don't know if they had already gathered evidence, but there's already enough reporting right now to know that they are for sure hampering this investigation. It's to me it's really unlikely that this guy is gonna be charged with anything, or I just kind of made peace with that. Mr. Skyboy with $5. New Emerson poll came out today that shows Talarico up 9 points against Crockett in the primary and tied in a head-to-head against Paxton. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. We'll wait for more polls. Throw it in the averages, but ooh, that made me happy. He can win. All Elite Memes with 3 months. Thoughts on why he won in 2016 compared to 2024? I think the 2016 was like a lot, like the 21st century in America, and I mean not just America, but like in America, the 21st century has been really, we'll say, tumultuous, and there's so many things to unpack. Like, first of all, the culture is changing so fast. And that is kind of destabilizing in a way. But the culture in America changed so fast in the 21st century. You guys, like the 90s, when I was growing up, were so different that, and so like the internet came along, and then that alone is like so seismically like shifting. Like look at the metric for religious affiliation. It plummeted. It plummeted. What are the implications for a society where 30% of the country are not religious, compared with the 90s where it was like 95%? What are the implications of that? What are the implications of social media, constant engagement with politics? And then you add 2 extremely disruptive events, or arguably 3. September 11th, the housing crash, and America elects a black president for the first time. And the backlash to that, combined with social media and the housing crash and a massive spike in unemployment and the decimation of manufacturing jobs. There's a lot of factors that all kind of, there was a confluence of just a lot of factors. And so I think Trump won in 2016 mostly because of an anti-establishment wave. And then Trump won in 2024 mainly because of inflation. I think that's like the short of it. There's a lot more to unpack there, but if you had to like boil it down to one thing, I think that's what happened. I think 2016, that was just the American voters throwing up a middle finger to what they viewed to be the establishment, the system, the government. Because a lot of people experienced, I mean, thousands of people had their, millions had their 401ks decimated, millions of home foreclosures. unemployment spiking above 10%. Deflation was not good. That was not good. And then you have someone like Trump who, you know, is probably the most cynical politician in America's history. You know, like you have someone like him who, instead of, like, to me, as like a bleeding heart liberal, in moments like that where there's a lot of pain in the country, very real pain, you want a leader who is going to unite the country, who is going to encourage us to lean into our better angels, who is going to encourage us to rely on each other and lift each other up rather than blame each other for the pain that they're feeling. And that was not Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the guy that was like, it's their fault, it's their fault, it's their fault. And he's had a tremendously deleterious impact on the culture, politics, how we view each other. He brings out a really ugly side of people. He encourages people to be cruel, and which just makes everything worse. And so, yeah, it's but yeah, I think he won because of an anti-establishment wave in 2016, a populist wave, and I think he won in 2024 because people were like, fuck, that hurt, you know? Inflation going up to like 8%. People were like, well, fuck, I just got a raise, but it's all gone now. So anyways, yeah. That's what happened there. Nope, not anymore, brother. Give me retribution, Newsom, or whoever brings the hammer down. Ooh, I disagree with you there. Listen, if it's like President Newsom and he's sworn in 2029, sure, appoint Jack Smith as Attorney General. Make Letitia James, you know, the head of one of these agencies, head of the FBI or whatever. Do all that, like appoint fighters, appoint people who will pursue accountability. Yes, do all that, but then focus your job as the president, focus on like really trying to like end this polarization. I would rather have a president who can demonstrate to brainwashed MAGA sycophants that we have the capacity to, you know, give a fuck about their well-being. I think that would be more sustainable in the long run. I don't want Governor or President Newsom withholding federal emergency aid if a fucking hurricane hits Florida. I don't want that. I don't want that guy. I'm not interested in that. Because then we're just never getting off that fucking merry-go-round. Biden did this. They hated him. They didn't hate Biden. They thought, oh, are you talking about conservatives? They hated Biden, yeah. I mean, is that what you guys are asking for when you say like I want retribution? Do you want President Newsom withholding FEMA funds for Florida if they get hit with a fucking hurricane? I mean, I want justice. Don't get me wrong. I want justice for sure. Mira said, based. I want to do Molly. That's what we got to do, man. We got to, day one, I want an executive order from President Gavin Newsom federally decriminalizing MDMA, and then everybody, you have to do it. You have 6 months to do it, and then after 6 months, you get charged like $25 a week. But we're going to set up our little Molly sessions. And you gotta sit. We're not going to inject you with Molly. We're not going to strap you to a gurney and inject you with Molly, but you will be fined $25 a week after 6 months. And we get 5 MAGA people, and we get five resistance libs, and we'll have 1 like insane lefty. Does that seem somewhat proportionate? And you just do Molly. Listen to Pink Floyd. Maybe not Pink Floyd. What would be good, like, happy Molly? I mean, there's a reason why everybody does Molly at, like, EDM shows. Fleetwood Mac? I mean, that would make me happy. I fucking love Fleetwood Mac. I saw them in concert. Been down 1 time, been down 2 times, never going back again. Daft Punk, Discovery, yeah, yeah. We'll do that one. That's what we're gonna do, okay? But we need to do like maybe 2 more albums. Because we're like Molly, it's like 2.5 hours. And then you start to come down a little bit. So it's like Daft Punk, Discovery. What about Phoenix? That one album from like 2011. A List of Mania. Have to see it go. So, some album from like the 2010s during like the peak like optimism era. You know, like, do you guys remember like the early 2010s where it was just unbridled optimism that was in like the pop culture at the time? Maybe like some hip hop, throw some hip hop in there. What would be like a happy hip hop album? Girls, you know you better watch out. I don't know if the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is happy. There's a couple happy songs in there. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Anyways, that's what I would do. Executive order, mandated, supervised, highly supervised. We'll bring in physicians. We'll do it the right way. Dot all of our I's, cross all of our T's. We'll have designated like sober people with those light gloves that you can find at raves. You can just raise your hand and some like, you know, sober like social worker will walk in and just go like this. Like the light gloves. Your fucking 50-year-old boomer dad is like, gloving is the lamest thing on the planet. I agree. Listen, I agree. But when you're on Molly, it's the most incredible thing that you've ever seen in your life. ATX Couch Potato with the gifted sub. Thank you so much.
The authority to call.
Anyways, back to Donald Trump potentially invoking the Insurrection Act.
On active duty military. So you could see potentially people like the Marines or soldiers, National Guard included in that, going into the streets of U.S. cities for law enforcement activities. And it's normally used only in certain specific cases. It can be used at the objective.
That was a very jarring segue.
Of local leaders. And so that carries its own weight here. Now, in my conversations with Trump officials, this was true during the first term, but even more so now, I should argue, in the president's second term, they have essentially told me that this is something they do not want, that they've been very hesitant to essentially go there despite the president threatening this. Some of that is because of the legal complications, but even more so because of the political ones. And
Cherry said in 2021, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that acceptance of a pardon does not constitute a legal confession of guilt, recognizing the Supreme Court's earlier language as dicta.
And, having this type of law enforcement, military in the streets, of course, would potentially escalate things so much further. And so this has all been a calculation behind the scenes. Of course, our goal today is to figure out how serious the president is actually about this and whether they're actually making plans potentially to do something to invoke this act, Kate.
Absolutely. Elena, thank you so much for that.
Joining us now, Andrew McCabe, the CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy.
I've got this one guy in my replies who is totally convinced that I'm Hutch MF. He's turned into like a reply guy to to a lot of my political posts. Why don't you go leech off of burnt peanuts more, you fucking loser? He's been corrected like numerous times and he still is not processing that we are not the same person. He's like still doing it in some of my posts. You fucking loser, bro.
The director of the FBI, Andrew, thanks so much for joining us. Last night, as you know, Minneapolis saw yet a new wave of very disturbing protests and clashes with police. 1 week ago was the ICE shooting death of Renee Good, and now the president is threatening to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. 5 years ago, Minneapolis was rocked by violent protests after the police murder of George Floyd. Andy, is Minneapolis sitting on a powder keg right now?
Absolutely, they are, Wolf. And I think you saw that very clearly last night. I think the chaos, the escalation in violence, the overly tactical way that law enforcement responded to that assemblage of protesters, they're all very obviously related to the fact that the law enforcement team on the ground having to deal with this situation is not one that is trained for or equipped for or experienced in dealing with large crowd control. These are federal agents. They're not.
If Peanut accidentally invited you to raid with him, would you join? No, I would not. I told you guys, I got a DM from Tifu. And it was a group DM that he sent to me and Tim the Tatman. And he asked and I was so confused at first because I'm like, what is happening? He sent me a DM. He's like, and all he said was trios ? And I'm like, what? And I was like, oh. I was like, oh. And chat said it would have been funny if I just went along with it. And then maybe like Tim the Tatman doesn't notice. And then I show up one day. I'm like, how do you do, fellow gamers? That would have been really fucking funny, actually. Paul Cosmo with 5 months. Retribution for politicians and social media. I mean, I want justice just the same as you guys do. I want justice for this administration. I do think that the only real vehicle for that is through the Congress, because I do think that Donald Trump is going to do a blanket pardon for everyone in his administration, and then maybe there are legal challenges there, but like the president can pardon just whoever the fuck they want for whatever reason they want. Basically, it seems. So I'm just preemptively preparing myself for that eventuality. Seems like seems pretty inevitable. So I don't know if there will be legal consequences for members of this administration. I doubt it, but we'll see. But to the extent that there are legal avenues to go after people who I think like really wronged this country, then sure, obviously. I don't think the president should be the one focusing on that, is my point. The president should be the uniter in chief, and then he can have his like bulldogs independently operating out of DOJ, and they can just do their own thing. Bad company with $2. It's going to be looked at as a witch hunt regardless. I mean, again, I'm not saying don't prosecute people if there are crimes that you could prosecute for and they haven't been pardoned. I'm certainly not saying that. Dimmy friend with the tier 1 membership, Trump 2028. Are there trans people under the floor? Oh boy. Osvedani with $5. We really thought the internet would end ignorance and unite everyone through free access to information. How hopeful and naive we were. That was definitely my thought in the early 2010s. That was definitely my thought. And looking back, it's obvious that I was super biased because the internet and social media had benefited me personally like tremendously. And so maybe that colored my thinking, but I fully thought, I was like, the boomers are fucked. The kids have the internet now. When I was growing up, your parents could say some crazy shit. And you were like, well, fuck, that sounds horrible. You know, you like Dare could come into your school and tell you that if you smoked pot, it would cause permanent brain damage. And you're in 5th grade, just like, well, fuck, that sounds bad. And then it's like all the kids now all the kids have the fucking internet and smartphones. And it's like, well, you can't really keep that up for too long. And so my thought back then was like, yeah, for sure. I was like, the internet's going to liberate people. It's going to make it so much more difficult. Bro, it is so naive in retrospect. Because I legitimately thought, I was like, it's going to be so much harder for politicians to lie to Americans. That's what I thought. They're not going to be able to get away with lying anymore. They're fucked. 6 years later, enter Donald Trump. Should we just ignore his pardons and prosecute those people? Yeah, well, you just like, literally, you just can't do that. It would never even make it to trial. The judges will just reject those indictments. Bald Phoenix with 5 months. Thank you so much. Bad company with $5. But the fact that we're being challenged by a group of morons, yeah, I think I already got you for that one. ATX Couch Potato with a gifted sub to Davin. Thank you so much.
Police officers, there's not as many of them as you would need to handle a large crowd. Think about the way that we've seen effective law enforcement responses to large crowds, large protests, whether they be over the George Floyd death or whatever. You typically see a massive number of police officers in riot gear, not carrying shoulder-fired weapons, but rather carrying shields and sometimes batons, less than lethal weapons, and they basically move together in a very systematic way.
Can the Supreme Court overrule pardons? I mean, technically, there's some, for example, there's no legal precedent for a president pardoning themselves. And so if Trump were to do that this time around, which I think he will, but if he were to do that, I assume that would be challenged in the court. And I assume that would make it up to the Supreme Court. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but like technically, but I don't know what the case law is on pardons, like governor pardons or presidential pardons. But my understanding is that the president has wide latitude to pardon whoever they want. I don't know of any, has there ever been a presidential pardon that was challenged in the courts and overruled? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I've heard some legal people try to make the argument that certain pardons that were corrupt in some nature could be challenged, but my understanding is the president they can pardon whoever the fuck they want, and that's just the way the Constitution is written.
To regain territory and disperse the protesters. Right now, you have a much smaller force, totally focused on a tactical response. Half of them are carrying M4s and other very heavy shoulder fire.
As a European, you cannot even imagine how wild this is that your president can just make someone immune from law. Well, do European countries not have pardon powers for their leaders? Yeah, listen, to this American brain, it's crazy. Even though I'm American, I think it's crazy that the president can just be like, nope. You know, but there are, in my opinion, good examples of pardons. Obama and Biden both pardoned thousands of people for nonviolent criminal offenses. I like that. I like that. So maybe, you know, if I like that, it's kind of like, well, you got to take the bad with the good then, right? Like, if I want the president to have that power, then I have to be okay with them pardoning people that I don't like, I guess. You missed From the Ashes super chat. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, there it is. From the Ashes with $5. Like Biden said, we have to be the keepers of the flame of America, and that flame will always reflect off of your bald head and guide us out of the dark. Had me in the first half.
Fired weapons, rifles. This is a powder keg, and last night you saw it just about go off.
Yeah, it's just not good all around, right? And now you have the president threatening this morning to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act. Let's remind everyone of what the Insurrection Act is. It allows...
Oh, God, guys. Oh my God. The last two Piers Morgan panels. Have you guys seen these panels? Who's on these panels? There's one from yesterday that has Patrick Bet David, Anna Kasparian, and Glenn Greenwald. The one that just got uploaded has Dave Smith, Kyle Kulinski, and Michael Knowles. Oh dear. I'm kind of tired of Piers Morgan. I'm really quite tired of it, but it's going to be hard to resist not clicking on the Kulinski Michael Knowles one.
Allows the president to deploy the U.S. military domestically and use that force against citizens. It can only be employed if there's an insurrection or interference with state or federal law. So, Andy, as a former deputy director of the FBI and acting director, do you see any grounds to legitimize the use of the Insurrection Act here?
No, absolutely not. I think there's a lot of indicators on the ground that point towards the need for a much better and very different law enforcement response. This is, we have had, unfortunately, violent protests in this country for a number of different reasons, different issues over the last couple of years. And in not one of them has any other president declared to bring in the United States military to take over a city under the insurrection.
Kyle posted a clip with him debating Michael Knowles, and it's fantastic. Kyle's got dark sunglasses on. Das Vidani with $2. Pierce panels are always nightmare blunt rotations. I find them so boring now. They're not even interesting to me for the lolcow content. Oh wow, he's in there too. He's kind of a mixed bag. What's his name? Coleman Hughes. He's kind of a mixed bag. I've seen him have some pretty good takes actually, but the first thing I ever got in, when I first was introduced to him, he was on The View confidently claiming that Martin Luther King did not push for things like affirmative action or targeted government relief to minority communities. He was so confident that that Martin Luther King Jr. favored universal programs over things like reparations or targeted assistance for black people. And he was just so wrong about that. Like, he wrote a book about it. He wrote a book about getting rid of identity politics or whatever. And he claimed that Martin Luther King didn't favor like reparations, for example. And he was just wrong about that. It's like, that to me is that like, I lose a lot of respect. It's like, you wrote a book and you did all this research and you didn't know that Martin Luther King wanted reparations. Like, I figured that out with a 5-minute Google search. So my opinion of him was really low when I first discovered him, but I have seen him have some decent takes.
I may not agree with all of it, but I do understand the logic to what Trump is doing here. Do you?
No, because we don't have a right to act like this around the world. We're supposed to be a nation among nations, not a nation above nations. And they used to at least lie to us in the past and say that this is good for the world and we're spreading freedom and democracy. Now they don't even bother to lie. Now it's naked, rank, disgusting imperialism where they say, we're going to take the oil. And the point is that we're going to take the oil. We're going to take the minerals. We're going to take the precious metals. We're doing this for our corporations. We're doing it for the Epstein class, the billionaires. And this, to piggyback on what Dave Smith said, is frankly not what many of the MAGA voters thought they were signing up for. They thought America First actually meant America First. By the way, you also replaced the Maduro regime with the Maduro regime. Congratulations on that. It's also been now a week straight of pro-regime protests. Now you have roving gangs of Venezuelan militias that are kidnapping Americans. But again, I come back to the fundamental point.
So, just to be clear, we do have some polling out. I think he's right about that. There were some reports about Venezuela militia looking for Americans. But we do have polling now out of Venezuela done by The Economist. So they're not some random pollster. Guess. I want you guys to guess. Wait, where the fuck is it? Here. Okay. First of all, guess what percentage of Venezuelans have a very favorable or somewhat favorable opinion of Donald Trump? Just guess. You guys are close. You guys are close. For that, it's about, it looks like about 53%. Guess what percentage of Americans support the United States capture of Maduro? New guess. Doing a new guess. Check and react to tweet I will send you via Discord. Oh, there it is. That number is it's actually close to the amount of people that favor Donald Trump. It's about 52%, it looks like. It's 52% of Venezuelans support capturing Maduro. It looks like about 36% neither agree nor disagree. And only about 13% strongly or somewhat disagree. So not overwhelmingly popular in Venezuela in terms of what Trump did, but more popular than not. And more importantly, I think not a lot of strong opposition. Not a lot of any opposition. I think that's probably the most important statistic to focus on, is only about 13% of Venezuelans don't like that Trump did that. Pondering wanted me to react to this tweet. Right now, Democrats have no credible path to sustained control of the Senate and the White House. After the adjustments to the Electoral College map that look likely to come with the next census, Democratic presidential nominee could win all states won by Kamala Harris, plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and still falls short of 270 electoral votes. An already unforgiving map gets more so, equally so in the Senate. So I knew about this. So like, because of the census, we're going to need more than the blue wall. For those of you guys, or I'm sure most of you guys know, but like, basically the current map is as long as the Democrats hold the like predictably solid states, they only have to win the blue wall states to get to exactly 270. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. And after the next census, they're gonna have to win another state like Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. And so we're heading into a less favorable map with Dems. That's not a great situation, obviously. I don't like that. But I don't know, Pondering, I don't know if you remember, were you here the last time we had Laksha on? Or did he have this conversation with us when you were on? I don't like that. That's not enough for me to go doomer, because when you look at presidential maps throughout history, so much can change so fast in this country. It's not inconceivable that you could have like Ohio flip back blue, or Florida, or certainly North Carolina, states like that. If the conditions get bad enough, or if the Republican Party just completely collapses as a coalition, and there's signs of very serious fracturing in the Republican Party right now, like the great like groipening of the Republican Party. Like, what if that causes a 5% depression of the vote in the Republican Party base? Just a 5% drop would have catastrophic implications for the Republican Party. But I don't disagree with this. I don't disagree with this right here. This sentence right here. And I don't disagree with any part of this tweet, actually. So he's right. Right now, that is certainly true. Right now, Democrats have no credible path to sustained control. He's not saying they have no credible path to control. He's not saying that the Democrats have no path to win a trifecta in 2028. He's saying they have no credible path to like reasonably expect that they will be able to hold control of like a trifecta, or that is my understanding as well. So that we have no credible path to the White House. He's not saying that, and that's certainly not true. That we don't have a credible path to the White House in 2028. I don't think he's saying that. But yeah, that's my reaction to that.
Which is, if you sign on to stuff like this, you're saying might makes right and the law of the jungle is back. What you're saying is China has a right to go into whatever smaller country they want and depose the leader and say we're doing it because we can and we have the right to do it and we have bigger guns and there's nothing you can do to stop it. So they're never going to address that fundamental question, which is, why do we have a right? Do we actually believe in international law, or was that all a joke? Are we rolling the clock back to the 1700s and the 1800s and we're going super primitive style here? And
you don't even have to go back to the 1800s. You know,
I think the answer to that is yes.
law
They want to go
goes back
super
to
primitive
antiquity.
style.
International law goes back to antiquity. It's not some creation of modernity, whether we're talking about the 1700s or the 20th century.
The Geneva Conventions, the Nuremberg Tribunal, excuse me, the Geneva Conventions and the Nuremberg Tribunal.
Yes, those exist, but international laws, the jus gentium goes back to antiquity. However, unfortunately, a lot of our liberal friends think history began a few decades ago.
The League of Nations was useless. It fell apart, and that's why we had the UN. That's why we had the Geneva Convention.
Right, I'm talking about millennia ago,
because we looked at piles of millions of dead bodies, and we said that's a bad idea. We looked at piles of millions of dead bodies and said that's a bad idea. Let's not do that anymore. Let's actually have a framework and rules and laws. And Trump is blowing that up. By the way, he bombed fishing boats from Venezuela, Trinidad, and Tobago, and Colombia. He just did the regime change in Venezuela. He bombed Yemen and Somalia and Nigeria and Iran. He's threatening Greenland and Panama and Canada and Cuba and Mexico. And you.
If I'm going to nitpick a little bit here, I think Kyle is like 99% based in this clip. I don't like the framing of like we bombed Somalia. We have a partnership with the Somali government. We assist them on targeted strikes against like terrorist groups like Al-Shabaab. That's a bit different than like bombing Iran or now, but I don't know. It could, at least that was the case when Biden was president. So maybe he's right, and maybe Donald Trump has dropped bombs on Somalia without it, not in any kind of communication or partnership with the Somali government. Yeah, defend Somalia, Hutch. Dumb take. Huh? What are you talking about? But I don't know. Don't you guys agree? Don't you guys agree? It is a little misleading to say like you bomb Somalia, because when I hear somebody say like you bomb a country, that I take that to mean, you know, you're doing like a unilateral decision to strike a country, right? If you're working with the Somali government to bomb terrorist cells in the country, that's like a little different. Yes, but not the hill to die on or nitpick. Maybe optically, but I do think that matters. So I don't know.
You sit there the whole time and act like it's okay. Is there anything Trump can do, Michael Knowles, that you would say, I condemn it, and you hop off the Trump train, or are you going to tickle his taint for the rest of your fucking life?
No, there have been plenty of Trump policies that I've criticized because he's only right about 99.78% of the time. So the First Step Act, I thought, was a misstep. But I would say the rest. Excuse me. I would say the rest of the administration has been very successful. What's your problem? What's
my
your
problem? Is
criticism?
that you're a cuck and you're a hack and you're not an independent thinker and you're meat riding Trump.
Why do you
and
say
you
that?
know that what he's doing in
I just answered your
and
question.
You don't care.
I just answered your question. I corrected
Congratulations. You rented your brain to a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. I hope you're happy.
A war criminal, pedophile, rapist? Do you brought up a point?
I mean, Kyle says a lot of things that I don't agree with, but technically that's true. Technically that's true. It just got reported that we used a civilian boat, or sorry, civilian plane, to bomb one of those boats, which evidently super war crime. You can't like fly above a boat and give them like the false impression that it's just a civilian boat and then just drop a bomb. Apparently that's a war crime. Pedophile? Well, technically, it's a ibif. That word? Technically, it's a ibif. What's that word again? Ibifibophile? What is it again? I literally don't know the word. It's the ibifibophile. And rapist. Yeah. You know what? I'm going to give him pedophile. Yeah. He's a war criminal, pedophile, rapist. Yeah.
Brought up international law, and you made a very false point, a dumb point, which is that international law began only a few hundred years ago. I corrected you, and I pointed out that the international law is part of the Western tradition. That, excuse me one second. It goes back to antiquity. It's a principle of the jus gentium. And then you said, well, international law has failed because of the League of Nations failure, which I think is actually undermining your argument and proving my point and proving Trump's point, because the liberal internationalism that was established by people like Woodrow Wilson did in fact fail, which is why we need to restore an older and more classical conception of the international order, which is precisely what Trump's doing. So I think you've hoisted yourself with your own petard. And then you just make a lot of vulgar sort of non sequiturs because you don't have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me bring in...
Let me ask you this question. Hold on, Piers. Let me ask him a question real quick. Tell me the name...
Kyle's muscling Piers here. Oh, my goodness.
Name of the Minister of Defense in Venezuela.
I don't know. Whatever his name is.
And that's the
Garcia
problem, is that
or
you're advocating for a regime change. You don't know the first thing.
I didn't. I just said the opposite. I argued against a regime change.
He actually said the opposite. I heard Michael
Kyle, I just want to correct something.
Michael Knowles say
for a regime
the
change.
regime remains there, right? So he said the opposite, in fact. I want to bring in Coleman.
No, but he wanted to take out Maduro. Don't give me that cutesy little BS.
Yes, but he made the point that the regime is still... He made the point the regime is still there, and the vice president appears to be much more compliant with running Venezuela the way America would prefer for its national security than Maduro. So that's what Michael said. He didn't advocate regime change. Let me bring in Coleman Hughes. Coleman,
kidnapping the president is not regime change. Hang on, Carl. Let me bring in regime change.
Coleman hasn't said a word yet.
I mean, I'm a little biased. I'm a little biased against Kyle. I don't know if that debate tactic is like an optics W. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Pondering with another. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you still in here, Pondering? Pondering with $5. Check out the New York Times article and the first reply to that tweet. That's where the quote is from. And more people need to know the challenge. Okay. The tweet is here. New York Times article is here. You're going to make me read an article? Ugh. You gave me $15, so we can take a gander at the opening bits here. In election after election last year, Democrats had big wins everywhere. Voters who swung hard to President Trump swung hard back. These moments are incredibly rare, trust me. Is that true? Yes, that's true. Okay. It may be discordant then to believe the party is still in crisis. It's much easier. First of all, who is David Plouffe again? Do I like him? Campaign manager and White House senior advisor for Barack Obama, senior advisor for Kamala Harris for president, strategist, analyst, and occasional author. Well, what kind of liberal are you? Okay, he seems fine. It may be discordant then to believe the party is still in crisis. It's much easier to hope that the storm is past, that the deep unpopularity of Mr. Trump and the MAGA movement and the mess they are creating will be enough to right the ship. I certainly wish it were so, but to win races in politically unforgiving, even hostile territory will require the party to overhaul its broken brand and stale agenda by elevating new faces and new leaders who promise to chart a course enough voters believe in. Why? Because to have any hope of fixing the root problems that plague our democracy and our economy, Democrats need a majority that lasts, like the New Deal coalition. At least 3, maybe more Supreme Court justices could retire over the coming decade. Without sustained Democratic political power and control during that period, a conservative 8-1 court is not out of the question. The possibility should focus the mind. Right now, Democrats have no credible path to sustain control of the Senate and the White House, even after the adjustments to the Electoral College map that look likely to come with the next census. The Democratic presidential nominee could win all states won by Kamala Harris plus the blue wall of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, and still falls short of the 270 electoral votes needed to win. An already unforgiving map gets more so equally in the Senate. I've helped lead 3 of the past 5 Democratic presidential campaigns, most recently for 107 days with Miss Harris. There were fewer voters available to her and therefore fewer paths to victory in 2024 than in previous elections. This has to change. It can, but not with the same recipes, slightly warmed over. It has to be change people can believe in. To quote a slogan from not too long ago, the existential question now is, how do Democrats get back to playing and winning in more places? First, make our unpopular president and his vassals own everything. Higher energy and healthcare costs, higher food bills, war. The Republicans in Congress stood by meekly as Mr. Trump took a wrecking ball to our economy. They deserve blame for it. Democrats won sweeping victories in 2025 despite being less favorably viewed than the GOP. They overwhelmingly won voters who hate both parties, an echo of the double haters cohort from 2016. Why? Because MAGA has complete control. Voters will usually choose a flawed alternative to a discredited incumbent. Ooh, that's a good line. I like that line. That's a good line to kind of help explain 2024. That is task 1. As important as it is, it's far easier than task 2. James Baldwin wrote, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it's faced." Democrats must face, honestly, where we are and how we are perceived. That starts with offering a fresh agenda that voters believe can make a difference in their lives, not the same stuff they heard from Democratic candidates in recent years. Each candidate is different. That said, the ideas below should find a home almost anywhere. A plan to bring down costs. Just running against those who have caused prices to skyrocket gets you a lot of the way there, but not far enough. Democrats should promise to investigate and stop price gouging, get rid of Mr. Trump's inflation-inducing tariffs, build millions more apartments and homes, establish universal childcare, expand Medicare to cover home health costs for family caregivers. So these are 2 of these were in Kamala's platform, by the way. The price gouging and then Medicare to cost home health costs. Those were in her platform. The list of ideas that would save voters real money is long. Make choices, make it short, and make it sing. If it can't be communicated in an Instagram post or 10-second TikTok, go back to the drawing board. Make it about tangibly cutting the costs of living for people, not an ideological wish list. Everything he's saying so far, I am fucking fully on board with, just for the record. He has me 100% so far in this article. A plan to create jobs that America needs. Candidates could be honest about their district's shortage of nurses, officers, teachers, auto mechanics, and plumbers. Through tax incentives, training, tuition assistance, and a relentless focus on what's needed, candidates should call for specific numbers of people to be hired over the next 4 years. A specific job is more credible than a generic job. This is a national economic security urgency. Auto insurance rates are skyrocketing in part because repair costs are surging because there aren't enough mechanics. I didn't know that. Many of these jobs won't be displaced by artificial intelligence, at least not immediately. Candidates must make voters believe that every day they will wake up and work on adding these kinds of opportunities. A plan for AI. It will play a much bigger role in the 2026 midterms than many people thought just a few months ago, and it could be the dominant issue of the 2028 campaign. AI's role in our lives, society, and economy is likely to only grow, especially since we are in a battle for supremacy with China. But we have to ask questions, create some guardrails, and force tech giants to be more transparent about their data and algorithms, how they identify deepfakes, and about their plans to mitigate the downstream negative effects of their products. Elon Musk has said AI and robots will kill all jobs. That's a pretty negative downstream effect. Start with AI's toxic stew of higher energy costs, job losses, chatbot, mental health misuse, and misinformation. Then consider how the revenue from these activities will go to the wealthiest people on the planet. The Trump administration and its allies in Congress want to give tech companies a full green light and tell the country, you're on your own. Democrats should exploit that political opening. I asked ChatGPT to spit out an ad that captured the argument. That's clever. Visuals, empty factory floors, a family sitting in the dark as power bills pile up, a young man staring blankly at a computer screen, a rocket launches symbolizing billionaire wealth soaring. Narrator, serious, urgent tone. Politicians told us AI would make life better, but what did it really bring? Lost jobs, sky-high energy bills, mental health in crisis, and the billionaires, they got richer, while we got left behind. Unironically, this is a fucking amazing political ad. Just to be clear. I think this speaks to the quality of ChatGPT. I'm teasing. Every time they side with big tech, they're choosing profits over people. Time to ask, whose future are they building? Because it sure isn't ours. That is, I'm sorry. That's really good. That's a really good ad, dude. Come on. If I told you that James Talarico put that in his ad, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's great. Tagline, hold them accountable. Say no to AI greed. Not bad. Add political consultants to the endangered occupation list. A plan for reform. There is valuable ground to occupy, highlighting where the political system, regardless of which party is in power, is hurting the American people. Candidates should create an ambitious reform agenda, term limits and lifetime lobbying bans for members of Congress, a ban on stock trading, rules for elected officials and their crypto holdings, guardrails for prediction markets, maybe even consider a constitutional amendment banning presidential pardons. Ooh, that's topical to what we were talking about before. Mr. Trump's corruption makes such proposals more relevant and powerful. Too many Democrats still stand in the way of cleaning up government. You can't go far enough in this lane if you are an outsider candidate challenging the broken status quo. Democrats have come to be seen as the defenders of institutions, seen by voters, especially young ones, as badly broken. It's a deadly political place to be. The party can win a debate about how to reform and modernize government when it's up against a MAGA worldview where there are no rules at all, especially for the powerful, but not if they remain seen as the standard bearers of a broken status quo. Hold your own leaders to account. The Democratic establishment too often folds when it should fight and is too in love with process. It wants to perfect the world, but is not maniacally focused on improving the lives of those living in it right now. Too often, it doesn't apply the same rules to itself that it believes the other side should follow. Candidates should challenge those instincts, call for new leadership, and say that, if elected, they wouldn't support the current crop. We saw in 2024 the hunger for more independence from democratic status quo. People want change everywhere. Candidates should blow the whistle on a poorly performing program or law or regulation that's outlived its usefulness. See how Zoran Mamdani captured in his halal cart video the pain that poor licensing rules cause entrepreneurs and consumers. If Democrats get better about focusing on results, cutting red tape, and getting things done for people on time and under budget, what's become known as the abundance agenda, it makes the populist call for higher taxes on the wealthiest even more powerful. Swing voters, much like the Democratic base, believe the richest should pay more. but they don't think the proceeds will be spent well. If Democrats convince them otherwise and follow through, they will avoid being trapped in a debate about whether to choose populism or abundance. Both strategies could work together to deliver results. The hole Democrats are in is deep, but so is MAGA's, and it can't dig out while Mr. Trump is astride the project. It's a gift in any competitive arena to have your opponents stuck in place. It gives you a chance to improve your position while they are trapped in theirs. This asymmetry won't last forever. It needs to be seized and maximized, and it all hangs in the balance. I gotta say, that was a pretty great read. I have to say, I think there's a lot of good stuff in here. He makes the point very directly, communicates the urgency. He does a thing that far too many people don't do, which is make concrete proposals. Substantive like policy suggestions. Yeah, that was good. That was good. I agree. Speaking of abundance, there was a new Majority Report video where they were talking shit about abundance, or at least it looks like they are. Sitch and Adam are apparently debating Wick right now. What's going on there?
Stepping out of the way, and this guy trips on him.
There's a slope there. That's what the guy slips on. There's a slope. So the guy in the black jacket, he's not standing on the slope. He's standing on the flat part of the ground. So he's making it. So
okay, I'm not. Yeah, we'll get the highlights for that tomorrow or something. Swanee Bird with $5. Look up the Gianmarco Sorisi joke about R. Kelly being a pedophile. It's both funny and kind of educational. Okay, I'll bookmark that. Dasvidanya with $2. Piers panels are always nightmare blunt rotations. Yeah, I think I already got you for that. Okay, where's the Majority Report video? They fucking don't like abundance. Majority Report from yesterday. Warren torches Schumer and warns Dem about, quote, abundance. But right now, the video we watched yesterday was pretty remarkable. It was a 20-minute video of them howling and screaming because they misunderstood, literally because they misunderstood Chuck Schumer's point. Not ideal. What is this? ICE agent seems to tear his ACL. Did they add the laugh track to that?
There she goes again.
Just ignore it, baby. She says when she gets like that, it's the Holy Ghost take.
Ow. This is like the footage of Vince McMahon. There's a clip of him running into the ring, and he tore like both muscles in his like the top of his thighs or whatever. Have you guys seen that one? He tore both his quads. Yeah, there's like one clip of him running full speed and then like lunging into the ring. And then he just fucking like he can't stand up because he tore both his quads. That poor guy. Okay.
Now there's going to be a fight.
Wait, no, I take it back. I shouldn't say that poor guy when talking about fucking Vince McMahon. Okay.
We have 2 weeks, and the Republicans are cutting up the different funding bills, which is all well and good. That actually may end up regretting doing this. The trouble is that they're having a lot of time. They have a very, very narrow majority in the House. And the House is supposed to be the slam dunk, and then the Senate is where maybe there could be a problem, because if 41 Democrats vote to keep conversation alive, in other words, filibuster, then they can't pass anything in the Senate. There is a fight in the Senate now. If you're feeling helpless, right now is a good time to be pressuring Chuck Schumer, calling his office, he is the Senate minority leader, calling your own senator and saying, do not sign off on funding for DHS. Do not sign off on funding for DHS. And if you want to throw in, unless qualified immunity is revoked, unless masks are outlawed, unless there is explicit policy in engagement, rules of engagement that are published and adopted. Those are 3 just general asks you can say, but it's very important. We'll put the number of the Senate up in the podcast and YouTube description. People are moving now to get rid of Chuck Schumer following the 2026 election. It would be great if he left now. And he's probably, I think his term is up in 2028. I don't think he's the type of guy who's going to walk away from the job, but he may step down as leader, or he may get voted out as leader.
How serious and how numerous are the Senate Democrats that are trying to get different leaders? First of all, I do think that Schumer should step down in an ideal situation. Not even because I think he's like necessarily a bad leader, but because I think the political argument is just too strong. There comes a point in leadership, any kind of leadership really, where if you lose the confidence of the people that you're supposed to be leading, and in this case, I wouldn't even be talking about the senators, I'd be talking about the voters, but he's very clearly lost the confidence of the voters. Right or wrong, whatever your opinion on that is besides the point. Now, I will say, in the dream universe where we do another shutdown and he gets like actual concessions, maybe that changes, but the Democratic voter base has a very, very low opinion of him, and it's just not really tenable. And he's in a similar position that Biden was in after the debate, and unlikely he'll do the selfless thing. Nah, Schumer is our Tom Wamsghan. He's our pain sponge. That's one way to put it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if the next Senate leader are going to be well positioned for success, you know, because I think that is part of the job description with congressional leadership is they have to eat shit. Like a big part of the job is just eating shit. You eat shit for like the rest of your caucus, you know. So I don't know if there is another replacement of his that could be like super popular within the base, but it's just that his numbers are so low with the base that it would, I think if Schumer stepped down, and I guess it depends on who his successor would be, but if he stepped down, I legitimately think the internal approval rating for the party among the Democratic base would go up like 25 points immediately. Because you're signaling to the base that, you know, because like, what are they saying? They're saying they want a new vision. Like that's kind of what the base is saying right now. Like, we want a new kind of vision of the party. We want a new kind of party identity. We don't want the same status quo. I guess you could just sum it up in that kind of way. And if he steps aside, that's like the party listening to the voters kind of thing. And so, yeah.
Here's Elizabeth Warren basically arguing, and remember, the abundance stuff was very much a way to push back on the labor gains and the antitrust gains that were made during the Biden years, basically because he had to deal with Warren and Sanders. And
what? Abundance was a way to push back on the labor gains? I legit have no idea what he's. Maybe I'm being too stupid, but like I don't know what he means by that. I think that's headcanon. That just feels like headcanon to me. I have the Jew with $5. How much credit should Chucky get if they flip Alaska and Maine? I mean, you know, probably a lot. Yeah, probably a lot. I don't know, though. Plattner seems to have a pretty secure lead in that race from the polls that I've been seeing. Yeah.
When you talk about labor gains and you talk about antitrust, the totality of that is stop redistributing wealth upwards and start redistributing wealth across the country and across and basically downwards. Antitrust does that. Taxation does that. Strengthening the power of labor does that.
Driving down the cost of housing wouldn't do that as well. You're spending less money on rent and housing, and you have more money to spend on recreation or other things. I mean, yeah.
Nationalizing functions of the private market that are completely failed, like health insurance, a completely failed product, completely unnecessary. We already have 1/3 of the country on government health insurance, and it's the most popular, the second most popular programs that we have.
Is Medicare itself an insurance system, or is it a government entity that works with insurance? Is it its own insurance company, Medicare? I guess it is. Latest poll I saw had Mills up. Oh, maybe you're seeing different polls than I saw.
Medicare. So here's Elizabeth Warren jumping into that fray because we saw the...
Yeah, I guess you're right about that, Swanee. So like decreasing rent, or I guess like driving down the cost of rent, doesn't directly decrease the wealth of the top 1%, which is why Sam is talking about trust busting and increasing taxes on the rich. Did Abundance take a position on raising taxes on the wealthy? It's been a minute since I listened to the audiobook. I don't recall.
The tech bros, the crypto crowd, create this sort of abundance movement.
Tech bros, crypto crowd. What is Derek Thompson's background? He's being very uncharitable. Let's just be honest. Journalist. Born 1986. Contributing writer at The Atlantic. Born in Virginia. Was super into theater productions. Graduated Northwestern University in 2008 with a triple major in journalism, political science, and legal studies. In 2018, he became the host of a technology and science podcast. I guess that makes him a tech bro. Thompson has written 3 cover stories for the magazine. First, A World Without Work is a widely referenced essay on the meaning of work and automation's threat to the labor force. The second was a lengthy profile of X, the research and development division of Alphabet. The third is the Antisocial Century, published in the magazine's February 2025 issue, points out that Americans are spending more time alone than ever before.
And yes, I think everybody should have a lot of stuff. That would be great. But the abundance movement is disempower labor, disempower the regulatory state. Are there instances where we should change regulations, perhaps in local housing rules? Probably, yeah.
Well, I mean, you're basically conceding like a really massive plank of abundance. You know? He's kind of conceding like probably like the most important proposal in the book, in a kind of general sense.
Yes, it would be hard for me to believe that we have reached the absolute right mix of regulations and specific regulations. But to the extent that well-meaning regulations get abused, it is very often by well-funded sources. Here is Elizabeth Warren making a speech the other day to basically set.
I mean, it's also very often by left-wing or Democratic Party aligned activist groups or advocacy groups, right?
The table on the future of the
labor groups, right?
Democratic Party. Here's number 19. She is discussing why people are hesitant to support Democrats, despite the fact that they loathe the Republicans.
Many voters are rightly skeptical that we'll really make something happen. After all, we didn't even take the extraordinarily obvious and simple step of increasing the minimum wage the last time we had power. Why not? Well, ask Kirsten Sinema, the former Democratic senator from Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't have the votes, that's why.
Who curtsied on the Senate floor.
By the way, Kirsten Sinema is being sued in the state of Virginia? I don't know. She's being sued by the wife of one of her security detail that she had whilst serving in the Senate, because apparently those two were doing a little bit of that, and it ruined the marriage. And the state has laws on the books where you can sue your ex-husband's mistress. For basically like helping to destroy a marriage. It's like the only state where that they have like a law like that on the books. Sue the whore. Anyways, there was some reporting on that just this morning.
While rejecting a minimum wage increase in 2021 to raise wages for up to 27 million Americans, and then spent the rest of her time in office protecting hedge fund managers from paying taxes and blocking filibuster reform.
Pause it.
Sinema faced.
Just go back a little bit. Kristen Sinema is the problem. Yes, she was a problem. But the point that Warren makes next is the one that is actually actionable. That is, you're always going to have, because of the nature of the country and the nature of the system, you're always going to have...
He's going to talk about rotating villains.
A couple of senators or a couple of House members who don't want to get with the program. Leadership is supposed to be, how do I get those people to get with the program?
Oh, God, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. Here it comes, guys. I'm going to do it. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to do it. Right there. Wait, do we not have one? Oh, there it is. Yeah. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. He's doing the thing. You know, historically, congressional leadership have perfectly whipped the votes on every piece of major signature landmark legislation. You know, ideally, we could force every senator and House representative to go along with every line item on the president's entire agenda. even though that has never happened in history, because that's just not how democracies work. Das Vidani with $10. I have a bone to pick with those who say Dems don't hold people like Sinema accountable. Sinema got censured by the Arizona Dem Party, basically ejecting her from the party. That's why she switched to independent. Yeah, and then the voters voted her out. And then the voters, I don't even know, didn't she drop out of the race eventually? She was purged from the party. I mean, both her and Manchin were purged from the party.
There may be times I have to cut them loose if they need, electoral things. But what do I have at my disposal that I can deploy to get them to change their minds? Or do I do nothing and just be like, eh?
What if, Sam, there was nothing you could have done to change their minds? Would it be possible to entertain that possibility? Would it be possible to acknowledge that there's no room for error in a 50-50 Senate? And if the voters choose someone like Sinema, and the voters choose someone like Manchin, actually, wasn't Sinema appointed to that position after? When did she win? Now Trump wants to give everyone in Greenland $500,000 to join the U.S. There's 50,000 people in Greenland. How much would that seems like a lot of money. Quick math. 50,000. That's Greenland population, right? Greenland population. Tiny little country. Between 55 and 56,000. We'll say 55,000. 55,000 times 500,000. 27 bill. I mean, shit, I might take that deal. You kidding me? I'd think about that if I was in Greenland. I'd think about that. Sinema won in 2018, but I think she initially took over for McCain, right? Didn't you? I don't know. I don't know how that happened, but
27 million Americans, and then spent the rest of her time in office protecting hedge fund managers from paying taxes and blocking filibuster reform. Sinema faced no consequences from her president or her leaders in Washington. Eventually, it was her own constituents back home who chased her out of the Senate. But
wait, what did she just say?
And then spent the rest of her time in office protecting hedge fund managers from paying taxes and blocking filibuster reform. Sinema faced no consequences from her president or her leaders in Washington.
This is such horseshit. I'm sorry. This is such horseshit. Consequences from the president. First of all, what are we even talking about when we say consequences from the president? Also, you want what? You want Biden to what? Go to war with Kyrsten Sinema, I guess, in the first month of his presidency when they're negotiating the ARP? When you need her, you know you're gonna need her vote for every bill that you want to pass in the future? This is such horseshit. This is so stupid. It's so dumb. Like, I'm sorry. The reality was she had an insane amount of leverage because they needed her vote for everything. Everything. And she didn't give a fuck. She was just like this weirdo who just didn't give a flying fuck. No, she wasn't appointed. It was a Republican governor at the time. Okay, interesting. This is just stupid. This is just silly stupidness. Stupidity. I don't know if stupidness is a word. Smith with 7 months. Thank you so much.
Washington. Eventually, it was her own constituents back home who chased her out of the Senate.
That's democracy. That's democracy. That's democracy. Yes. That's how this works. That's how this works. If the voters don't like a senator and they want a different person, they elect a new person. Great. Okay.
But today, she is cashing in from the industry she protects.
Can Sam just acknowledge that voters have agency and that we collectively fucked it up?
No. No, because they have the opposite view of me. I'm a big fuck the voters guy, and they're like the opposite. Everything is, it's like it's almost like they view the entire electorate as one kind of like a hive mind, like a hive mind of hundreds of millions of like mindless automatons that are to be manipulated. And if the voters ever make any decisions that Sam thinks are bad, like they vote down a measure in their state that he liked, or they elect a politician that he doesn't like, then it's just flowchart. It's just flowcharts all the way down. The voters didn't make a mistake. It was the Democrats' fault for not manipulating them properly.
Protected. The Wall Street Journal recently marveled at the sheer number of projects cinema has taken on from crypto, AI, and other wealthy corporate clients. And meanwhile,
I'm sorry, but like this feels to me like a good sign for the Democratic Party. The voters chose someone in 2018. I don't know how she ran in 2018. Did she run as like, I'm going to be a maverick? Did she try to like take up the McCain mantle? But the voters decided in 2018 that they wanted her to be their senator. And she was this awful person for 6 years who behaved awfully and did awful things and was just kind of nakedly corrupt. And then she was promptly voted out. It's like, I don't know. That seems like voters make mistakes sometimes, but you'd hope that when they do, they vote that person out, and that's what happened in this case. So, she ran as a progressive, did she? I don't even know.
Millions of working Americans who have not seen a minimum wage increase in almost 2 decades are still waiting for Democrats to deliver on one of our most basic promises.
So here we have, like, she is calling out the leadership. Joe Biden is, retired. But Chuck Schumer is still the leader. And here she is. She's calling out the leadership of the Democratic Party. And she's talking to Chuck Schumer. I mean, this is, she's part of the so-called Fight Club and whatnot.
He just assumes that there's always a way to force compliance from every senator, I guess. Which, why would you assume that? What is the historical precedent for this? Give me a single Senate leader or a single president that bat 1,000 on their agenda.
But she is basically saying, Chuck Schumer failed. He failed under the Biden administration to corral cinema. He failed with Manchin. And I would argue that, and I have many times.
Again, this is bananas. Talk about like a glass half full versus glass half empty situation. That's one way to look at it, I suppose. That's one way to look at it. Another way to look at it would be that the Biden administration got a, frankly, astonishing amount of legislation over the finish line, even through extremely difficult and contentious negotiations, with no room for error, literally. Not a single seat they could afford to lose in those negotiations, and they still got the ARP, the IRA, the infrastructure bill. Like those were not easy. And it looked like further legislative efforts were dead in the water by like November of 2021. And somehow, through some force of negotiation or persuasion, those talks rekindled a few months later, and it resulted in a lot more legislation getting passed. Look at the Trump administration right now, okay? Compare Trump's legislative track record right now, at his point in his presidency, this time around, with where Biden was at around this time. There's no question that Biden was way more effective at getting like actual legislation done. And if you're only getting your news and information from Sam Cedar, you would think that the Biden administration and the democratically led Congress back then was this abysmal failure, because they're laser focused on difficult to pass measures like a $15 an hour minimum wage. And I assume like things like a public option and whatever.
Times that Biden failed by not bringing up that Build Back Better quicker, and instead invited Sinema and Portman to come up with their version, and invited the Republicans in to come up with their version. And just to give you an example of the leadership of the Democratic Party, here
of Build Back Better, invited the Republicans? Did I miss something?
Sean Patrick Maloney, who
they weren't fast enough. That's his observation. The story of legislation in Biden's first 2 years is a failure because they didn't rekindle negotiations fast enough. Again, we're talking about legislative negotiations that had died. Like Build Back Better was dead. And you had Manchin, I don't know about Sinema, I don't remember her posture, but you had Manchin posturing at the end of 2021 like, fuck you. You're not going to bully me into doing stuff, supporting bills that I don't support. And it was considered quite bleak, the prospect of further legislation. And somehow, like a few months later, oh shit, we're back on. And he's saying that that's like bad because it didn't happen fast enough. Like, well, why stop there? If you're going to use this kind of lazy, stupid analysis, you may as well just say, well, the talks never should have died in the first place. Everything should have been perfect. There's just no consideration to how things work in real life, like dynamically shifting.
Put this up on the screen. Brian, put it up on the, there you go. When I ran the DCCC, he was in the leadership of the Democratic Party in Congress. The Democrats in New York screwed up the redistricting stuff. He got redistricted out of his district. He ended up running against, or basically pushing Mondaire Jones out of his, in good leadership style, and ended up like a cascade of losses under this guy. When I ran the DCCC, every decision came down to imperfect information. Well, what's he up to here? Is he justifying why he screwed up so bad?
I wish I didn't already know.
Where to spend, which races were real, and what signals to trust when the noise was overwhelming. In other words, I had a very bad sense of what was going on in districts, and we basically just went after rich people. Polls lagged.
How about Dearborn?
Pundits guessed. Social media distorted reality.
I mean, this whole thing is pretty cringe. This guy announcing that he's joining like a prediction betting market platform to be their CEO, coming from the DCCC. Like, I don't love that.
Buddy, what exists now and didn't then are prediction markets that force people to put real stakes behind their beliefs, not just opinions. They surface signals that cut through noise in ways that few other tools can.
I mean, just to push back a little bit, though, if we're being honest, prediction markets have proven themselves to be surprisingly accurate in their predictions. It's horrible for society. Let me just say that. Gambling is a really fucked up, awful addiction. Don't say yikes, Hutch. I'm telling you something that is true. Don't yikes. Did I lie to you? It is horrible for the country and society. Of all the addictions, gambling addictions have the highest unaliving rate, self-unaliving rate of anything. More than heroin, cocaine, methamphetamines, sex addictions. And it kind of makes sense because with gambling, that addiction, all of a sudden you wipe out your life savings and you have these... I feel like gambling addictions are more consequential. Obviously, like drug addictions are going to be more consequential in terms of like what it does to your body. The gambling addictions, I think, they produce the most impactful, negatively impactful, like externalities. What would you rather go through? Like, like you can't put drugs on layaway. You know what I mean? Like typically drug dealers don't let dope fiends have like tabs. So you can't get a $50,000 line of credit to buy heroin or fentanyl. But you can get, predatory loans and wipe out your life savings in a gambling addiction. So it's bad. Bad. I think when I read the figures at the time, this was like 10 or 15 years ago, it was something like 50 or a little bit over 50% of gambling addicts had attempted unaliving. Is that true? Lifetime unaliving ideation and unaliving attempts are commonly reported with individuals with gambling problems, and that individuals with gambling problems have an increased likelihood of reporting lifetime unaliving ideation and unaliving attempts and dying by unaliving compared to the general population. The observed increased likelihood of unaliving should be noted and addressed. I don't know what the exact figures are, but they're really high. Higher, again, my understanding. Around 50% of individuals seeking help for gambling disorder have unaliving ideation, and about 17% have attempted unaliving. Okay.
I've seen how valuable that kind of information is. That's why I'm joining Predict Action as CEO and president.
Hudge, there was a DraftKings ad for me on YouTube right now. Oh my God. What the fuck? The timing there. My goodness.
To help ensure these markets have real rules, real accountability, and real protection for the people using them. I look forward.
The Netherlands has a dedicated gambling authority for oversight. Since 2024, by law, you are only allowed to put in €350 a month, and it's illegal under 18. I mean, that, I think, like, yeah. I guess like my pre-existing biases against, for whatever reason, like I'm biased, like, to be skeptical of over-regulating vices. Maybe I should reevaluate that, but I mean, certainly I think you could save a lot of people a lot of damage by capping gambling stuff at €350 a month. I mean, I know someone who was in recovery, got clean. They were clean for a year, and then they got super into sports betting. They didn't make a lot of money. Like the person did not make a lot of money, and they got super into sports betting, and they were losing like thousands of dollars a month. It's like, and you don't have a lot of money, and you're losing thousands a month because of sports betting. That's like a problem. I used to work security at a bingo hall. It's crazy how many old people are addicted to bingo, and they spend their whole social security checks on that shit. Oh no, bro. Casinos, that's a whole other thing, man. Casinos, I find casinos so depressing. There's no more of well, that's hyperbole, but like walking through a casino and you see just lines of like obviously like 65 plus people doing the fucking meme of like just hitting the button over. It's so depressing. I spend all my drug money sports betting. Bankruptcy rates go up about 30% in states that legalize online sports betting. Jesus. 30 fucking %, bro.
Working alongside Chairman Patrick McHenry to make sure policymakers get this right and protect this growing industry. And Patrick McHenry, put that right over there. Patrick McHenry, of course, is the Republican, from North Carolina's 10th district, and the Coalition for Prediction Markets is excited to announce their new bipartisan leadership. Ambassador Sean Maloney will serve as CEO, president, and former House Financial Services Chair Patrick McHenry.
I mean, that's pretty blackpilling. That's pretty blackpilling.
A senior advisor. So they've got a bipartisan former congressional leaders to go. And you understand, like, for instance, if you wanted to decide, who am I going to bet on tonight? When the Celtics, I don't think the Celtics are playing tonight, but last night, OKC playing San Antonio. How are you going to decide? Well, we're going to use prediction markets. In other words, gambling sites to determine what the best outcome is. You understand?
It's just crazy, though. My understanding is that, what's the big one? Is it Predict It? What's the big one? What's like the biggest one? Not Predict It. It's a different one. What's the big one? Like the really big one? Polymarket. That's the one My understanding is that Polymarket did a much better job, not even a better job, but a much better job of predicting races in 2024. Am I making that up? I know it did better than the polling. It's a question of, was it a lot better or a little better? But can't Americans not even buy into Polymarket? I tried and it didn't seem to let me. Oh, I don't, maybe people use I actually don't know. No, I think you can't. I thought Americans could. I don't know.
How, like, effed up our country is by gambling. I mean, just as a direct measure of, like, you know, bankruptcies and credit card bills by young people and whatnot. Our entire economy is turning into a casino. Our entire economy. Like, even all the AI stuff.
That's not sustainable, by the way. It's like,
stuff on the stock market is just is basically.
That is not sustainable, by the way.
It's just like huge if-come bets.
Yeah, it's a future monopoly bet.
Former leadership in the Democratic Party. Thank God he was voted out. Unfortunately, now we have a douchebag Republican in that seat. Here's
the DCCC or the House seat.
Elizabeth Warren continuing on talking about the fight within the Democratic Party. It is between those predictive market people and their crypto casino stuff. Even that woman, Angie Craig, the congresswoman from Minneapolis.
Yep.
Good for her for marching to that ICE facility. Bad for her for sitting with Donald Trump Jr. at a crypto convention, talking about how we need to, make our economy even more based upon highly speculative money making. And here is Elizabeth Warren addressing this attempt, funded literally hundreds of millions of dollars behind the abundance, movement.
Why so dismissive? Why so dismissive there? I mean, abundance caught on so strongly that Zoran Mamdani referenced abundance in his inauguration speech. Gavin Newsom directly referenced abundance when he signed the California legislation to remove restrictions on multifamily housing units. Obviously, abundance is a movement. It has caught on. It has led to like tangible, like really consequential legislation. Everyone's talking about it. Everybody plugged into Democratic Party politics knows what abundance is all about. And at this point, I feel like most Democrats seem to be on board with abundance. Do we have any polling on that, by the way? Yeah, that's a great question, Atreyu. Abundance just sounds good to voters, period. Yeah, it's fucking amazing branding. Yeah, if you're like a normie voter and you don't know what the fuck is what, and somebody pitches you on abundance, you're like, ooh, I like that. More trains, lower rent, cooler infrastructure, more green energy. Yeah, fucking sign me up. Let's go.
Here she speaks to that.
So yes, we need more government efficiency, a lot more. But many in the abundance movement are doing little to call out corporate culpability and billionaire influence in creating and defending those very inefficiencies. Instead, abundance has become a rallying cry, not just for a few policy nerds worried about zoning, but for wealthy donors and other corporate-aligned Democrats who are putting big-time muscle behind making Democrats more favorable to big businesses. It looks like the corporate tycoons have found one more way to stop the Democratic Party from tackling a rigged system with too much energy.
If it's between abundance and a pitch to just like generally make billionaires less wealthy, I think abundance is going to win with the voters, with the median voters. The anti-billionaire stuff is like really resonant with a lot of Americans. I'm not saying it's not, but like between those two in a contest head to head, I think more voters are going to be on board with like market solutions than they are, purely redistributive policies.
I mean, the way she phrases it, it's not just the two nerds worried about local zoning, Ezra Klein. It's the forces behind it that have hijacked it. Or I don't want to say hijacked, because if it was hijacked, you would hear those two nerds say, "Hey, our movement's being hijacked. We just want, narrowly tailored, better government efficiency, not running essentially." Interference for wealthy people. Here's Reid Hoffman. I agree with Senator Warren that today's economy is not working for most people. I want to fix this by growing the economy. She wants to grow regulation. Of course, incidentally, the regulation she wanted to grow was the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which has been stripped away. It saved consumers hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars.
Swanever with $5. Maria Corina Machado from Venezuela apparently presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize. Oh my God. there video of that? This is so pathetic. That had to have been on camera, right? Was it not? Was it not on camera? It was private? Oh my God, you guys. She was the political opposition in Venezuela. I don't know anything about her or Venezuelan politics, but I do know that she was the opposition to Maduro. And the reason why Donald Trump didn't want to put her, like, install her as like the new head of government in Venezuela is reportedly because she accepted a Nobel Peace Prize and didn't reject it and insist that it should have gone to Trump. That is literally what the reporting is saying happened, which is fucking insane.
Her politics shrink the tent. Okay, so now, and this is what Ezra Klein does too. Put this tweet up there. He jumps from the policy prescriptions that she's talking about to the electoral politics. And she's saying her politics shrinks the tent. Actually, no. It changes the tent, maybe.
Yeah. If he's got so many
We need
people...
a bigger, smarter coalition that can beat Trump and deliver.
Run for office, Reed. That's the funny thing about this is Reid Hoffman, for people who don't know, we'll leave the Epstein relationship aside. He made LinkedIn. Like, I'm sorry. Why does he think he has an equal say to a senator from Massachusetts about the future of this country? Run for office. It's because he's made a big bag because our country has.
Even if you have, like, I don't know anything about Reid Hoffman, but this is kind of silly. Anybody can speak up and make their preferences known. It doesn't mean that you think you should have a bigger say than Elizabeth Warren. It's just, you know,
has lined their pockets, but it's ludicrous. Like, let's take a step back. Go ahead, Reed. Turn out some votes for yourself. Put your name on the ticket.
This is the problem. He when he says it shrinks the tent, it does. First of all, it fundamentally does not shrink the tent. There are more people who are going to benefit from a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau regulation than Reid Hoffman, you know, than the millionaire. Like, the number of people that Reid Hoffman sits around and talks about what should happen with the Democratic Party. Let's put it that way.
Smith the Bat, did I not get you for 7 months in Twitch? Thank you, buddy.
One of those people he talks to are just millionaires. Maybe some billionaires.
Like, even if Warren is an electoral underperformer, I knew that. I think I knew that. I think I did know that.
He invented cold fusion. I would have a problem with him having such, like, thinking he has such a say in our politics. You made a resume website at the right time.
Exactly. Like, you know, it's like, I support this by growing the economy. She wants to grow regulation. I want to fix this, he says, by growing the economy. Like, I mean, come on.
Make another website, idiot.
I mean, this is a bit dismissive and silly, right?
It's such...
Make another website, idiot. Come on, that's a bit silly, right?
It's such bullshit, but this is the fight.
Yeah.
This is the fight that's happening within the Democratic Party. And, you know, the concerning part is that when I looked at
Magic Me with 2 Canadian, how can I send you an abundance poll? You can just link it in the chat, right? You can put links in YouTube, that's fine.
2028, I want to get ahead of ourselves. But we don't have anybody who's going to be carrying this fight that I can see at this moment. There are some things that Ro Khanna has done that I appreciate. But until I hear him answer Emma's question.
Put it in Twitch chat. Go over to twitch.tv/Hutch. Put it in Twitch chat.
That she asked of him a year and a half ago. Maybe it was 2 years ago. It was a year and a half. I can't remember exactly when it was. will you take any more David Sachs money? And his answer at that time was yes. Good for him for being honest about it. But, and I know he's promoting this wealth tax in California, and that's good. And it seems like they are offended by it.
Very upset.
So there's some purity testing going on about a wealth tax in California. Gavin Newsom has come out, I think, in opposition to a wealth tax. And the interpretation of this from people without any kind of charitability is that it's because he doesn't want to, it's because he's in the pockets of the big donors and But my understanding with wealth taxes is that they're not, in practice, they haven't been great. I think there are 5 European countries, including Sweden, that did a wealth tax and then stopped doing it because they found that there were a number of problems that popped up. And this can happen a lot with policies that are well-intentioned, but there are these sort of unintended consequences that happen. There were a bunch of things, but like one thing that stuck out to me was that in order to like act on the wealth tax, because billionaires' finances are so insanely complex, you need to hire a shitload of really qualified people and spend a lot of money to try to like run down these new like tax revenue. And there's also capital flight was happening, was my understanding too, was that the wealthy people were simply just like leaving these countries. They make people feel targeted and want to leave. Yeah, I mean, in America, it's fucking, I don't know how easy it is to... With the EU, can you immigrate anywhere in the EU? That's my understanding, right? Osbadani says, you're better off just raising the top marginal tax rate. Yeah. Well, I'm not going to pretend like I'm an expert. I'm just saying, I read an article. And in the article, the author seemed to think that there were problems in practice for a wealth tax. And you do run the risk in a state like California of people just saying, all right, I'm going to move to Texas, and that's that, right? Let me see if I can find. Let me ask, like, why did Sweden end their wealth tax? Sweden ended its wealth tax due to several factors, including the need for fairness and wealth redistribution, the impact on business owners, the desire to complement and legitimize our other tax legislation. The tax was seen as inefficient, discouraging entrepreneurship, causing capital flight, and disproportionately taxing middle-class assets like homes rather than large fortunes. The decision was also influenced by compassionate considerations such as the impact of the 2004 Asian tsunami on Swedish families. Why were wealth taxes abandoned? Wealth taxes are increasingly being considered as an option to raise additional revenue and address inequality in policy and academic circles. More recently, wealth taxation has featured prominently in discussions about tax policy responses to the COVID-19 crisis. Wealth taxes are not new, however, and one of the most common objections to their introduction is that they seem to have failed in the countries that have tried them, with most countries abandoning their wealth taxes in recent decades. Net wealth taxes are recurrent taxes on individual net wealth stocks. They are distinct from taxes on capital income, which are levied on the flow of income generated by assets. They can also be distinguished from other taxes on property. They differ from inheritance or estate taxes, which are levied when wealth is inherited by heirs. Compared with recurrent taxes on immovable property, they are taxes on a broad range of movable and immovable property, net of debt. Finally, unlike sporadic capital levies, net wealth taxes are levied on a regular annual basis. Three factors leading to the decline of wealth taxes. One was economic effects. The main economic argument against net wealth taxes is that, in a way that is comparable with capital income taxes, they distort savings behaviors and could ultimately reduce long-run capital stocks and growth. In some ways, a wealth tax is similar to a tax on capital income. For instance, if an individual taxpayer has a total net wealth of 10 million euro that earns a rate of return of 4%, the tax liability will be the same whether the government levies a 30% tax on the capital income of 400,000 euro or a wealth tax of 1.2% on the capital stock of 10 million euro. Both will end up raising 120,000 euro. A capital income tax of 30% is thus equivalent to a wealth tax of 1.2%, where the rate of return is 4%. A key difference with capital income tax, however, is that a wealth tax is imposed irrespective of the returns that are actually generated by assets, which is key to understanding the equity and efficiency effects of wealth taxes, as discussed further. It's actually quite complex. I'll lead this, or I'll link this article in the chat, because this is very wonky. There were administrative and tax design issues. It apparently narrowed tax bases. There was the issue of taxation irrespective of actual returns. There was the issue of capital flight and fiscal expatriation. Impact on savings and investment. So I haven't, admittedly, I have not done an enormous deep dive onto this topic, and so I am very obviously not qualified to opine if there's any kind of merit to this article that I'm reading right now, or get into the specifics here, but I was just reading kind of the broad strokes. Like, here's another issue is like tax avoidance and evasion opportunities. So like the idea here is that super wealthy people can afford really good accountants who will come up with all kinds of creative loopholes to move money around or make it untaxable. Valuation issues. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is that there were big countries in Europe, like several big countries in Europe, who abandoned their wealth tax policies because they just were not working the way that they wanted them to work. That's what it is. So
it seems like it.
Yeah.
That's what we're seeing in public.
Just use euros for the plural, not euro. We just say 10 million euros. Wait, really? Am I the only one that thought that you said euro for plural? Where did I get that from? Have I just been saying it wrong the whole time? I've been saying it like that for years, bro. Like 10 million euro, 7 euro. Is that an American thing? Interesting. Okay.
Anyways, but we need someone who fundamentally understands that, as Brandeis, I think it was, said, you can have a democracy or you can have this concentration of wealth. Or was it? Maybe it was even like Jefferson. I can't remember. Benjamin Franklin. I can't remember, but I think Brandeis said something very similar. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit.
Pete Buttigieg Pete Buttigieg recently was talking about how he said it on 3 different interviews, back to back to back. He made the point that every major society or nation or country that had this level of wealth inequality did not survive as like a democratic, did not survive as a country. And so he was talking about wealth disparity being, if not the biggest issue facing America, but if not the biggest issue, it would be like one of the biggest issues. Yeah. All right, we're gonna do it. We're gonna watch the Talarico Ezra Klein interview whilst I play Arc Raiders. I'm going to do it. We got to get through it. I said I was going to watch it the last 3 days. Keep getting sidetracked.
One of my obsessions over the past few years.
An hour-and-a-half interview. I think it's relevant today because we have these new polls with Talarico like surging. I wonder if part of the surge came from this interview, but I don't know how influential Ezra Klein is. So we're going to set up a image over here. I'm going to jack the quality up. We'll go to ultra wide, window capture. That's good. And then we're going to go like this. We'll put it maybe up here or down here. Up here. This looks cleaner, I think. Actually, before we even do that, hold on. I wanted to watch something real quick, guys. Because I am very, very horny for Marathon. It looks so good. And there was some videos that came out today, or a VDoc, however you say that, with Bungie announcing some features for Marathon. I don't want to watch the whole thing. I just want to watch just like a quick little thing here. Hold on.
Runner shells is what we're calling the bioprinted bodies that you, the runner, inhabit when you go down to Tau Ceti. Each of our launch shells is really an archetype of
Look how fucking good this game looks.
Gameplay. So abilities, passives, stat packages married to a very distinct silhouette that then...
I mean, like how pretty it looks. It's just like, it looks so pretty.
Players can look at, 50, 60 meters away and say, oh, I know what that is. I know what that player is capable of. And I can start to think about how to counteract it.
One of the things we really want to do from the build crafting side is making sure that we're providing people ingredients instead of giving them a recipe. Figuring out what you want for your build that is unique, and you do that across cores, you do that across implants, you do that across weapon mods. Cores are powerful standalone perks that can be used in combination with each other to shift the gameplay style of your runner kit. We also want to make sure that there are interesting comments.
This looks feckin' cool, man. I mean, Arc Raiders has like some kind of RPG elements with the skill tree, but adding these like unique individual like hero powers or whatever.
Nations of things that work together. But they have
gonna look mid, and it's gonna require 5090 to run at decent frame rate. I don't think so. I feel like Destiny 2 is pretty well optimized. for PC, right? Pretty sure Destiny 2 is like really well optimized. Billy Bob, is it PvP or PvE? It's PvPvE. It's an extraction. It's like Arc Raiders, but it's an interesting premise. There's 5 rings. It's this fictional map called Tau Ceti, I think, and it's like 5 rings. And so you start at the outer ring, and then you're working your way inwards to the like inner rings. I don't know if there's extraction points on each ring, or if the only extraction points are in the final ring, but each ring gets, I think, progressively more difficult. It's like maybe different biomes, different AI that you're fighting, or different AI or whatever. I ran the tests on a 470 Ti Super and maxed everything out very easily. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Bungie, I'm pretty sure they're probably going to have this thing pretty well optimized.
Hooks that go out into.
Just give me the Division 3 already. They're working on they confirmed, the devs confirmed they're working on Division 3.
The other systems, so you can create this like crazy Rube Goldberg machine.
Depending on your playstyle, if you're like someone who hangs back and likes to snipe, you're someone who likes close quarters combat and you're going to rush in, you're going to want to cater the items that you're finding differently.
The idea there is like have a broad spectrum that everyone can kind of find a little bit of a home to, and then we're going to build on top of that. Destroyer is aggressive, brutal, wears a modified, futuristic version of the Mjolnir armor from the original trilogy.
The shell is designed to get into the fight as fast as possible and stay there. It comes equipped with thrusters on its legs that let it sprint faster, or you can use them for a quick lateral evade.
A riot barricade so that they can generate presence and they can generate like almost like
this looks fucking cool, you guys.
Aggro for their team.
Prime ability is Search and Destroy, which activates shoulder-mounted missile pods that fire heat-seeking missiles.
They have
I love the audio too.
A way to lock down targets over sustained fire, which immobilizes them and allows your team to follow up.
Our Assassin Shell is built for players that like to play slow and quiet. It's very much a classic, backline infiltrator. It has a dive ability that can be used to negate fall damage from any height.
Their tactical ability is invisibility. You pull this like shroud of.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. An invisibility mechanic in an extraction shooter? Ooh, I don't know about that. That would be so frustrating. To die like that in an extraction shooter if you just can't see the person.
Invis over yourself. You can sprint during it, you can mantle during it, but the faster you move, the more visible you're going to become, and if you take any actions, heal, shoot, get shot, you'll reveal yourself for a short duration. Their prime ability sends out this disc. It creates this like plumes of smoke that you can enter into, and when combined with their passive shroud, they go invisible when they enter smoke. The whole thing here is like be invisible, be sneaky, and then enshroud the world in smoke.
Ooh, they just got to be careful with how they balance that.
Originally, Recon was called internally Fun Police. That really is the core kind of fantasy. It's about hunting people down. It's about playing detective. If you want to find all the assassin shells on the map, Recon is the shell you want to use. It comes with a tracker drone that you can toss out a little spider friend that crawls along the ground and will track towards enemies and explode. And that explosion over...
Oh, I don't know, actually, guys. Now I'm starting to turn. Because some of this shit looks annoying as shit. Some of this stuff looks like annoying. little tracker drone thing, those things are going to be fucking annoying.
Keeps the target. They can't move, they can't sprint, they're taking tick damage, and they like help you lock down a target so you can pursue them. And for their prime, Recon has this really awesome helmet that splits open, and they tap in these cool key codes. It opens up and pulses, and it sends out this like wave that detects both AI and players and marks them for you.
And when you break the shield of somebody as a Recon shell, they leave holographic footprints behind, so even if they run away, you can follow that trail and they'll lead right to them.
And then finally awareness, where if you get pinged, it'll actually tell you that someone like sees you. You won't know where, but you'll be able to be on high alert that somebody saw you and has marked you.
Vandal is our shell that is, just by its very nature, more agile than our other shells. It has microjets that let it
Yeah, these are all kind of basic game mechanics, yeah.
do a double jump.
Magic Me, I will get to that poll tomorrow. I already closed out Discord. Well, hang on, let me see. Let me just take a look. You found a poll on abundance stuff. You put it in politics? Politics? Where, oh, here. If a candidate for Congress or president made the abundance argument, would that make you more or less likely to vote for them? For Democrats, it was much more likely, was 9.9%. For somewhat more likely, it was 22.7%. Somewhat less likely, 22%. Much less likely, 18%. And unsure, 26.9%. So a little bit, well, about 8 points less popular among Democratic voters, with 26.9% saying unsure. With independents, it was pretty popular. 12.5% were much more likely, 28.1% somewhat more likely, 18.3% somewhat less likely, 12.9% much less likely, unsure 28.1%. Super popular with Republicans, decently popular with independents, a little bit unpopular with Democrats. But with some room to grow, almost 27% unsure. So this poll implies that abundance is not polling particularly great or well with Democrats. I don't know. So demandprogress.org. What is that group that did this poll? Demand Progress. We amplify the voice of the people and wield it to make government accountable and contest concentrated corporate power. Financial reform, democracy reform, anti-militarism, surveillance, corporate power, internet freedom. Internet freedom, what's that all about? They look like a decently progressive group here. I don't know if they're like explicitly leftist, but I don't know anything about this poll. I don't know if there's other polls, but this poll suggests abundance as being not particularly popular with Democratic voters. Fuck! I closed the tab with Marathon. Hold on. Son of a bitch. We'll just go
as a Recon shell, they leave holographic footprints behind. So even if they Vandal is our shell that is just by its very nature more agile than our other shells. It has microjets that let it do a double jump. It has a power slide that goes much further than our normal sprint slide.
Their prime overloads their movement system so they can commit and chain all those actions together.
Like, you know, like it's like kind of the more kind of Apex Legends, Valorant kind of approach to extraction. I don't really know how those things will interact. Because with extraction shooters, the potential for like frustration is really, really high, I think, like much higher than in other games because you're actually losing stuff. And so, I don't know, maybe you run into these hero abilities, you die, you lose all your shit, and it just becomes super annoying. Like if they don't do a good job balancing, you know, and some of these hero abilities become just really powerful, and that could be really frustrating. So I think they have to do like a really good job of balancing these.
They're about getting in and out, causing chaos.
The arm cannon for Vandal unfolds and you find a big ass gun barrel inside. You can use it to knock people out of cover. You can use it to knock people off of buildings, which is way more fun than knocking them out of cover.
The number of times we've knocked people off of field maintenance is like, this is a great thing.
Like that would be annoying as fuck. You're posted up on a roof and somebody jumps at you and just knocks you off the roof, like with one thing, just insta kill.
Marathon is a game that is all about finding the best stuff on the map. So we felt like we needed to have a shell that was...
The game shouldn't be this bright. It's because I have HDR enabled and hang on, let me see if I can... It's not forcing HDR for some reason. What the fuck? That's weird. I don't know why it's not working. There's an option to force HDR. And it's just not working. So it looks very different on my screen. I can't turn HDR off because it'll crash the fucking OBS. It doesn't look this bright. Kind of looks like shit for you guys, so maybe I won't watch it anymore. I don't know why I did that. All right, we are going to watch the Talarico Ezra Klein interview whilst I do a bit of farming. Boom. I don't know why it looks like that. That's weird. Wait, does that mean this interview is going to look super bright and blown out? No? I think it looks fine.
One of my obsessions over the past few years has been the role of attention in modern American politics.
Wait, what is happening? Why does it look so blown out like that? Do I need to update my OBS or something? The one that is fine. For some reason, this monitor, it's not working. I think it's just their lighting. No, this is an issue. I don't know why this is happening. That might be on your end now. Oh, it's definitely on my end. Let me try to figure this out while...
The way attention is a fundamental currency. And so I've been particularly interested in politicians who seem native to this attentional era, who seem to have figured something out.
So what's your take? I should be the mayor.
Somebody who's been breaking...
Turn HDR off and turn it back on again. The last time I turned HDR off, it actually crashed the screen, which would obviously not be ideal. I'm gonna try it again. What if I do a new source? If I do a new source, what happens? Display capture, display capture. Nope. What the fuck, bro? Busted. Force SDR. I just did it and it just didn't work. Maybe it's a setting in HDR. Happens to my NVIDIA Shield sometimes when I watch HBO Max for Netflix in HDR sometimes. Yeah, I don't know what this is. I don't know why it's doing that. Let's do this for a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at that. Oh, no. Well, that doesn't look good.
Through over the past year in a very interesting way is a state representative from Texas named James Talarico.
James Talarico. James Talarico.
James Talarico, who was on there a while back out of Texas.
Oh, that guy's good, right?
He's terrific.
And Talarico is a little bit unusual for a Democratic politician. He roots his politics very fundamentally in a way you don't always hear from Democrats, in his faith.
Because there is no love of God without love of neighbor.
Breaking through on TikTok and Instagram and viral videos where he would talk about whether or not the 10 Commandments should be posted in schools.
This bill, to me, is not only unconstitutional, it's not only un-American, I think it is also deeply unchristian.
And the ways in which the Bible's emphasis on helping the poor and the needy had been perverted by those who wanted to use religion as a tool of power and even greed.
Well, this is I'm capturing this from my other monitor that's not using HDR. For whatever reason, OBS applies a filter normally to HDR to force SDR in OBS. Never had a problem with it before, but today it doesn't seem to be working. I don't know why. If I disable HDR and turn it back on again, the last time I did that while I was streaming, it crashed. So let me search a few forums and see what I can find here. Hold on.
Christian nationalists are more committed to the love of power than to the power of love.
And then what was really surprising to many people is that he ended up on Joe Rogan's podcast.
How are you, James?
I'm doing well. How are you?
It's the first significant Democrat that Rogan seemed interested in a very long time.
You need to run for president.
Yeah.
We need someone who's actually a good person.
Now Talarico is running for Senate in Texas.
The only minority destroying America is the billionaires.
He's running in a primary with Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett for what will be one of the most important Senate elections in the country. So I want to have Talarico on the show to talk to him about his faith, his politics, and the way those two have come together in this attentional moment to allow him to say things that people seem to really want to hear. A language of morality and even of faith at a time of incredible cruelty.
If it's literally a tiny window in the top corner, I don't think the saturation or white balance is a big issue. No. But I can't show you my gameplay. I can't play Arc Raiders. Show you my gameplay because the gameplay is what's going to be super blown out.
And at a time when the radicalism of faith seems to have been perverted by the corruption of politics. As always, my email, EzraKleinShow@nytimes.com. James Talarico, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I wanted to start in your faith because your politics is so rooted in your faith.
I don't know.
For you, what is the root or the experience of your belief? Is it learned for you? Is it embodied, cerebral? Is it something you always had, something you had to struggle to find?
All the above. So my granddad was a Baptist preacher in South Texas, in Corpus Christi and in Laredo, where my mom grew up. And when I was real little, he told me that Christianity is a simple religion. Not an easy religion, he would always clarify, but a simple religion, because Jesus gave us these two commandments: to love God, our source, and to love our neighbors. And so those two commandments, I think, have really guided my life at its best moments. And it's why I'm in public service. I was a public school teacher and now a public official. That's the loving my neighbor. And it's why I'm a seminary student studying to become a minister one day. And that's the loving God part. And both of them sustain each other, challenge each other, reinforce each other on a daily basis.
But you just slipped into how you live your faith, not what it is for you.
Yeah.
So has belief come easy to you?
Part of being
I'm going to do it. I'm going to disable HDR and re-enable it. If the stream goes down, it'll come right back up. I swear to God. But the last time I did that, it crashed the stream. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I mean, I could play without HDR on. It's just, it doesn't look as good. All right, here we go. I'm going to do it. Here we go. We're good? Are we okay? We might be okay. We might be good. Yeah, I guess I'll just play without HDR. It's not as bright, but whatever. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. Boom. That looks much better, doesn't it?
Being a seminary student is studying Hebrew and Greek, so you can actually read scripture in its original language. And one of the mind-blowing things that happened to me my first year of seminary is I was studying this word faith, and many translations it is belief, you know, the idea of believing in a concept or an idea, which makes sense in English Western translations. But it can also be translated as trust, which to me is much more experiential.
Trump moving military JAGs to prosecute protesters in Minnesota? What? Is that even a thing? A judge on Wednesday gave Trump administration time to respond to a request to suspend an immigration crackdown in Minnesota, while the Pentagon looked for military lawyers to join what has become a chaotic law enforcement effort in the state. The Department of Homeland Security says it has made more than 2,000 arrests in the The Pentagon is preparing to send military lawyers to Minneapolis to assist. CNN, citing an email circulating in the military, says Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is asking the branches to identify 40 lawyers, known as Judge Advocate General officers, or JAGs. 25 of them will serve as special assistant to U.S. Okay, I see. I understand. I see.
Trusting that love is going to get you through the hour, through the day, through your life, that love is going to carry all of us forward, that love.
How do I turn up the gamma? Is there a way to turn up the gamma in this game? It looks brighter on your monitor than mine, I'll tell you that. It looks a little dim. There isn't an in-game setting. Okay. Accessibility maybe? No. Okay. No. All right, I'll just play. It's a little bit less bright.
Will
turn the audio down as well,
even when it's temporarily defeated. To me, that's what my faith feels like. It feels like trust. Almost like I learned how to swim at our neighborhood pool. And I remember my swim teacher telling me, don't fight the water, right? Like, let the water carry you. And there's so much temptation in our lives to control our surroundings, control other people. And I think the opposite of that control is faith, is that kind of trust, letting life, letting the universe hold you up and not fighting it. And so that's what it feels like for me. Again, when I'm most faithful, it's a struggle on a daily basis to feel that trust and not to fight the water.
Was it always there for you, or did you have a period as a college atheist reading Chris Hitchens?
You know, I was really lucky that I grew up in an incredible church community. I didn't grow up with my granddad as my pastor. I grew up in a Presbyterian church, actually, in Round Rock, Texas. St. Andrews, shout out to our church. And our pastor, Dr. Jim Rigby, he married my parents. He baptized me when I was 2 years old. And he's a unique, I think, religious leader and thinker, and got in trouble a lot. When I was in elementary school, he was ordaining gay and lesbian clergy. He was blessing same-sex unions, which now doesn't seem controversial, but certainly back in the,
well, in
the
some
90s,
traditions it certainly is.
That's true. But I think it's hard to remember just how controversial universally it was, how radical and dangerous it was. And we almost lost our church because of those actions by our minister and our congregation. And the National Presbyterian Church put him on trial. And so these early memories were kind of seared into my brain. And so I was brought up in a very countercultural faith that didn't sound like everything I heard at school or at work, in the media. And so I feel like I was given a really healthy tradition, and one that has worked for me, partly because Dr. Jim, my pastor, always said that religion shouldn't lead to itself. Religion should lead you deeper into your own life, into your own being. And to me, that is such a gift that you can give a young person.
Can you say more about what that means to you?
Yeah. So, I think for Christianity, I'll just speak about my tradition. The genius of Christianity, the miracle of Christianity, is not the claim that Jesus is God. It's that God is Jesus, meaning Jesus helps us understand the mystery. A mystery can't help us understand Jesus. So this idea that
one went over my head.
Reality, the ground of our being, the cosmos, however you want to define God, that somehow looks like this humble, compassionate, barefoot rabbi in the first century. Someone who broke cultural norms, someone who stood up for the vulnerable and the marginalized, someone who challenged religious authority. That to me is such a revolutionary idea, and it leads you to challenge organized religion, because the gospel, I think, just inherently tries to break out of some of these religious dogmas and orthodoxies and challenges religion itself.
I've heard you talk in different clips and interviews about the difference between a living religion and a dead religion.
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about when you describe this difference between a religion that has been absorbed into structures of power that now is itself a structure of power versus one that is still challenging the ways of this world?
Yes. The separation of church and state, I was taught that constitutional boundary was sacred, not for the benefit of the state, although there's benefits to our democracy, but for the benefit of the church. Because when religion gets too cozy with power, we lose our prophetic voice, our ability to see beyond the current systems, the current era. One of my favorite verses in the New Testament is in the Sermon on the Mount. I encourage everyone to go back and read it, especially as Christianity is more and more in our political conversation. Go back and read Christianity 101, which is the Sermon on the Mount. And it's interesting because Jesus takes his followers not into a church, not into a business, not into a governmental building. He brings people to a hillside, and he says, look at the birds of the air. Look at the lilies of the field. This is how we're supposed to live. This is who we truly are. That is revolutionary. It is radical in the true meaning of that word, going to the root of all of our lives and our problems and our dreams. And to me, that is the spirit of our tradition, of breaking these chains, of breaking out of these systems. The word church in Greek means to be called out of. To call out of our culture, called out of our economy, called out of our political system. That is what religion, I think, at its best does. It's what I was given I was given that kind of religion just because I happened to be growing up across the street from this incredible church.
How do you think about the competing claims of different religions? Do you believe Christianity to be more true than other religions? Do you believe there to be exclusivity in these beliefs? that they're incompatible with each other?
I believe Christianity points to the truth. I also think other religions of love point to the same truth. I think of different religious traditions as different languages. So you and I could sit here and debate what to call this cup, and you could call it a cup in English, you'd call it something else in Spanish and French, but we are all talking about the same reality. I believe Jesus Christ reveals that reality to us. But I also think that other traditions reveal that reality in their own ways with their own symbol structures. And I've learned more about my tradition by learning more about Buddhism and Hinduism and Islam and Judaism. And so I see these beautiful faith traditions as circling the same truth about the universe, about the cosmos. And that truth is inherently a mystery. And I think the most destructive thing is when religion becomes an end in and of itself. That's when religion implodes. My pastor always told me growing up that religious symbols are like aspirin. In order to work, they have to dissolve. They point beyond themselves. If you get lost in the symbols, if you get lost in the words, you're missing the reality that we're all trying to describe and talk about.
What is your relationship to prayer?
Prayer is essential for me. I start out every morning in prayer. Sometimes it's silent prayer, which to me is probably the most helpful. Oftentimes those are just prayers of gratitude that God woke me up this morning, that I have health, that I have my family, that I have my friends, that I get to do a job I really care about, making an impact. That gratitude, to me, it checks the worst parts of myself every morning. And then almost every morning I'll say the Lord's Prayer aloud. And that's a different experience. It's much more of a ritual, but rituals are also a gift because it's almost like it's a rhythm that you're getting back in touch with. A prayer that's been said for 2,000 years in our tradition.
What are the odds?
And that prayer in particular reminds me about the work that we have in front of us, because religion without works, faith without works is dead.
When does prayer feel real to you, and when does it feel false?
Well, sometimes a ritual, sometimes you're not ready to feel it, but part of the ritual, whether it's the Lord's Prayer, whether it's communion on a Sunday, part of that is to get you into that mode even when you're not feeling it.
I've been thinking about prayer in my own life recently, and I've been reading this book by Abraham Joshua Heschel on prayer. And he writes, "Prayers are humble answer to the inconceivable surprise of living. It is all we can offer in return for the mystery by which we live. Who is worthy to be present at the constant unfolding of time?" And I like that a lot. I've been trying to think about when does prayer feel real and when does it feel false, and understanding it as a kind of admission of gratitude and wonder has been a little bit closer to something that I could touch.
Yeah, it's almost, one of my favorite books of all time is The Sabbath by Rabbi Heschel.
Yeah, one of mine too.
And to me, prayer is almost like the Sabbath breaking in throughout the week.
Fuck you, man!
In that book, he describes this, that throughout the week, we're all concerned about our status and our jobs and our to-do lists. And the Sabbath,
you got to come out here to get it. You got to fight the demons.
He describes it as glimpsing eternity. And to me, that's a little bit of what prayer is. For a few minutes in the morning or throughout the day, it is trying to touch eternity.
Listen, that's a good run right there.
World.
So prayer is an act, and it seems to me that the way you have described your faith to me, your faith is a faith of acts. That I don't want to say you don't think much of a faith that doesn't, but the question of whether or not you are living in religion is not about what you believe, but about what you do.
Well, and that's what we're taught as Christians. Matthew 25 tells us exactly how we're going to be judged and how we're going to be saved. By feeding the hungry, by healing the sick, by welcoming the stranger, by visiting the prisoner. Nothing about being a Christian. Nothing about going to church. Nothing about saying the Lord's Prayer. Nothing about reading the Bible. Just helping others, just loving. I mean, it's remarkable when you go back and read that passage, but they need each other. prayer needs action and action needs prayer. And so I don't want anyone to misunderstand what I'm saying, because you can be out there doing the work, and if you're not connected to something deeper, you're going to burn out really fast. When I said earlier that the love of God and the love of neighbor sustain each other, they are in relationship. They are united. This is the entire mystery of incarnation, is the divine and the human being brought together into one union.
So I listened to you when you did your Joe Rogan appearance, and you offered there a very, very progressive form of Christianity.
What do you think is the biblical evidence to support the opinion of being pro-abortion?
Before God
it's not
comes over
pro-abortion.
Mary, and we have the incarnation.
First of all,
God asks for Mary's consent. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be. Let it happen. So to me, that is an affirmation in one of our most central stories, that you cannot force someone to create. Creation is one of the most sacred acts that we engage in as human beings, but that has to be done with consent. It has to be done with freedom. And to me, that is absolutely consistent with the ministry and life and death of Jesus.
You're arguing for a scriptural basis for abortion. You're not just emphasizing in your politics different aspects of your faith, but you're very much challenging quite widespread interpretations of it.
Again, I think that's what we're called to do as Christians. Almost every debate Jesus is in is with the religious authorities of his time, and directly challenging orthodoxy. So I do think this is, Jesus was a religious reformer. Paul was a religious reformer. And so I think when we're at our best as Christians, we are challenging religious dogmas and religious supremacy. But, I also try to come at this with humility. On the issue of abortion, I've said before, I don't know what Jesus thought about abortion. The Bible doesn't tell us. The Bible doesn't mention abortion at all. And so, as with many issues that aren't mentioned in the Bible, we have to take scripture and we've got to try to piece together what we think is what love demands of us on a particular policy question. And you're right, for the past 50 years in this country, the religious right, a political movement, convinced a lot of Christians in America that the two most important issues were abortion and homosexuality. Two issues that aren't really discussed in Scripture. Abortion is never mentioned. Consensual same-sex relationships are never mentioned. And so it's remarkable to me that you have an entire political movement using Christianity to prioritize two issues that Jesus never talked about. And so I'm not saying they're not important. I actually think both of those issues are very important. But to focus on those two things instead of feeding the hungry and healing the sick and welcoming the stranger, three things we're told to do ad nauseum in Scripture, to me is mind-blowing.
How do you understand that? Because I'm Jewish, but when I read the New Testament,
That's a dead body over there.
I always come away a little bit amazed that politicized Christianity is so worried about
that's potentially two
gender,
dead bodies.
sexuality, and so unconcerned with greed.
You're preaching to the choir. I absolutely. Concern for the poor, concern for the oppressed is everywhere. I mean, economic justice is mentioned 3,000 times in our scriptures, both the New Testament and the Hebrew scriptures.
We'll see.
And so this is such a core part of our tradition, and it's nowhere to be seen in Christian nationalism or on the religious right. And
no, he didn't make it.
The Bible is all over the place when it comes to marriage. Paul tells us not to get married, and you see certainly many different kinds of marriages throughout Scripture. And the same with gender. Paul says that in Christ there is neither male nor female, which is pretty woke for the first century, And so, again, it's because religion is being used to control people and accumulate power and wealth for those at the top.
Give me your loot.
This is a tale as old as time, and it is not unique to Christianity.
Where's the
Powerful
body?
people will always see religion as a tool to make more money and be able to keep people in line.
Where the fuck is the body?
For those unfamiliar with the term, what is Christian nationalism?
You can define it a lot of different ways. I define it as the worship of power in the name of Christ. I define it that way because I want us to see it as part of a very long tradition.
How do they define it? They being the people who would self-identify with it.
I would think they would define it as wanting a Christian nation.
I'm sorry, bro.
But again,
I don't have a defib.
These politicians want a Christian nation unless it means providing health care to the sick, or funding food assistance for the hungry, or raising the minimum wage for the poor. And so it seems like they want to base our laws on the Bible until they read the words of Jesus. Welcome the stranger. Liberate the oppressed. Put away your sword. Sell all your possessions and give the money to the poor. I mean, I'm not exactly sure a Christian nation is really what these people want. Again, I believe the separation of church and state is sacred. I think a nation with one supreme religion is not just un-American. I also think it's un-Christian, given how Jesus taught about religious supremacy. But I do think if these people are going to call for a Christian nation, they need to reach for all of it. And that is, I fought the bill to require the 10 Commandments posted in every classroom. And I've often wondered, instead of posting the 10 Commandments in every classroom, why don't they post money is the root of all evil in every boardroom? Why don't they post do not judge in every courtroom? Why don't they post turn the other cheek in the halls of the Pentagon? Or it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to get into the kingdom of heaven on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. This is the inconsistency I'm trying to call out, because they're using my tradition. They're speaking for me. And so I think I have a special moral responsibility to combat Christian nationalism wherever I see it.
One thing I appreciate about Donald Trump, about President Trump, is he doesn't pretend that his politics are built on piety, right? He that's not his style. But the Vice President, J.D. Vance, does suggest that his politics are built around a Christian ethic. And I want to play a clip of him for you.
And as an American leader, but also just as an American citizen, your compassion belongs first to your fellow citizens. It doesn't mean you hate people from outside of your own borders, but there's this old school, and I think it's a very Christian concept, by the way, that you love your family, and then you love your neighbor, and then you love your community, and then you love your fellow citizens in your own country, and then after that, you can focus and prioritize the rest of the world.
What did you think when you heard Vance say that?
That's not the gospel. And I don't think I'm saying this as a Democrat. I think I'm saying this as a fellow believer. J.D. Vance and I are part of the body of Christ together. And I think this is antithetical to the gospel. The gospel is all about prioritizing those on the outside, those who are least lovable. That's what's so revolutionary about it. There are some strange passages in the New Testament, and one of them is when Jesus tells his followers that they have to hate their mother and father. I don't think Jesus was speaking literally. I don't know, but I don't think so, because I think we should love our moms and dads. I love mine. The 10 Commandments require us to, and Jesus was a devout Jew the day he was born till the day he died. But I think he's using shocking language to teach us something, and that is that sometimes our little loves for our parents, for our friends, for our children, for our neighborhood, really important, crucial, beautiful, profound loves. Sometimes those smaller loves can get in the way of the big love, the love for the stranger, the love for the outcast, the love for the foreigner, which are, and I should add, love for our enemies, the hardest love to achieve. And so what J.D. Vance is describing is the culture that we already live in. That's the world. And we Christians are called to see beyond the world. And that's to a divine love, a godlike love, because, as Scripture says, the rains and the sun fall on the righteous and the unrighteous alike. God loves all of us, no matter what we've done, no matter how good or how bad we are. And we as Christians are called to have that divine agape love for every person equally. And that's hard to do. I love my family more than I love other families. I'm guilty of that. I think we all are. But the gospel is pushing us to move beyond that and to have the same love for a child on the other side of the world that we have for our child. And it's almost impossible to do that. But it is what we are called to do.
I think as somebody who's outside Christianity, and as such is always a little bit astonished by the radicalism of the text.
Yes.
And the strangeness of it. God incarnates in a human being.
Jesus Christ.
That human being is tortured and murdered and rises again as a lesson in mercy and forgiveness and transcendence, and there's all manner of violence I'm doing to the story there, but the incarnation in the least among us, the structure of to me the New Testament
chill,
is
bro. Chill. I'm not fighting.
goes to one outcast member of society after another.
Did you see that guy?
And then I look up.
You scared the shit out of me, bro.
Particularly this administration, and I see people.
Why am I in the unfriendly lobbies?
Incredibly loud in their Christianity, and also incredibly cruel in their politics. Put aside the question of what borders you think a nation must have. You can enforce that border in all manner of ways without treating people who are coming here to escape violence or to better their family's life cruelly.
Amen.
You can do it without the memes we see them make on social media of a cartoon immigrant weeping as she's being deported, of the ASMR video of migrants shackled to one another, dragging their chains, with the implication being that the sound of that should soothe you. It is the ability to insist on your allegiance to such a radical religion and then treat other human beings with such genuinely, to me, unmitigated cruelty that I actually find hard at a soul level to reconcile.
Scripture says you can't love God and hate other people. That's in 1 John. You can't love God and abuse the immigrant. You can't love God and oppress the poor. You can't love God and bully the outcast. We spend so much time looking for God out there that we miss God in the person sitting right next to us, in that neighbor who bears the divine image. In the face of a neighbor, we glimpse the face of God. All of this is rooted in your tradition. All of the commandment to love God and love neighbor is not from Christianity. It is from Judaism. And all Jesus is clarifying as kind of a radical rabbi is that neighbor is the person you love the least. The parable of the Good Samaritan, maybe the most famous of Jesus' parables, is so, I think we forget in our modern context how shocking it was. Because today, being a Good Samaritan just means helping people on the side of the road, which is good. You should do that. But for Jesus' listeners in the first century, the Samaritans were not just a different religious group. The Samaritans were their sworn enemies. And so he is pushing the boundaries on how we define neighbor, in who we're supposed to love. Loving our enemies, I mean, again, it's become trite in a culture dominated by Christianity, but none of us actually do that. None of us actually love our enemies, even if we say we try to. And so, yeah, I share the same revulsion that Christians in the halls of power are blatantly violating the teachings of Christianity on a daily basis and hurting our neighbors in the process.
Damn.
Let me try to get at maybe the appeal of some of this form of Christianized politics. Society alters very fast. What it looks like today versus what it looked like when I was growing up, before I had a personal computer, to say nothing of the internet.
Yeah.
And
for the Arc Raiders players in here, guys, there's a YouTube channel called The Gaming Merchant, and he's put out a bunch of really useful videos for this game. And he explored the different attachments, the compensator versus the muzzle brake. The compensators are the ones that help to control the dispersion or the bloom. The muzzle brakes are the ones that help with recoil. And basically, there's no good reason to use muzzle brakes. like at all. If you can manage to control recoil, which in this game is pretty easy because most of it is just vertical, then there's no reason to ever use the muzzle brake. You should always use a compensator. And more on that is that there's relatively little difference between the level 2 compensator and the level 3 compensator. So you shouldn't even like foot the mod components for a better compensator. Just the green compensator is all you need. Yeah.
And one thing I see people looking for in religion and in religious politics, I see it particularly on the right with a re-embrace of Catholicism and even Greek Orthodoxy, is people want something to hold on to when everything around them feels like it is changing. And what I see you offering to some degree is a religion and a set of answers that are still changing. After you were on Joe Rogan, the conservative Christian commentator Allie Beth Stuckey published a long rebuttal of your arguments and an argument against progressive Christianity in general. And I want to play you a clip from it.
Progressive Christian is an oxymoron. It is actually a contradiction. It is like saying, I want a flat waffle. Well, a flat...
Jesus was like the old school progressive. What the fuck is she talking about?
Waffle is a pancake, because what makes a waffle are the ridges. In the same way, a progressive Christian is not a Christian because Christianity is not progressive. It is static. It is defined by a central fixed truth. This truth does not change. It doesn't progress. It doesn't evolve.
What do you think of that?
I think she's partially right. If you read the Sermon on the Mount, again, I think Jesus should have a say in what Christianity means. In that sermon, he is the ultimate conservative and the ultimate progressive at the same time. You know, as all great teachers, he is breaking us out of the dualistic thinking that plagues us. He is rooting everything in his tradition, Judaism. Everything goes back to Moses and the Ten Commandments and the Torah, everything. And he says, I'm not here to destroy the law, I'm here to fulfill the law. So he's connected to something that's bigger than himself. But then he's also pushing us to take those teachings to the next level, to go deeper into them. The law tells you an eye for an eye. I'm telling you to turn the other cheek. Because, you know, Moses told you an eye for an eye because you weren't ready to hear turn the other cheek. And so that eye for an eye was meant to keep things from spiraling out of control. It was meant to have a balance of justice. And then Jesus is going further and teaching nonviolence, which is consistent and a growth, an evolution. And that's the universe we live in. God created an evolving universe. And so, and you can actually go back in the New Testament, the first word out of Jesus's mouth is change. Some can call it repent or turn around, but change is the first thing he says in his public ministry. So I think both of these things can be true at the same time. We are rooted in something eternal, something that has existed since before time existed. And it is also always moving us forward, and we are always changing and evolving. And both of those things can be true at the same time.
Your campaign slogan is, it's time to start flipping tables.
Yeah.
What's that a reference to?
So it's, again, a story in the New Testament of when Jesus walks into the temple. And it's I think it's hard for us in our modern context to really understand an equivalent of the temple, because you would think it's a church or a synagogue or a mosque. But the temple was so much more than that. It was the center of not just religious power, but economic power and political power. And so this humble rabbi from the backwoods in the Galilee doesn't just stay in his room and pray when his neighbors are being hurt. He walks into the seat of power and he flips over the tables of the money changers, the tables of injustice. And it's a profound act of protest, of civil disobedience. It's ultimately what gets him killed by the Roman Empire. And I and many others, we always think about Jesus being gentle and kind and soft.
I'm actually just going to reset.
But he was also strong and tough and confrontational and aggressive when people were being hurt. And at least for me, and I think for this country, we have to remember that that is what love demands of us sometimes. And so I wanted to center that story when we started the campaign, because this campaign was going to be about fighting back. The billionaires who own our algorithms, who own our cable news networks, who own the politicians fighting on our screens and keeping us all divided. This was going to be a campaign that was going to bring people together to stand up to those forces.
Who were the money changers?
So we were talking earlier about religion being corrupted. Folks who were going to the temple sometimes had to make sacrifices and part of that ritual. And so the money changers were allowing them to participate in that temple economy, and in the process, getting rich off of those people. This is, again, partly why we are so focused on trying to keep these traditions sacred, because
I'm not murdering anybody in cold blood, though. I'm just minding my business farming springs, bro. That's all I'm doing. I'm not murdering people. I don't know why it put me in the fucking mean lobbies. I had the dad lobbies last night.
in this case, the money changers are profiting off of people's search for the sacred. And it's what we're called to challenge directly.
Let me ask you then a question about a term you use a lot that feels connected to this to me, which is the rage economy. What is to you the rage economy?
I just mentioned the billionaires who own the algorithms and the news networks. They have created
I keep getting
for-profit
shitty
platforms
spawns
that, with these predatory algorithms, that divide us on an hourly, daily basis, dividing us by party, by race, by gender, by religion, and they elevate the most extreme voices very strategically to provoke our outrage, to provoke our anger, because that leads to more clicks, which leads to more money for them. Because anger sells, hate sells, fear sells. These billionaires and their platforms are engineering our emotions so they can profit off of our pain. They are selling us conflict right into our bloodstream, and they're calling it connection. It's almost like feeding someone empty calories. And I think it's left people starving for actual community, for real relationship.
Well, the thing you had said a minute ago about the money changers that made me want to jump to this question of the rage economy is it is actually quite intimate. And I think sacred would be going probably too far, but to go to a place searching for connection, to go to a place searching to be understood, which I think at its core is what social media was originally offering us.
Correct.
To go there and say, this is where your family is.
Yeah.
This is where your friends are. This is where you can find people like you. And, you know, for many of us, it was that for a time. And it is not that now. I thought it was amazing in the FTC versus Meta case. It came out that on Instagram now, only 7% of the time people spend on Instagram, 7% is spent on content offered by friends and family.
Yeah.
And I notice this, I turn on Instagram and it's much better at hooking my attention than it used to be because the algorithm is better at finding things that might grab my emotions than my friends and family are. But I came looking for connection and all of a sudden I'm pissed, I'm confused, I'm being fed content about psychedelics from the 1970s. Sure. It's not all that it's bad, but it is a perversion or a instrumentalization to profit off of what was a very intimate impulse, to say nothing of to profit off of my attention, which is my most intimate faculty.
Right. Well, and the business model depends on us leaving behind our real human relationships. The biggest competitor to these platforms, to Meta, is actually not TikTok. It's not X. It's not Snapchat. It is real human relationship, and that should be terrifying. We have a whole economy now built on keeping us in our rooms, on our phones for as many hours in the day as possible. And so their competitors are church and neighborhoods and pubs it is the actual messy, complicated, beautiful human relationships that we require to live. And I think it's something we don't talk about enough. We're seeing the effects of it every day in our own lives and the lives of people we love. But I don't think we recognize how this is destroying us from the inside out.
What should we do about billionaires? You talk a lot about how they're the source of the problem. What should we do about them? Should billionaires exist? Use the question that goes around Twitter.
I don't trust them, guys.
I've
don't
been
trust them.
accused of demonizing billionaires, and I want to be really clear that that's not what I'm doing. In fact, I am trying to humanize billionaires because I think the accumulation of more wealth than you could spend in 100 lifetimes, Elon Musk is about to become the world's first trillionaire, is not just bad for the world. It's not just bad for our neighbors. It's not just bad for Texans. It's also bad for those billionaires.
Is that guy still there creeping?
And I actually think the path that I'm laying out, which is going to include higher taxes on billionaires, depending on how much money you make, it may mean you're not going to be a billionaire anymore. But I think a more just economy where we grow together, kind of like the economy we had in the middle of the 20th century, I think is actually good for all of us.
Should there be billionaires? I mean, you can imagine a structure of taxation that just says nobody needs to personally control more than $1 billion. At the point that you have that, the taxation becomes fundamentally redistributive, right? It just, over that, you're getting taxed at 95%, you're getting taxed at...
That's the tough thing about playing this game without like full audio, you know, is like you can't hear if there's a fucking Rocketeer next to you.
And it's complicated, right? Because you have assets and incomes. I get all that, right? I don't need the. We can talk tax policy another time.
And I'm not proposing
people in my email inbox.
Sure.
I'm not talking to you here.
And I'm not proposing a maximum income.
But I'm asking if you should.
No, I'm not. But what I do think is if you have tax rates on the richest people in the country like we had in the 1950s and 1960s, a lot of people are no longer going to be billionaires. And that is just going to be the result of a fairer economy. So if that's the result, so be it. But I'm not trying to put a ceiling on success. I'm a big believer in success. I want to be successful. I want my family to be successful. I want my neighborhood to be successful. So I'm not trying to demonize that kind of success.
You keep saying there that you're not trying to demonize billionaires. In fact, what you're doing is trying to humanize and be good for them.
I think it would be good for them.
Say more what you mean, because what I keep hearing you say in your ads and in your speeches is that it's the billionaires versus the rest of us.
Yes, I believe that.
And so walk me through the distinction between not demonizing them, but also seeing them as the fundamental class enemy.
Well, because billionaires, it's a chosen identity, unlike a lot of identities. If I said the problem was Christians or Jews or people of color or gay people, that's a problem. But if I'm pointing out an identity that someone actively chooses and very much could not be, then to me that is a fundamental distinction. And again, I think the result of the vision that I'm articulating is going to be.
He's a sharp guy. Like to me, he comes across as such a sharp guy.
Be good for those billionaires or maybe former billionaires.
What does it mean to be a good billionaire?
Franklin Roosevelt, Bobby Kennedy were trust fund babies. They were some of the wealthiest people in the country, and they used their wealth and their power to help other people, particularly working people that struggle to get by, and not just through philanthropy and through charity, but through changes in the structure of the economy itself.
What should we do about the wage economy? What should we do about kids spending 2 to 5 hours a day, oftentimes on TikTok? That's the question, I guess.
I'm really interested in policy proposals. I was the co-author of a bill that passed in Texas that bans cell phones in our public schools, particularly the smartphones. So I'm very open. I'm also interested in some of the federal ideas about the liability of these companies and a regulatory framework. I'm interested in all that. I'm also interested in how you allow for economic solutions, how you encourage the development of more humane platforms that I think could succeed. I really do. I think we're going to look back at 100 years and we're going to see these as kind of the rudimentary first versions of these platforms, kind of like we see child labor and things like that. And we're so glad we progressed beyond that. These feel so much better. But here's what I would just say. Those political solutions, those economic solutions, we should talk about them. We should pursue them vigorously. But at the core, this is a spiritual problem. It really is. I mentioned earlier that the biggest competitor for these platforms is human relationships. You now have a closed system almost where the platforms like Instagram make you feel insecure, make you feel lonely, make you feel isolated, and then AI provides you the therapy to treat that loneliness and that isolation.
Or the simulacrum of friends.
Yep.
Of lovers, of companions of different kinds. I mean, when I found it a little chilling when Mark Zuckerberg was on Dwarkesh Patel's podcast and he said, look, most people have 3 friends. They want something like 15. But who's got the time? I'm paraphrasing, but not by much.
Yeah.
And suggest, as many people do, that AI will fill that gap. And I think Meta in particular sees, given what their business is, you can create these AI companions of different kinds, right? If, the problem with your friends and family is they're not good enough at creating content you want to see. So what about if we create AI friends and family who are very good at creating content you want to see?
Exactly.
We don't know. We do not know what it will mean, how it will change people. To have these kinds of relationships with AIs, to say nothing of changing children who don't know anything but a world where you have relationships with AIs. And honestly, of every part of this, I think this is the part that maybe scares me the most. Altering our intuitions and expectations for human contact, having just people being raised in an economy that is dehumanized.
I'm not looking for blueprints. I'm just looking for screws.
A digital social world that is dehumanized, where you send in your job application and you're interviewed by an AI, which is happening to people now. Where you come at the end of the day and you want to tell somebody about your bad day at school and you tell an AI. I mean, I don't think we understand what that will do to people. I'm not even saying it will be bad, just it's a hell of an experiment to run on human beings.
Well, and the question you're circling, that we're all circling, is what does it mean to be a human being?
Yes.
And that is not a question I'm going to be able to answer in a bill in the U.S. Senate. Oh, of course. Well, podcast. Yes, that's where all the answers are.
Fundamentally, I feel like every podcast is asking that question. I mean, go deep enough.
I in all seriousness, love podcasts because of that. It is. Sometimes we can say that these technologies, these platforms are all terrible, all toxic. But podcasts, I think, are one of the beautiful things that have come out of it. Also, as much as if you spend time on TikTok, how it's abusing your attention and addicting you, it's also an opportunity to see just how hilarious and creative and beautiful human beings are all over the world. So I don't mean to say that this technology can't create something beautiful too. I think we just have to understand the harm it is inflicting.
But I want to stay on where you just went, which is, I have noticed that the best tech criticism, much of it comes from religious figures and communities.
Yes.
And one reason I think is because modern liberalism, neoliberalism, you might call it, I think it is a lot of trouble with moral judgment. It is built on the interest of the consumer. And if you're an adult and you're making a decision that's not hurting anybody else, who are we to tell you you're doing something wrong? And I think it is a truck that the algorithmic media giants have driven their products through. And I think in religious communities, you still have more of a framework for talking about human flourishing that does not require a market justification, that does not need to prove that it'll reduce your income in 10 years to say this is not a good way for human beings to live. So when you say the fundamental question of AI is what does it mean to be a human being, I think that's right. So I am curious what your intuitions about this are as somebody running for a position of power where you would have a hand on levers the rest of us don't.
Such a good question. So I agree with you. Economic answers aren't going to get us there, but I also think political answers are going to get us there, because the question is not should the state intervene to stop you from doing something. That's a whole different question. I think our conservative friends, if they were sitting here, would remind us about the bloody history of governments trying to perfect the individual or trying to enforce moral.
I'd say it's our liberal friends who would remind us of that, but fair point.
Well, yeah. But so my point is just in the question how we're framing it.
You might have even written a book about it.
There's a third a third dimension to our lives. It's weakened, it's atrophied over recent years, but we used to have robust communities where we wrestled with these spiritual questions, right? Churches, mosques, synagogues, temples, meditation clubs, whatever you're a part of, a community to deepen the spiritual dimension of our lives. And that is what we have to rebuild, especially as we enter this new era where figuring out what it means to be human, maintaining real human relationships outside of work and outside of politics is going to be necessary if we're going to survive this. And that is, you mentioned, what can I do as a U.S. Senate candidate? I actually don't think that's the role. What can I do in my role as a seminarian, as someone who's studying to become a minister one day, which is a goal of mine?
Move to that location.
That hat that I wear, which is related to the politician hat, to me, that's where the solutions are going to come from.
I don't want to take away from the importance of that, but that's not going to come fast enough. It's not. If your answer to what are we going to do for kids in AI is we need to rebuild civic and institutional and religious life, I mean, it's hitting faster than that. I mean, maybe that would be good, but my question is more along the lines of, does believing that human beings should be formed by other human beings, which is something I believe, mean we should do something more like Australia, which just implemented its ban on social media for kids under 16, just flat banned.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm all for those. In fact, I've already worked on those policies.
If
we pass that, I'm all for it. All I'm telling you is
that
the economic and political solutions are not sufficient.
I think one of the paradoxes of you is that you have such a searing and I think morally righteous critique of this algorithmic rage economy, and you're an absolute victor of it. I mean,
I'm a money changer. Yeah.
I'm not calling you a money changer, but you're on Rogan. Because you are very good at these viral videos. And when I was going through your clips, a lot of them do have the structure of conservative idea,
Jesus
conservative
Christ.
person stands up, and James Talarico delivers a stirring sermon about why what they're doing is unchristian or immoral. I think a lot of the liberals clicking the heart on that are feeling self-righteous and, maybe right, but maybe smug.
Yeah.
How do you think about your participation in this world?
I think sometimes I think my team and I feel like Luke Skywalker infiltrating the Death Star to destroy it. And sorry to keep bringing everything back to Scripture. I think it's because we started with a conversation about faith. But Jesus tells his disciples something really weird. He says to have the heart of a dove and the mind of a serpent. Dr. King would later reinterpret this as, for the members of his movement, as tough minds, tender hearts. The idea is that if you're going to change the world, if you're going to challenge the powers that be, you got to be smart and strategic to do it. And it's not something we should be ashamed of. And my team, I think I have some of the brightest young minds in Texas politics.
Are you on
team,
what
which
now?
is a real joy and a privilege. And I think we have figured out how to use these platforms against the platforms themselves. And so, yes, we are building things that can reach as many people as possible. Because if no one hears a message, it doesn't really matter. And we are learning what these algorithms like, what these platforms promote, and we're using that against them.
What is it that you would say you figured out? If you're giving a presentation to other Democrats who are maybe less attentionally skilled or have come from another generation, maybe they're not TikTok native in the way you might be. What have you learned about attention? How would you describe the fundamental equation of attention at the heart of your efforts?
So I hate the word communications, but I would say my two simple rules for political connection, because that's what we're really talking about, is how do you connect with people? Yeah. And politics is connection all the way down. The way that I think about political connections, the two rules I have are be yourself and tell the truth. I think if you do those two things, you can stand out and get attention. I think especially young people, my fellow millennials, but also Gen Z, they're looking for moral authenticity in this moment. And that's going to look different, right? For me, given who I am and how I was raised in my life, faith is at the center. And I'm honest about that, even when it bothers people in my own party, which it does a lot. I can't tell you how many, emails or messages I get with people telling me to stop all the religious talk because it makes them uncomfortable. And I get that. And I try to be as sensitive as I can be to the religious trauma in this country. And I understand where people are coming from when they feel that way. But it is who I am. I can't be anybody else. And so I think showing up as the person you are, and then saying something real, saying something honest about the world, that is refreshing to people in this moment. And so I think when I look at all the videos that get all these views and all this engagement, the videos that do that the most are when I'm being myself and saying something true.
I think you're sanding the edges off of this.
Okay, tell me, yeah, I'd love to hear.
It's also about the things that work online generate an immediate emotional reaction in the audience. These online quick videos you're seeing on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, there's not that much time for plot. You can't sort of weave in slowly. It is about creating an instant sensation. And I think that there is a dimension often of conflict. Like my implicit equation of attention is curiosity plus conflict equals attention. People have to be curious about what you're talking about. And there has to be the energy that only in politics, some amount of conflict, like one side versus the other side, unleashes. It doesn't always have to be Republican and Democrat. It can be, billionaires versus the rest of us. It can be many kinds of cutting a line. But I think usually there is a dimension of, somebody versus something.
I don't know if you and I are saying different things, though, because isn't that telling the truth? Isn't when you pretend like there isn't conflict?
Some forms of truth work better than others is maybe what I'm saying.
I guess my point is I've actually seen some of our videos about policy and some of our explainer videos do the best. I think there is a hunger to understand what's happening. But if you pretend that policy is being created or needs to exist in the world without the conflict, that is the context, then you're not being honest with people. You're not shooting straight. And you mentioned earlier, people want to be moved. Don't we want politics that moves people? And in fact, I see the major problem at least in my party, is politics that doesn't move anyone or moves them in unhealthy directions. Because you can move people toward anger or you can move people toward hope. We have had a politics that moves people toward anger and toward fear and toward division and hate. We've had that for 10 years on both sides of the aisle. I think the reason that I'm getting traction on these platforms, the reason I'm standing out, is because I'm moving us toward hope.
Stop calling him Dobby. Stop calling him Dobby. He does not look like Dobby. A little bit. It's the nose. That's what it is. It's the nose. The very, Dobby had that kind of you know what I mean? It's the nose. It's like a very kind of steep slope. But it's disrespectful. That's our guy right there, okay? Quit being mean.
Tell me the difference here on the Democratic side. I think that people would sort of expect what you'd say about the Republican side. What does the Democratic politics that moves people, in your view, unproductively towards anger look like? What has that been when you say it's existed? And what is the version that moves people towards hope? What is that distinction you're drawing?
Well, I think we have to recognize the asymmetry between the two sides of our political discourse. And I don't mean parties, but I mean people who are a little more conservative. They want to hold on to what we have, or maybe backwards, regressive is a better term for that. Or those who are a little more progressive and they want to move us forward. Those are two different jobs. Trying to get us to move backwards requires certain appeals. Getting us to move forward requires certain appeals. I think the mistake too many Democrats have made is adopting the tactics that work for the regressive side of our discourse, the Trumpian side of our conversation. And that's things like fear and hate and anger. That's what gets someone to look backwards and think, we gotta go back to what was. But to move someone forward, you've got to inspire, you've got to excite, and you've got to cultivate a little bit of hope, because that's the only thing that'll get you to move forward.
One division, it sounds to me like you're tracking in the Democratic conversation right now, is how much is Democratic politics about Donald Trump, about the opposition to Donald Trump and to his administration. There's a lot of, I think much of it merited among Democrats, anger, fear. I'm not going to go so far as to say hate, but I've certainly heard some hate in my conversations with people. But also, the Trump administration is in power, and they are doing things, as we've discussed already, that are cruel or outrageous or corrupt. And something that I hear Democrats debating a lot among themselves is how much should Democratic politics be about Donald Trump and the opposition to him, or how much it should be about an alternative vision. Both because, there can be a tension between allowing Donald Trump to set the terms of everything and describing something different. Don't shoot! And because some of the voters, Democrats who need to win, certainly if you're a Senate candidate in Texas, are voters who do not hate Donald Trump, are voters who voted for Donald Trump, voted for Greg Abbott, and his busing of migrants all across the country. How do you think about that question?
And I should say, some of those Trump voters are in my family. Many of them are my constituents.
What the
I first got elected to the legislature when I was 28 years old, had never run for office before. I was a former teacher. And I was running in a district that had voted for Donald Trump 2 years before I ran. And at the same time that I won, Greg Abbott won my district in 2018. So there were a large chunk of voters, in fact, the voters who made the difference in the election, who voted for Greg Abbott for governor and me for state representative. And being comfortable with that contradiction, that's the messy world of politics and human decision-making. And if we are going to defeat Trumpism, the culture that gives rise to someone like Donald Trump, it's going to require putting forward a new vision of what a different kind of politics would look like. What is the antithesis of Trumpism? What does that politics look like? What does the country look like with that kind of politics?
What does it look like?
I think that people are really tired of being pitted against their neighbors. They're tired of being told to hate their neighbors. It's been 10 years of this Trumpian politics. Again, sometimes on both sides of the aisle. And I think people are ready for a politics of love. A love not just for the state of Texas or for this country, but a love for our neighbors, a radical love, especially for our neighbors who are the most different from us. And that kind of politics, I think, could transform this country. If we actually treated all of our neighbors as bearers of the image of the divine, how would our discourse look? How would our public policies look? To me, that is the primary question that we should all be asking. And I don't know, because again, this kind of politics is not what we've had. But I do think people are searching for it.
Have you ever seen a politics of love in the real world?
Oh, of course. First, I think we should define what we mean by love, because I'm not talking about a sentimental feeling. I believe love is a force as real as gravity.
That too.
The force that drew elements together in the Big Bang, the force that drew life from those primordial oceans, the love that drew you and I to this exact moment in this exact conversation, the love that we were born of, the love we exist in, and the love we will one day return to. You can call that the Logos, you can call it the Christ mystery, you can call it God. In fact, our scriptures say that God is love. And I always think the question, do you believe in God, is such a strange one, because to me, God is the realest thing, ultimate reality, the ground of our being. I think the question people are asking when they say that is, do you believe in love? And love, to me, is the most powerful thing in the universe. It is not weak. It is not neutral. It is not passive. It doesn't paper over disagreement. It sometimes provokes conflict in order to heal conflict. I mean, I think back through American history, you know, I think about labor organizers. I think about civil rights marchers. I think about farm workers. You know, I think about the politics that made the New Deal possible. Not saying there's not criticism on policy grounds, but the coalition that came together during the New Deal era, during the Great Society era, the coalition that came together to pass the Affordable Care Act, to me, we can glimpse the politics of love there, because that was about building a big enough coalition to transform the country. And it included people who didn't agree on everything. But it was people who agreed on some of the big things. And I don't mean to look at history with rose-colored glasses. There's problems in all these things, but I'm talking about a general thrust, a general direction of what a politics of union would look like.
Give me that sweet,
over
sweet
and
loot.
above a politics of division.
So let me try to pick at what I think is the weak spot of this.
Sure.
Which is that for Democrats, for liberals, the politics of love that includes the person without health insurance, the immigrant family, the gay or lesbian or trans teen, is actually not usually in this era a stretch. That's actually an intuitive politics for them. The hard part, I think, about a politics of love is for your Abbott Talarico voters or your Abbott not Talarico voters. The division in this country, the people who don't like Democrats right now feel Democrats don't like them.
Yes.
They're not confused as to whether or not Democrats want to give people health care. Maybe some of them are, but in general, they certainly believe Democrats have a love for undocumented immigrants. But what Trump has very effectively weaponized is the belief many Americans have that the only Americans Democrats don't love are Americans like them, Americans with a Christianity much more traditional than yours, who are uncomfortable with what our society is or has become or might one day become, Americans who have views that are different than those that are usually voiced on this show. What is your politics of love for them, not for the people Democrats sort of easily align with, but actually for the people they now understand as maybe not their neighbor, as maybe their enemy, the people who, you know, when you see these polls about how Democrats are more likely to cut off a family member for political views than Republicans are, those people.
It's not the gospel unless it includes love for our enemies. And again, as I said earlier, it's the hardest love to fulfill in our lives. But it is absolutely necessary if we're going to save this American experiment, if we're going to save the experiment in self-governance all over the world, is can we have a love for those we disagree with? And I've been able to cultivate that in my life. Again, not perfectly. I oftentimes will feel anger or start to feel hate for some of my colleagues in the Texas legislature. But at my best, I'm able to maintain a bond of love with them, even as we're fighting, even as we're disagreeing, even as we're debating, even as I'm standing up to some of their most extreme policy proposals. I still see them as my siblings, as an expression of the same love.
God damn it.
And that to me is such a fundamental difference from the politics that we have now.
You are not the first person running for office to sit in front of me and tell me about a politics of love.
Good.
But the question I always ask, and the question many people like that run aground on, is what does that actually demand of you? Because it can just be inspiring way to say what every other politician already is doing also. So where does it push you into something different?
I'll just tell you one quick story. My colleague, James Frank, represents Wichita Falls in North Texas. He's a Freedom Caucus member, one of the most conservative members of the House. James and I started a stupid friendship based on that we share the same first name. And, we joked about it and talked about how we were the James caucus and he was chair, I was vice chair, whatever. But then that led to us having some more real conversations. And we started to figure out that he and I are both really dissatisfied with this two-party system. We are both frustrated by how hard it is to challenge orthodoxies in your own party and the pressure to conform within a political party. And so I convinced James to co-author my bill, a Bernie Sanders idea actually, in the Texas legislature to import cheaper prescription drugs from Canada into Texas. James risked a lot to work on that bill. We got it passed to the House, to the Senate, and signed by the governor. It is now law. We are working on our application as a state to the FDA to start importing those cheaper prescription drugs. So that's an example of how love changed someone else. But then James had a bill that would have allowed homeschool kids to participate in something called UIL, which in Texas is basically our sports league, our extracurriculars, the arts, and you know how serious Texans take our high school football, Friday Night Lights. Every Democrat was opposed to it. And I was opposed to it because I'm like, public education is not a buffet table. You can't come in and take the sports or take the music, the band, and leave behind everything else and not participate in the community. James sat down with me because we had a relationship. We had trust. We had love for one another. And he said, when we talk about immigration, you always say we shouldn't punish children for the decisions their parents make. And suddenly it dawned on me that I was morally inconsistent here, that for these homeschool kids, this may be the only opportunity they have to interact with kids of their own age and to participate in a community like that. So I ended up crossing party lines. I got a lot of heat from the education groups and my colleagues. I voted for that bill. It passed. I then got to meet some of the kids who participated in the program. It was life-changing for them. So, and we can talk about countless examples of that, where not only has a Republican done something risky, but I've done something risky in return because we're both out on that ledge of love.
I think something that your success and the way what you're saying breaks through suggests is that people are actually hungry for more moral leadership, including from political leaders. The sense that our politics became managerial and technocratic and sanitized, and that is, to use this word in another sense, it has been demoralizing to people. I think this question of what is the purpose of all this is salient to politics as well. Yeah. And, one thing I think that has been true is that, we drafted in our society for a long time off of the fact that we had so many other healthy institutions and a more communal sense of who we were that infused our politics with purpose without anybody having to necessarily reach that hard. That's not to take away from the incredible moral fights that had to be waged. But when I go back and I read old political tracts, how close the language of morality and spirituality and civic life is to people on all sides of debates is really noticeable. We don't talk like that anymore. We're trying to prove everything on a chart. And I love a good chart.
Sure.
But
me too.
But it is a difference.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about politics doesn't move people anymore. I mean, you read Common Sense by Thomas Paine, you read Lincoln's speeches, you listen to Fannie Lou Hamer, you read Dr. King. Yeah. I mean, they infused their politics with a moral foundation, oftentimes explicitly rooted in faith. And that changes the game because your politics should grow out of that morality. There's a sequence here. And I feel like what we're suffering from now, people start with their politics and then try to figure out the morality on top of that, right? When it should be reversed. Who are we as human beings? Where do we come from? Why are we here? How should we live? The politics should grow out of that. And so, yes, I mean, that's why I'm in politics. I really do feel like this is a way that I can love my neighbor at scale through good public policy, reducing the cost of prescription drugs, reducing the cost of childcare, the cost of housing, all the things I've worked on in the legislature. It was to love my neighbor, make their lives easier and better, help them become who they're supposed to be, to give the gift that they're supposed to give. I think if we can infuse our politics with more of this spirituality, I think we could treat politics like a sacrament. We could have an incarnational politics, because like I said,
what does that mean?
If you take seriously, and again, you don't have to be a Christian, you don't even have to be part of an organized religion. I do think that everyone is religious.
Ooh, that's a bold claim.
That's my hot take.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I think we all put our trust in something. Sometimes you were talking earlier about whether Donald Trump was religious, and I think
That's not quite the same as religion, but okay, I'll go with him for a little bit on this one.
disagreed with you, because Donald Trump does put his trust in money and in power. And
look at all these beautiful screws, you guys. Look at my collection of screws. How many do I have? 79 screws, you guys. These things are a pain in the ass to get.
Status. And a lot of us do.
I said he wasn't pious. He doesn't pretend.
Springs.
Well, he's pious to that religion. He's very faithful to it.
I mean, yeah, you could look at the Oval Office as quite a shrine to.
It is. I mean,
to money at the moment.
You're kind of joking, but
I'm not joking.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. So my point is, we all put our faith in something. I choose to put my faith in love, which sometimes the evidence suggests is not going to work. Sometimes love is defeated. Sometimes love experiences setbacks. But
I know this sounds like super cringe to a lot of you guys when you hear him speak like this, but for me, it's deeply nostalgic. And so it hits on some fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I haven't been around the church in a really long time, but like, I spent a very decent chunk of my formative years, the bulk of my formative years, with like this kind of language. And so I get deeply nostalgic when I listen to him speak.
But the trust is that it will one day win. And that's what my tradition is all about. But my point is, even if you're not formally religious, if you do believe that each person is sacred, that each person is holy, that each person bears the divine image, that should fundamentally change how we engage in politics, how we treat our neighbors, and how we treat our enemies. To me, an incarnational politics would take seriously that idea that every person is God.
The biggest concern I hear about you in Texas is that you're sort of a liberal's idea of what a Christian politician should be.
Yeah.
In the primary, you had an opponent, Terry Virts. He's since dropped out. But he ran an attack ad about you, and I want to play it here.
Okay.
Modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than two biological sexes. In fact, there are 6.
God is non-binary. I find this to be a deeply offensive bill.
James Talarico is talking about the bill that would ban biological men from playing in women's sports. Remember this ad?
Biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them.
The same ads will be played by Ken Paxton. The result will be U.S. Senator Ken Paxton. James Talarico owes it to us to tell us how he's going to answer these attack ads.
So how are you going to answer those attack ads?
Man, the music was
your voice
scary.
Sounds distorted to me there a little bit.
Yeah.
It didn't quite sound like you.
Yeah.
But those are clips of things you said, and the idea is to say you were out of step. You can talk about love all you want.
Sure.
But the idea is to say you're out of step with Texans, and they are not going to feel loved by someone they feel doesn't agree with them.
You know, I think most Texans have seen the extremism in the Texas legislature. Instead of allowing local sports officials and school district officials to make decisions about if trans athletes can play in a certain sport, if it maintains fairness and safety, which I think is what we all want, some common sense rules about when it's appropriate, when it's not. The Republican legislature passed a bill that would ban it in every instance across every age group, even T-ball, right, before kids even hit puberty, because their goal was not to solve a problem. Their goal was to score political points off the backs of a vulnerable community, which is a classic tactic in the politics of division. I'm here to have that conversation about how do we maintain safety and fairness in sports when it comes to trans athletes, and there are going to be rules where sometimes it's not allowed. That's actually how you solve a public policy problem, with love for trans folks, but also for our athletes who need a fair shot at competition. So what I was doing was speaking out against that kind of extremism, because it wasn't actually trying to solve a problem. But anyway, outside of that issue, I think my track record in Texas is pretty clear. I won a district that no one thought was winnable. I have done this before, building a coalition that includes new voters and includes voters from the other side of the aisle, which is the only way to win in Texas, is doing both of those things.
You're also a politician in a border state.
Yeah.
And I think immigration, and particularly illegal immigration, presents one of the hardest tests of how to match these values to a nation's needs. I don't think there's anything clearer in either the Old Testament or the New Testament.
It's going to be tough for the Pharaoh.
Than the love and generosity you were supposed to have for the stranger, for the migrant. I often think that the virtue that you see the most in the Old Testament that we barely ever talk about now is hospitality.
Yeah.
The amount of, we welcomed him into the tent and we washed his feet. And I think there's a way in which you could, read the ideals of many religions to say, we should not have borders. These are all our neighbors. There is no stranger. And of course, nations don't work that way. There's been, over the last 4 or 5 years, certainly in the Biden era, a tremendous amount of in-migration, and much of it illegal, or much of it people coming and claiming asylum in huge numbers. This led to a tremendous amount of anger.
Yeah.
And it's led now to a tremendous amount of cruelty. Yeah. So how do you balance the different forces, moral imperatives, national and state needs, the things you hear from your neighbors in your politics?
Well, I'm very proud to be from a border state. I'm an 8th generation Texan, so my family has been in our state since it was Mexico. My family's from South Texas. My mom grew up in Laredo, right there on the U.S.-Mexico border. She got her braces in Mexico because it was cheaper. And that's, in border communities, crossing back and forth on a daily basis is not unusual. So we just understand this intimately in Texas. And I think both parties have failed us on this issue, and we need to be very honest about that. The Biden administration's failures on our southern border, I remember talking to my border colleagues, telling me about the utter chaos in their communities because of some of those policies. That is what opened the door to the extremism we're currently seeing on this issue from the other side. Masked men in unmarked vehicles kidnapping people off our streets, tearing parents from their children, waiting in school pickup lines, lurking in hospital waiting rooms. You said this was a hard issue. Here's my other hot take. I actually don't think this is that hard, because I think most Texans are in the same place here. They are pro-immigrant and they are pro-public safety. Both righteous, moral positions to hold, and both consistent with our traditions. So here's the simple analogy that I've used. I think our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front and a lock on the door. Because I'm hospitable. Texas is the friendly state, right? If you look up our state motto, it's friendship. The word Texas comes from a Native American word for friend. And that's what makes Texas such a remarkable place. We're this big mashup of all these different cultures and people and ideas. It's made us one of the most exciting and innovative states in the country. And Scripture tells us to welcome the stranger because we were once strangers. You wouldn't be having a guy with the last name Talarico on your show if this wasn't a nation of immigrants. Everyone has that in their story, in their family. And people understand that immigrants who are coming here to build a better life, to contribute to our economy, to make us richer and stronger, we want them here. We want to make it easier for them to come here. But anyone who means to do us harm needs to be kept out. Anyone who does us harm needs to be deported immediately. Public safety is the most important thing the government does.
I don't think most people would find that to be enough, though. I mean, just say that, we should be welcoming of immigrants, except when there's a threat to public safety. I think that for most people would not be enough. That isn't a limiting principle that keeps you from feeling, certainly from what I'm told from people, and I come from myself a border state, can be very overwhelmed.
Well, I think I'm against chaos. And I think what most Texans are upset about in our immigration system is the chaos they see, particularly on our southern border. I think most people around the world like where they live, as much as I love America. A lot of people love their homes. But if someone wants to come and fill one of the 8 million jobs that needs to be filled, if they want to do the work, that none of us want to do. I heard from an avocado farmer in California who said in 20 years of business, never had an American citizen apply to work there, not one. So if you want to come and pick our fruit, if you want to pack our meat, if you want to pave our highways and build our buildings, then we need your help, because we are a growing country and we have a growing economy, and immigrants are the fuel that keeps that fire burning. But what people are seeing and what people are upset about is the fact that we have no idea who some of these people streaming in over the border are and what they mean to do. And I just think most Americans can't wrap their head around why is it that we can't have an orderly process that keeps everybody safe, both native-born Americans and migrants and immigrants, hiring more immigration judges, relieving the visa backlog, reforming our asylum system. All of these things
are ways
that we
died
can
up
create
there.
a system that welcomes the stranger and keeps us all safe
Maybe
at
I
the
can get
same
his
time.
loot.
For some reason, Americans and Texans, they look at one party, our party, as pro-immigrant and anti-security. Then they throw us out. They get Donald Trump and his party. It is pro-security, anti-immigrant, and they hate that too. So most people want us to hold both of these values at the same time, and I think it's actually really possible.
Texans threw Democrats out at this point a fair amount of time ago. I don't know exactly how many years it's been since there's been a statewide Democrat in Texas, but yes, I believe it's 30. What is it that, to you, so many Texans don't like about Democrats? And what does the Democratic Party, the national party, not an individual candidate in Texas, what would the national party have to do to be more appealing to Texans, or to make Texans who have given up on it or felt rejected by it feel seen?
I'm not an expert on the National Democratic Party, but I will say, just from my observations, being in a red state, someone who flipped a Trump district and was able to build this kind of coalition, our national party is pretty condescending to people. Here's an example. You always hear this, especially if you are out on the coasts. Why do all these people vote against their material interests? You've heard that before, I'm sure. It's such a condescending thing to say to somebody. It's acting like they don't know how to make decisions for their own lives. They don't know what they need. People have many interests outside of material interests. There are some very wealthy Democrats who vote against their material interests on a regular basis. People have cultural interests, they have personal interests, they have spiritual interests. And the Democratic Party culturally, in many ways, has become hostile to some of these cultural values in red states, in red communities, faith maybe being foremost among them. I don't agree with everyone who shares my faith. I don't agree with every member of the body of Christ, but I am part of that body, and we share something deeper.
There's a dead body up here somewhere.
Partisanship. We share something deeper than public policy. We share a commitment, a witness, a practice, a tradition. And that is an opportunity for connection. People aren't going to vote for me because of my faith.
It was like over here.
I don't think they should vote for me because of my faith. But hopefully the faith we share can open a door. Then we can have conversations about other things. And I don't want people to overthink this. You don't have to be a political scientist. Think about how you build relationships in your own life. That's what you're going to do in politics. A voter is, the relationship between a candidate and a voter, or a voter and a voter, is just like any other relationship. It requires honesty. It requires respect. It requires humility. It requires listening. And sometimes it requires sacrifice. It sometimes requires that you buck the orthodoxy in your party, or buck the position in your party to do what you think is right based on the arguments that the person has made. So I would just advocate for our party to think about how to actually build real relationships at scale with people who aren't with us yet. Not only will that, I think, lead to winning, which we have a moral imperative to win in a democracy, because you can't, if you don't win, you don't get power, and if you don't get power, you can't make people's lives better. And I say that as a party. But I also think it will lead to a more fruitful, productive, beautiful kind of politics that this country deserves. And I've seen it work at a small scale in the district that I won, in the House in Texas, but I also think it could work at scale statewide and maybe even nationwide.
I think it's a nice place to end. So, what was our final question? What are 3 books you'd recommend to the audience?
I chose a fiction book, a political book, and a religious book, just to make sure we cover all our bases. For the fiction book, my favorite book is Lonesome Dove by Larry McMurtry, maybe the most famous and beloved Texas classic. Texas has gotten a bad rap recently around the world for the extremism and corruption coming out of our government. But if you want to see what's beautiful about our state, that spirit of friendship that I mentioned earlier.
Oh no, what the fuck
read
happened
Lonesome
over
Dove. It captures the spirit of Texas better than a lot of other works of art.
Poor
and it's such a
devil.
great book. You'll have a blast reading it.
Wait, I have a
won't be able to put
defib.
it
I have a
down.
defib.
My second book is my religious book, and it also has a Texas connection. It is Jesus and the Disinherited by Howard Thurman. We mentioned Dr. King on this show. Howard Thurman was his spiritual mentor, the theologian who started to chart that course long before Dr. King. And he wrote this book from a series of lectures in Austin, Texas, at
Where are you at, brother? I got a
Houston University,
defib.
historically black college in Austin. And it's a beautiful book. It's not very long, but it really gets to the heart of who Jesus is, what he means in a political context, and what Christian nonviolence looks like in the world. And I think it's so instructive, even if we're not necessarily fighting Jim Crow, we're not in his context, but I think all of us can learn something from the power and the effectiveness of that nonviolence rooted in a deep morality. And then the last book is the political book, and it's The Upswing by Robert Putnam and his co-author, I think her name is Shaylin Romney Garrett. And the book is all about how throughout the 20th century, we as a country, as a culture, moved from individualism in the Gilded Age toward communitarianism, to working together to do big things as a community. And then how we fell back into individualism, which I think today is still the reigning culture in this country. It's certainly a civic culture. And it tracks it. It starts to explore answers for how we made that movement and puts together some ideas for how to get back to community. And I think it says a lot about the moment we're in. So I'd highly recommend all 3 of those books.
James Talarico, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
I really quite enjoyed that. I mean, I know that I wasn't really giving any commentary. Was listening. Yeah, I just find him to be very impressive. I think he's a very sharp guy, and like I said, I think like the language that he uses touches on a lot of nostalgia for me. So like I connect with it on that level, and I enjoyed that conversation quite a bit. I'm very, very happy to see it's just one poll, but I'm very happy to see a poll with him surging pretty significantly in that race. It's just one Emerson poll, throw it in the averages. Throw it in the averages, wait for the next one. But makes me hopeful because, listen, I think he's got the juice. I think he's the guy. I think he is him. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the stream. I appreciate each and every one of you. Some of you more than others.
Someone from level 3 swiped the
If I'm being quite honest with you.
Hope it was worth it.
You know who you are. And you know who you aren't. Okay. I'll be on tomorrow at the regular time, which is going to be around 8:30 a.m. We woke up just a little bit early. I'm sorry, a little bit late this morning. Tomorrow should be good though. So I will see you guys then. I appreciate it. And yeah, bye-bye. Adios.